Hello and welcome to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. We are live on the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads. I'm your host, Daniel Dwyer, joined by Peter Brown, and we are very happy to start off 6 hours of talking about video games with the game director from Square Enix, Hajime. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you so much, Tabata-san, for coming on today.
Thank you.
And Gavin as well for translating over the next couple of minutes. September, it's coming out. What does it feel like being so close to the release of Final Fantasy 15?
見えてるので、今どんな気分ですかね。
まあ発売はすごく見えてるからゴールははっきりしてるんだけど、でもまだ毎日本当に忙しく開発にもいろんなプロモーションにも追われてるから全然終わりが見えてる感覚はないね。
No, I mean it's really coming up to release, so we can see that final goal there, but it certainly doesn't feel like we're coming to the end because I've got so much development work left to do and so many promotional things I've got to be involved with. So it really feels like I'm still hard at it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's only a couple of months until it's out. What's your E3 like? Is it mostly just doing media stuff and then you're going back to develop straight away?
あと数ヶ月ですよね。で今回の E3 ですけども、そういうプロモーションの活動がメインになるんですが、その終わったらすぐ書いてまた開発やるんですよね。
そうまあ起きてるそのショーの開催中はプロモーションをメインにやって。それが終わったら日本とやり取りをしながら開発も進めるっていうようなやり方をしています。いつも出張の時には。
No, it's pretty much like I always do when I come on these trips. Is while I'm here during the show, we're doing promotional stuff, but then obviously dealing with Japan at the same time. And then when I go back, it's straight back into doing the development work.
Yeah, two more.
It's been wonderful seeing more gameplay come out for Final Fantasy 15 over the past couple of years, and especially here at E3 as well. What are you showing off here at E3 that we haven't seen before?
この数年として特に今回の E3 でどんどんゲームプレイの形が見えてきてるんですけども、で今回展示するのはどういったものでしょうか。
今回はねゲーム本編の初めてのそのコンソール版のハンズオンを出してますね。
Okay, we're actually putting up the first actual hands-on demo of the console versions of the game this year.
それが一番メインです。
That's the main thing we're showing this year. Yeah.
What's it like seeing people pick it up and play it? Have you watched people
みんな
play
が
it
実際
here?
に手に取ってプレイしていると見てるんでしょうかね。そのどんな気分でしょう。
これから見るからまだちょっと見れてないんだけども、でもスタッフたちがセッティングするためにプレイしているのを見させてもらったときにはちゃんと動いてるなと思ってさっきは安心できた。
No, we haven't actually got the public, other people playing it yet. Obviously, that's all starting soon, starting today. But I was watching all the staff, our company staff, picking up and playing it during the setup phase, and it really did feel good to see. Wow, it's actually up there. People are playing it now. It's real to me now.
Yeah. Is that scary? Is that a scary proposition? Because it's a game that's been people have been anticipating for so long, and I mean you're so close to the finish line. Does it feel good at this point, or is it intimidating?
やはりもうかなり長い間ずっと期待されてきているタイトルではあるので、もう実際にこう出来上がっている今となって、ちょっと怖い気分ではあるんじゃないですかね。どうでしょう。
どうかな、怖い気分はないけれど、待ってる人で一番長いってやっぱり10年間待ってるから、その10年間の期待に応えられるかどうかという不安は当然ありますね。
I'm not particularly frightened or afraid as such, but certainly, I mean, the people who've been waiting longest for this game, they've been waiting around 10 years for it now. So I'm just wondering, maybe a little bit unsure, am I going to be able to meet the expectations of these people who've been waiting for such a long time? So it's maybe more towards a little bit unsure about that.
だからこそ自分たちに言い訳を残さないようにやれること全部やってきてるから、そういう意味で後悔は多分なく発売日を迎えることはできると思います。
But I mean, we really have been pulling out all the stops and doing everything we can on the game, so we don't feel that we've left anything out or we've sold ourselves short. So I think that we can be confident in going towards that final release now. I think we've done our best and we really have put everything into making the game.
Wonderful. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about Final Fantasy 15. We're looking at it right here. How does this differ to other Final Fantasy games? Obviously, we're talking about an open world. What are we going to see in terms of like moment-to-moment action?
今回はオープンワールドということで、今までのファイナルファンタジーとかなり違うと思うんですけども、そのどのように今までと違うのか、どのようなアクションとか展開が見られるでしょうかね。
まず今回はアプローチが多分これまでのファイナルファンタジーとは異なると思います。一番最初のアプローチが。
I think the actual first approach, the real main way we approach creating the game is quite different to previous Final Fantasies.
今回はまずしっかりと生きた動的な世界を作るっていうところを一番最初にアプローチとしてはやりましたね。
Our first priority in this new approach is to create an existing, living, believable world that really moves in its own way and is independent of the player. And that was the first thing that we did.
そのしっかりと作られた世界の上をアドベンチャーもするし、ロードトリップもするし、アクションコンバットもするしっていうようにゲームのそのメカニックっていうものを載せていったっていう作り方になってます。
And then the second thing we did after we had that living, believable world was to add on top of that all the adventures you have in the world and the road trip aspect of it and the action, battle, combat and add these gameplay elements on top of that world and make the second layer of the game.
だから体験としてもすごくモダンな部分とこれまでのクラシックな部分と融合させることができたんじゃないかなって考えてます。
So I really think we have managed to get that fusion of the classic, traditional kinds of Final Fantasy elements and also this really new, modern kind of gameplay stuff as well.
Yeah, is there a sort of a business reason behind that as well? Because obviously Final Fantasy has a massive fan base, but it's quite an insular fan base as well. But you know, the sort of wider world of action games, are you trying to pull people into Final Fantasy?
やはりファイナルファンタジーというものすごい熱心なファンベースがあるんですけども、その反面かなり限られている数の人たちではあるので、ビジネス的な理由も当然あるんですかね。その一般アクションゲームを楽しむ人たちも今回ワイドに狙ってるでしょうか。
もちろんそうですね。新しいファンを増やしながらこれまでのファンにもしっかりと満足してもらうっていうこの難しい2つの両立なんだけども、それを本当に今回は本気で目標にしてやってます。
That's pretty much exactly right. I mean, it's a very difficult balance to get right, but we really want to satisfy the pre-existing fans, the core fans of the series, and also reach out to make new people as well. So I think we really are trying very hard, and it is looking to be a good success on that approach this time.
特に今回 E3 の中での情報の出し方っていうのも、そういったそのワイドな人たち、これから新しくファンになってもらうためのワイドな情報とワイド向けの情報とそのコアファン向けの情報っていうのが両方用意してます。
And certainly with the kind of information and stuff we're putting out at E3 this year, we've got two very different aims and focuses for that. We've got a lot of information which will appeal to that new wider audience, people who we want to become fans of Final Fantasy. And then there's other information aimed at the people who are already traditional fans and to satisfy those people as well. So we're aiming for both groups there.
Peter, sorry.
ね、昨日のマイクロソフトとソニーのそれぞれのカンファレンスの情報はやっぱりファーストパーティーのカンファレンスなのでワイド向けの情報で、今日からの E3 の期間中はやっぱりこのコアな人たちにも満足してもらうための情報っていう、そういうふうにセパレートしてます。
So we've separated that out. I mean, the information that we put out yesterday at the Sony and Microsoft first-party conferences, that's very much for the wider audience there to get the message out. And then as we move through E3, the information we're going to release today and over the next couple of days is perhaps aimed a bit more at that traditional fan group too.
Okay. Peter, you kind of represent both of those in my head. You're a fan of Final Fantasy, and you're also somebody who loves games like Metal Gear Solid quite a lot. Do you have any questions for the guys about this?
Oh, a million, yeah. One of the things that really attracts me to certain Final Fantasy games are the themes and the story. And I understand that Noctis is dealing with troubles his family are facing, but I'm wondering if you can detail some of the other themes in the game that we will experience as we go on this adventure.
私は今までのファイナルファンタジー大好きですけども、ファイナルファンタジーの一番惹かれるところっていうとですね、やっぱストーリーの深いテーマなんですよね。で今回分かっているのがノクティスとその家族のトラブルというかこう、家族関係のものが関わってくるんですけど、それ以外のテーマは今回何が入ってるんでしょう。
一番の確かにそのテーマというと父親とノクトのその親子の絆っていうものを軸にして成長を描いていくっていうところではあるんですけれども、その親子の縦軸をより深いストーリーにするためにノクトと仲間というこの横軸の絆もストーリーの中でとても重要なものとして扱っています。
Okay, I mean, as you mentioned, the core theme for the story is very much that relationship of Noctis with his father Regis and how that plays out. But in order to really strengthen that core theme and widen it at the same time, that's the vertical relationship there. We're also looking at the horizontal relationships going out between Noctis and his three companions on his journey, and that really does reinforce and tie into the whole story there as well.
I'm also very curious about the VR demo that you showed yesterday. That came as a very big surprise, and I'm curious when that idea came to fruition and how long you've been working on it.
であとね、昨日展開してくださったVR デモも非常に気になったんですけど、全くびっくりして新しい情報でしたが、それいつぐらいの時点から考えてるでしょうか。
VR の研究自体は意外と以前から、続けているんです。もう1年以上基礎研究っていうのはやってました。
Okay, we've actually been researching and doing experimentation with VR for quite a while now. I think we actually started looking at it about a year ago when we started.
それこそいろんなそのヘッドセットがあるけれども、すべての種類に関して、研究はしてたんですね。
And obviously you've got all the different brands of headset and the VR companies making VR devices, and we really have looked at working on all of those.
で PSVR に関しては本当に機械のこういう機械のお話をいただいたのがごく最近で、とても短い時間で、とても少ない人数で今回はデモは制作してます。
And then for the PSVR demo that we released, we showed yesterday, that was actually created in a very short period of time with a very small breakaway team from the main team. So we haven't actually been working on that particular one for very long at all.
ほら、まだ製品のマスターアップがまだだから。そこに影響しないような範囲でしかまだやれてないんで。
I mean, because we haven't actually mastered up the main game yet, so we really had to make sure that the team and what their activities to the side weren't affecting the process to get the main game done. So we very much took care of that.
そういう意味でも今回のは本当にいい試作の機会をもらえたなっていうような感覚です。
But I feel we really have a really great opportunity to try something out and to get that out this time.
Was it difficult to begin developing in something that's so different? Because I've heard developers discuss things like, a certain scale of objects you have to adjust because the depth of field and perspective is so different. Your relationship changes to the environment. How has it been adapting to that new format?
私いろんな開発者から聞くんですけど、やはりその奥行きの表現とかそういうオブジェクトのスケーリングとかですね、いろいろ技術的なものがあると思うんですけども、そのVR というまだ正式に出してないものの開発に携わっているのはやはりいろいろと難しいのはあると思うんですが、いかがでしょうか。
そうですね。VR の独特のそのスケールがちゃんとそのヘッドセットをしたときに現実と同じスケールにまず合わせるっていうことが最初の一つのステップとしてあって、それから自分の目の感覚でしっかりとその景観がリアルに感じるような見え方にしていく。でもスペックは限られた中で実現しなきゃいけないので、その描画の機能的な取捨選択っていうのをすごく肉眼に感じる体験に合わせて取捨選択していくっていうところのノウハウが結構重要だなっていうのが最近分かってきた。
No, I mean, we have learned a lot recently, especially about how to make VR games. And certainly the first thing you have to do is to get that scale to fit with what you expect from a natural view with the naked eye. And then that depiction of how the world should look and to really and where the eyes move as well and how you can do that kind of visual field. And again, obviously we can't develop in an unlimited spec. There's technical limitations to what you can do. So to fit that in and get that very realistic sort of appeal and perspective in there is something that we have learned a lot about in working on it.
Will people who purchase Final Fantasy 15 on PlayStation 4 get the VR experience that you showed yesterday, or do they have to purchase it separately?
で製品版を買うお客さんはその、昨日見せてくださった VR のデモもプレイできるのか、それとも単独で発売するんでしょうか。
単独で発売することは全く考えてないですね。やっぱりあくまで今回のデモは15を購入してくれるファンにさらなる楽しみを作れるなと思って、 取り組んだことですね。なので、製品版の DLC か何かの形で提供したいなというふうに思っています。
No, we aren't thinking about marketing as a separate product at all. It really is something extra to be enjoyed by the people who purchased the game. So we're thinking probably going to be a DLC release later for the game or something like that.
That's great.
いや、
素晴らしいです。
買った人たちになるべく満足してもらいたいなというのが一つと、あとは買ってもらったからには長く楽しんでほしいなっていうのがすごく根っこにある考え方です。
No, I mean, it really is our core belief. There's the two things that, first of all, we should satisfy the people who buy the game that we've made as much as possible, and we also want them to play for as long as possible too. So it really does help with that and give them something extra.
Will it provide any story details, or is it purely like a side activity that doesn't impact the player's understanding of the
で
plot?
この VR デモっていうのはストーリー的な要素もあるのか、それともただ違う趣味のゲームプレイが楽しめるのか、どちらなんでしょう？
それはいい質問ですね。
That's a good question.
いわゆるそのストーリーの収録されたような、ね、いわゆる通常にあるエピソード系の DLC とは全然考え方は違います。
No, it's actually looked at in a very different way to a sort of standard story expansion-based DLC. It's not that kind of DLC. No.
今回は本当にあくまで試作ではあるし、VR に限定して、体験を作ってみたという VR 専用のコンテンツとして考えてやってみたもの、作ってみたもの。
No, we really did just look at it as a gameplay experience, as it were, and something that we could create to use the strength of VR and create something you can only do with VR. And it's still very much a prototype and a work in progress, but that was the main aim for it.
なのでゲームのある一部分をライブ体験できるとどれくらい楽しさが、味わえるのかということをアプローチしています。
So, I mean, the approach we took was to take one section of the main game itself and think, well, how can we make this as fun as possible and as great an experience as possible if you played it in VR? And it started from there, really.
It's such a big project. Obviously, the game has been worked on for years. There's extended universe stuff with movies and the anime and whatnot. But Tabata-san, what is the one thing that you're the most proud of in Final Fantasy 15?
もう非常に長い間開発されてきてるし、そのユニバースっていう作品群もあるんですけども、そのすべての中で田畑さんが本人自分個人で一番誇りに思っている部分は何なんでしょうか？
すべての中で、
はい、
すべての中ではFF15 という今回メインとなるそのゲームを最大限ユーザーの皆さんに楽しんでもらうためにすべてのユニバースが存在しているというところが僕は誇りに思います。ここまではっきりとした意思を持った明確な取り組みをこれだけの規模でやれているっていうのはすごく驚くべきことかなというふうに考えてますね。
No, I mean, personally, from my view, out of everything, I think it's that universe series of products in itself, and to be able to have them to expand on and allow people to enjoy the core game experience in as wide and as broad a way as possible. And this is a completely new kind of approach for us, and to be able to do this kind of thing on such a scale we've never done before, really. Just to do that is something I think it's surprising, and it's just a really, really great thing to do. So I'd say that whole universe set of products which tie into the game.
考えることはよくあってもなかなか実現しないじゃないですか。発売の前にいろんなものを準備して楽しみを最大化するっていうのは、だからそういう意味でも本当によく実現できたなっていうのはすごく感じてます。本当に各キーマンがしっかりとやってくれたなっていうふうに思ってます。
No, I mean, you often get these things. You've got lots of great ideas in your head, and you think about it, but it's very rare that you actually get to do them and make them reality.
Right.
So certainly being able to get that all ready and done before the release of the game and get that out as the whole wider experience, and certainly that also I feel that was a great thing that we could have done, and also the help and the efforts of all the key people working on those different projects really has come to fruition, I think.
Wonderful, just in time. September 30th, the game is out. Tabata-san, congratulations on Final Fantasy 15 and best of luck with the rest of development.
Yeah.
ありがとうございます。そしてもうそろそろ発売ということなので、その9月30日ということで残りの開発時間を楽しんでください。今日はありがとうございました。
どうもありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gavin as well, thank you for your time
Thank
as
you.
well.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just a few minutes. Vincent Pella's on to talk about Titanfall 2, so make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot. See you in a second.
You're watching the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads.
Back here again at the E3 2016 GameSpot War Room, and I'm Scott Butterworth. This is Timur Hussain. We're here to talk to you this time about Ghost Recon Wildlands, which we finally got a chance to play earlier today. Timur, how did you feel about our experience with the game?
Not too great. It left me wanting a lot. I think a big issue we have is that it doesn't seem to have very many mechanics. That it's a pre-alpha game. We should stress that. But when
Yes.
you go into a pre-alpha game, you kind of want there to be a core loop that intrigues you or gets us hooked into you. And at the moment, the only thing we kind of experienced was a very bare bones multiplayer shooter.
Right. Things like, missing textures or the graphics not being 100% perfect. Stuff like that's kind of forgivable in an alpha build. But it's a little worrying when the most advanced mechanic in a game is the ability to go prone. There really wasn't much to just the basic moment-to-moment mechanics of the game. I mean, you can pop a flying drone that will automatically mark enemies for you, but that's really the only tool in your tool belt that isn't just like shooting dudes. I mean, tell us a little bit about the mission that we went on today.
So the mission we went on, it's obviously Wildlands takes place in this vast open world, and it is huge. A lot of it's barren, but like that's the whole shtick. It's like you get this massive world and you go around.
Tons of vehicles.
Yeah, loads of vehicles. You use it to get around. So we started off on like a mountaintop area and infiltrated a little village town or something like that. And there was one guy we needed to capture and grab some intel off, and he was surrounded by some goons. And there was 4 of us playing, and we each highlighted one of the enemies to take out on the count of 3. We did that. The guy bolted, didn't go very far. It was like the shortest chase ever, and he hid in the most illogical place ever. Like no enemies to help him out, no fortifications. So we just kind of rolled in there and just grabbed him and interrogated him, and then jumped in a chopper and off we went. And that was kind of like a short mission that was supposed to introduce us, but I felt like wasn't impactful anyway. I didn't enjoy the shooting. I don't think it was challenging me to be tactical. I was just told by the Ubisoft representative to be tactical, and I was like, well, why would I ever do that if these guys are not really putting up much of an effort? They're all standing in the open. Like, there's no reason for me to be strategic about anything.
As you pointed out at the time, the Ghost Recon name sort of carries with it a little bit of weight and certain expectations of the kind of gameplay that comes along with that name. But yeah, none of that was really in the game so far. And even the core shooting was, not super satisfying at the moment. It all felt pretty light. I remember at one point getting shot and just not even really feeling threatened, just feeling confused by like, where am I even getting shot from? Exactly. There was no real tension to the moment-to-moment gameplay.
Yeah, and it's surprising because that's something they've worked out in a lot of their other games, and Ubisoft is a company that shares a lot of their ideas throughout their teams and projects, so it's not like we saw anything from Division in here. Division has, turn-based and cover-based combat, and it's got, Far Cry has a huge world systemic that people can, explore, and there's wildlife and that to interact with, but this has none of that. It's just a very, very, very basic third-person shooter. It doesn't even have cover mechanics, and that's the basics of strategy.
Yeah, I mean, certain parts of it worked well. I mean, we did have this sequence where we were flying around a chopper, shooting chain guns, but even then, it was difficult to tell what kind of impact we were really having on the world.
Sure, like things weren't exploding. There was none of that feedback. You couldn't see like the enemy thinning out or anything. It just felt like we were pummeling this area full of bullets and not doing much at all.
Yeah, not really seeing much of a result in any way. And I mean, again, to emphasize, this is just an alpha build, so there's plenty of time for the game to improve, but it is a little disappointing after this full year of waiting, after having learned about the game last year, there wasn't kind of more impact to what we saw today. So with any luck, the game will improve over the coming months, but for now, it's not living up to the expectations we had coming out of last year's E3.
Definitely.
But that said, we have plenty more games to show you this week, so please stick around GameSpot.com. We have plenty more to cover here at E3 2016.
Hey, what's up, folks? Welcome back to GameSpot's stage here at E3 2016. I'm delighted to be joined by the CEO of Respawn Entertainment, Mr. Vince Zampella. How you doing, Vince?
I'm doing well.
Let's do the handshake.
All right.
And maybe, you're gonna, see, we're mimicking each other with
Yes,
the.
sir.
E3's been on for a couple of days now, so the two of us are a little bit. I mean, you were up at a press conference 2 days ago showing off Titanfall, Titanfall 2. So you've had interviews non-stop now, right?
Yeah, it's we were just talking about it. It's really weird for me because the EA Play thing started on Sunday, so we've been doing demos and stuff Sunday, Monday. Today's the last day, and now everyone's just here all energized and woo, isn't it great? And I'm kind of like, I'm really tired.
You're done.
I don't know what to do. I feel like there's been a time shift.
Yeah. Congratulations on announcing Titanfall 2. A little bit of a squeaky leak just before you
that
went
was
live.
fun.
Not too bad to happen right before.
It was a few hours before, so there was a lot of buzz around it, which is good. I guess that means people wanted to see it, which makes me happy.
So let's talk about it. I mean, single player was always the sort of the people thought was missing from the first game. I mean, campaign multiplayer, it worked in what it was trying to do.
It was the number 2 most played mode.
behind
So,
behind
behind attrition, yeah.
Out of how many modes?
I don't even know now. We added
Right.
some and we took some. Yeah,
So what? So people were playing it.
people played it.
So you kind of solved the problem, which was the people who don't play single player, who only play multiplayer, and
Right.
the people who play single player never diving into the multiplayer. So in a way, does it feel weird that now you have a campaign? Because it seems to kind of pay off.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but at the same time, it brings. There are still a group of players that they want that offline experience. They want to be able to play at their own pace, and as you get busier and busier in life, it makes sense. There's games where I'm like,
Right.
I play it in 30-minute chunks over the course of weeks. So, giving that experience to players, ultimately we spend years of our lives pouring everything we have into something.
Yeah.
The more people that can see it, the better.
And it must have been flattering that there was a lot of people coming out of Titanfall 1 being, okay, you know what, I like this game for what it is in terms of its mechanics, but there is a universe here and I kind of want to know more about what's going on in it. So that
Absolutely.
must have felt good to go into Titanfall 2 and be like, okay, here you go.
Yes.
So in terms of that story, what are we looking at? Where does Titanfall 2's campaign sort of take place?
It takes place after Titanfall 1. It's not a direct sequel, so that's
Right.
I think important to note is that you don't have to have played the original. You can pick this game up and jump right into it. It's fine, which is important, especially since we're coming to the PS4 now. So there's
Right.
we have all our Xbox fans, who we do love. We're not abandoning. we love you guys. Thank you for everything. But now we want to add more. We want to add more players to the mix. So it was important to make sure this thing was kind of standalone. So the campaign takes place at some point after that. There will be some recurring characters, but it's not a direct sequel in that way.
Yeah, you'll be filling in the blanks for anyone
Yes.
who's never played it. So let's talk about the Titans. From what I've seen, I haven't played it, from my cursory glimpses as a fan of the first game, it looks like the Titans are sort of, they're more individualized. They look like they're maybe more powerful sort of in what they do in terms of the Titans in the previous games. There's going to be 6 new ones as well. Can you speak to sort of their abilities and their role within the battlefield?
Right. So, in the previous game, a Titan fight, you kind of go in, you don't know what you're getting because the loadouts change.
Yeah.
In this game, all the Titans are very bespoke. So it's, you go up against, like the two we're showing today, Scorch and Ion. Scorch is, flame-based. He's very distinct. When you see him off in the distance, there's a visual cue of I know what fight I'm getting into. I mean, it's more like kind of like a Street Fighter approach where you say,
Right.
I know what I'm fighting. I can adjust my play style in this fight now and go in, and it's a more strategic fight, so it feels better.
Okay, so presumably then there are some Titans which are better against other Titans. Is that or are there tactics that you can employ with each individual one?
Yeah, there's tactics that you will employ differently based on what you're fighting.
So are you trying to get those Titan fights to maybe be a little bit longer than they were in the first game? I mean, so much of the first game was, trying to get like 2-on-1 situations or,
Right.
or trying to sort of use the map to your advantage. Are you trying to make a sort of a fighting game element there of like back and forth? Or?
Not necessarily super long,
Right.
but we just want it to be more strategic. Instead of just like, I'm going to run up and we're going to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots, until somebody dies. It's, I can approach this a little more smartly and maybe I can have an advantage over you. I can beat you.
There must be a design challenge in trying to design another 6 Titans within this game and have them be visibly noticeable to have those cues.
Yeah, I mean, we have these, so we have 6 new ones, but 6 total.
Okay.
So these are evolutions.
These are
of
the new
original.
Titans.
Right.
Got it.
But yes, it's about putting them new in there. We have to balance them, visually, so that they're very distinct. We have to balance the gameplay. We have to balance the gameplay versus other Titans. We have to balance the gameplay versus pilots. We have, so
Yeah.
it's always a delicate, kind of dance.
And you were careful in your messaging on the first game to sort of not overload gamers with all of the information up front about the various different types. So I kind of feel like maybe I'm wandering into an area of no response. But in terms of the soldiers then, the on-foot action, we've also seen a bunch of unique abilities happening there as well. Can you talk to some of those abilities and are those class-based or are those pickups? How is that working?
There are more class-based, but you'll be able to customize somewhat. But like you see, we have the grappling hook in this, which is an ability you'll pick. Not everyone has the grappling hook.
Okay.
So you have to choose if you want to play that. And that adds to it, just kind of a natural extension in some ways of the, you can do the wall running, the double jumping, the, all this vertical gameplay. The grappling hook just fits really nicely kind of into that whole system. And then we have other things like the blade, where you can kind of see. And this affects your team as well. So now you take this, you throw it out there, other people can see where enemies are.
Right. It's what does it feel like? You guys were kind of first out the gate with the player movement thing. Like you were like, okay, you know, you have worked on some very prestigious first-person games in the past. You have a new company. You want to make a mark. Titanfall was very much a new way of playing first-person shooters, and then you sort of saw Call of Duty end up going that direction. I mean, we now live in a world, we're talking about grappling hooks, and presumably you guys have all this stuff done before, but now we're now looking at a world where Cliff Blazinski's game's got a grappling hook in it. It's like Quake 2 mod has come back all over again. I mean, Overwatch as well. What does it feel like being sort of you were the harbingers of this new player movement thing, and we're enjoying this amazing like first-person renaissance now?
Yeah, I think it's a natural evolution of, you know, as players get better, they want something new, and one of the natural places to go is that movement and kind of make it more free. So I think it's just, you know, I think it was bound to happen.
Yeah. What's it been like working on the campaign stuff as well? Has the team at Respawn grown? Have you I mean, you're also working on a Star Wars game as well that we've seen. So that's very interesting. Have you guys grown? Has it been good to get back into that? Did you miss it? Because I mean, Call of Duty single players for years, the best ones were ones that you worked on. So it must be fun to get back into that.
It is fun to be able to kind of tell the story a different way, and it was, you know, we have a lot of designers who have, you know, a lot of experience kind of in telling these stories, so letting them, you know, go wild and kind of make these snippets of things that later ended up becoming pieces of the game, like new mechanics and things that you'll only find in the single player. And there's some amazing pieces. You know, I'd prefer people not to know about them till the game ships. I know that's probably not really likely to happen, but the longer we can keep it under wraps, the better. But there's some just like amazing moments where like we have some gameplay twists that I didn't necessarily expect, and we've had some prototypes and proof of concepts, and they were just fantastic.
And have you guys learned a lot in terms of the sort of the map design through doing your DLC stuff? Does the new sort of player movement mechanics, has that changed the way you guys are approaching map design as well? Because we're seeing a lot in the trailer of like familiar stuff where it's like, oh yes, okay, windows placed beside walls to jump that way. But is there new sort of interesting ways to move around those maps?
I think we learned a lot just from, you know, making the last game and seeing what worked, and then doing some DLC and refining that even more. So I think, you know, the designers have gotten really good at kind of making those worlds work. You add new things like the grappling hook, you have to account for that and make, you know, make sure there's new ways to use that take advantage of it, but at the same time, some people might not have it. So you have to make sure it works on both levels.
You guys are coming out in a pretty busy month as well. I mean, was it March of 2014 was when Titanfall launched?
That's right.
It's kind of in its own little pocket. It got a lot of like eyes on it. You're within a week now of Battlefield and The Last Guardian. The Elder Scrolls is the same week. Infinite Warfare is a week afterwards. Is there a worry that like all this first-person nonsense is happening at the same time, and that you guys don't have that breath of air you had last time?
I mean, there are people that, you know, they can't buy every game.
Right.
So they'll have to choose. So, you know, we hope they choose ours.
Yeah.
You know, the more games, the better for me. I want to play them all, so.
What's it been like? I guess we talk about Titanfall, probably in the press there's always this, you know, we like to sort of like say, okay, that was the narrative of that game. And Titanfall, when I talked to my peers here, was a game that a lot of us played very intensely for a month or 2 months. And it felt like there was a drop-off. Is that the case with users on Titanfall? Also, is that something you particularly care about? I mean, holding someone's attention for that long is pretty good, right?
It kind of goes both ways. If you can hold someone's attention for a couple of months, that is pretty good.
Yeah.
But for a multiplayer game, you know, you really want, the longer you can keep them, the better. You know, you want that player base to grow with you, and you kind of, you know, serve them new content and have a giant community around you. So I think we really did look at that, you know, where there was more of a drop-off than we wanted on the last game, and we've addressed that with, you know, kind of a deeper progression system and more mechanics. I think it's a much more rounded gameplay experience, which, you know, it's okay, we were able to put the first game out there and then learn from it and iterate on it and improve things. So, you know, it's easier to do coming around the second time, but it's such a much better, more polished experience.
Right.
Even the first game, which, you know, we love. It's a huge success for us. 12 million unique players. I mean, that's, you know, that's great.
On basically on one platform as
on
well.
Xbox
you know,
One and PC
as well.
So
Microsoft are doing this sort of cross-buy thing. Play anywhere. Are you guys going to do that with Titanfall 2 on PC and Xbox One, or?
Probably not. I think you have to be a Windows 10 specific game, and we're not. So
okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And what's it like getting onto PlayStation as well? I mean, was this always the plan to sort of get the first one out? You know, you were a fledgling studio again. I mean, you've got an incredible amount of experience, but it was a new first-person IP, which is never a surefire win, and a new studio. You managed to do it. Was the plan always to do PS4 and always to do a campaign once you sort of had that win behind you?
On the platform side, we kind of always assumed we would, expand out the platforms. We want more players. We were going to launch on Xbox One, just because it was, like you said, we were a startup. We were able to focus on getting the mechanics of the game right and not worry about multiple platforms and the bigger development side. For single player, we actually looked at it for the first game, and you look at the problems that come with all this extra movement, and how do you solve that, and how do you make the game fun? And we decided to focus the energy on multiplayer and put the story elements kind of in there and experiment with something new. And I think, while it went pretty well, there's still a limit of the number of people that want to play that.
Right. I guess it's interesting looking at the first person space now, because for years it seemed like there was not much in terms of imagination, and now we're having this incredible renaissance of almost harpening back to the late 90s in terms of some of the mechanics and movement and whatnot. Where do you think Titanfall 2's sort of uniqueness comes from? What is it that you guys are doing that you don't see in any of these other multiplayer shooters or military shooters or like that?
I don't know. For us, it's just about creating an experience that we love to play and we think is great. So I don't know. I don't really look at it that way necessarily. I mean, we play other games and we see other games, and sometimes we're influenced, on things we should do or shouldn't do based on what we see. But ultimately, it's about creating an experience that we're proud of. We have an amazing team that works their ass off to bring these things out, and if we're proud of it, then we hope other people will enjoy it as well.
Cool. I also want to get your take on Scorpio and what Microsoft are doing with their sort of split generation or iterating within a generation. You've been around the industry for a long time. What is your take on it? Do you think it'll be easy for developers to do that as it is for scalability in PC, or do you foresee problems for that? Are you looking at Titanfall 2 even with that in mind?
We are. I think, coming from a PC background in a lot of ways, I think you're used to that, kind of scaling things based on, people have different graphics cards or CPU power. So it'll be interesting to see if we get this, bringing more people in instead of ending an era of one console and moving on to the next, and you kind of leave a bunch of people behind. Now it's much like you do with a phone. It's like I get a new phone, I give the old one to my kids. So now, are you going to give the old console to your nephew or your will it expand out and bring more people in and have give us more people to kind of serve? And hopefully that's the case.
Have you considering virtual reality at all? I mean, you're coming out on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, perhaps you're doing something, PC, there's 1,000,001 headsets. Is that something you don't even want to touch at the moment?
Right now we're focused on getting the game done.
Right.
So that's ultimately the experience has to be good. We've, teased around, done some things where, like the game runs in VR and standing next to a Titan as it's moving around and seeing the scale is stunning. I think right now the movement in the game is maybe not conducive to not vomiting.
Okay, yeah.
But as things get better and we see how people solve problems, I think there's going to be some amazing advancements.
Good stuff. We're excited to play Titanfall 2, Vince. When is it out and on what platforms?
It's out on October 28th, which I think is important because if you saw our collector's edition, it's the wearable helmet.
Okay, yeah,
so I expect to see a lot of pilots this Halloween.
Awesome.
And it'll be on PS4, Xbox One, and PC.
Good stuff. Vincent Pell, thank you so much for coming on GameSpot Stage. Always a pleasure.
My pleasure.
Cool. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We have a bunch of other wonderful interviews coming up. Ed Boon is in the house for Injustice 2. We'll be back in 5 minutes. See you then.
Hey guys, Rob here, and I'm joined by Mike.
What's up, Rob?
Hello, who's been to see Titanfall 2, right?
Yeah, we both played it.
Yeah, you actually got an interview with Vince as well.
Yeah, Vince Sempella and Drew McBoyd were there to talk to me afterwards about what we played, what Titanfall 2 was doing that Titanfall 1 didn't, and kind of just a slew of details that kind of just all collided with us.
So you played a couple of games. Overall, what do you think?
It's just as fluid, which is an overused term now, but like when you're talking about Titanfall, you could say it's still fluid. There are a bunch of new abilities that you could see upsetting the balance, but from the 2 matches I played, they very well play into that whole overarching kind of like get into your mech, grapple hook someone else, kick him, jump down, switch to your heavy weapon. It still feels very much like this great moment-to-moment gameplay that Titanfall had. Me and you were talking about, is there enough that's different to really warrant a sequel?
Yeah, that's my concern because I played one game of it and I thought it was amazing. I was really excited playing it. But then coming back to the War Room here, E3, I thought, do you know what? The first game was exciting for the exact same reasons. And I'm wondering if it has done enough to be different from the first game. What do you think?
So I think the main thing that they're doing, there's 6 Titans now. None of them are the ones we played in the first game. They're all they're more superpowers, right? They're all kind of designed around these certain themes. Like Ion, the one that I played, is like all laser abilities. You can throw down these laser trip mines that destroy pilots really easily.
Pretty cool.
You have a shoulder-mounted, really like quick burst laser cannon. Like one person grapple hooked, I hit him right out of the sky.
Awesome.
It was one of my better moments. But then you have his ultimate ability, which is like it's just this charged chest laser that just destroys other Titans.
Oh my goodness.
So that's where Vince Zampella was saying that it's going to become almost like a Street Fighter thing. They said like fighting games were a big influence. Like you see, it's got a visual vocabulary. You'll see an Ion come around the corner, see his chest laser charging, and you're like, I'm not gonna be able to block that. Get back around the corner, get ready to use my, throw my mines down. It's really a preemptive kind of combat.
Almost like a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, or like I guess like chess, like a light chess games, kind of like thinking maybe like a step ahead. You can kind of see flames coming around the corner. You're like, oh, they're using Scorch the Titan. My shield's not gonna really work well against him. I should back off. Hopefully my buddy comes in. There's a lot more forethought involved here.
Right, and from the trailer we also saw a bit of Titan Kung Fu.
Yeah.
Did you engage in any Kung Fu?
No, unfortunately, the Titans we got to use didn't have the melee ability, like the deflection. Yeah.
Mine either.
No.
I couldn't do it either. Okay, and overall, I mean, I think the Titanfall 1, great game, a lot of fanfare on its release, but then after a few months, the community sort of fell off a cliff, didn't it, a little bit?
So they're trying to implement this longevity, right, with an RPG progression system. The person doing it with Titanfall 2 was the one who introduced that 9 years ago with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare.
Oh, Prestige, you mean?
Like a Prestige system, kind of, this RPG progression within the shooter structure. They didn't tell me too many details about that, but you're hoping like the PS4 players now, it's not just Xbox One, are gonna help maintain that multiplayer base past just a few weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
Mike, fantastic work. Stay tuned to GameSpot. It's been to see Titanfall 2, right?
Yeah, we both played it.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. Daniel Dwyer here, hosting a bunch of very cool demos, joined by Peter Brown, and very happy to have the creative director of NetherRealm Studios, Mr. Ed Boon, Noobside himself. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm very good. I really appreciate you having us here, too.
No problem. Sorry for the little bit of a delay. We had to make sure all the superheroes were ready.
Yes.
Injustice 2.
Yes.
You guys are back, coming out some stage in 2017.
Yeah.
What's it like getting back on Injustice? It's like every time you release a game, you just have like a palate cleanser and you're onto a new franchise.
Yeah, exactly. You know, in Mortal Kombat and Injustice are so different from each other. You know, it's kind of like, it taps into different parts of our creative brains that we can put all the blood aside and put into the go into superhero mode. With the first Injustice, there's inevitably characters that we couldn't include,
right?
And a lot of really angry, passionate players demanding that they have it, and so this is a good opportunity for us to do that. Like these Atrocitus, Gorilla Grodd, Supergirl. These are the characters that we're kind of introducing here, as well as this big, what we're calling the gear system for the game.
What's that selection process like? Because obviously it involves you, it involves the vocal fans, and then presumably it also involves DC. So how do you come out to get your sort of full deck of characters?
We usually come up with a list that's like 80% of what we ended up being. As we write the story, we have these very detailed kind of cinematic stories that we do. The writers, need characters that they can, a certain amount of villains, certain amount of heroes, and, we want to be able to accommodate that. And DC also, joins the conversation. And then, of course, the passionate players who really let their points be heard on Twitter and social media.
And through the mailbox and shouting outside your house, I'm sure, and everything.
Exactly.
We're having a look at some gameplay right here. Gorilla Grodd already going at it.
Yes, two of the new additions to our roster. Gorilla Grodd, who's the villain of the Flash, and Atrocitus, who was kind of like a big, angry, bloody Red Lantern, kind of almost like the opposite of Green Lantern, who's and Atrocitus is kind of like an anti-hero, but he's got a lot of anger issues, and but they're so far two of our big brawler characters. Grodd's kind of interesting in that he has these kind of big gorilla ape moves, but he also has kind of telekinetic moves, which is like kind of like a Kenshi or an Ermac or something like that. It's a great combination of the two.
We'll talk about the gear system in a second, but how is the fighting developed? Is it very much similar to Injustice, the first one we played 2 years ago?
The groundwork is Injustice. I mean, we're with every game we try to add layers for players to kind of learn and master. Like a lot of these. The fighting game tournaments, the hardcore guys, we're really into the whole esports thing. We've been doing with Mortal Kombat X and the first Injustice. We've been participating pretty heavily into the tournament scene, and so we've added a number of kind of like lower level stuff that some players may never quite experience, but the hardcore guys who really want to dig deep can really devour.
And talk to us a little bit about the gear system. So how does this work? Is it just like unlocks? Is it purely aesthetic?
Sure, it's gear, and probably in the simplest of terms, I would describe gear as costume pieces that actually power up your character. So when you finish a fight, we're going to have these drops where basically, and the victory screen also rewards you with this gear, and you have the choice of equipping your character with that gear or not. And so there's a molding, so to speak, of as you keep getting gear, you keep deciding if you want to use it, and you want to focus on offense or defense or enhance certain moves or unlock certain moves, and you'll see here that the gear is being rewarded. And the player has the opportunity to equip their character with that gear right away, or to kind of save it in a like a
vault or
exactly, and then they can equip their player for certain missions or something like that if they really want to beef up their defense or offense or enhance this one move or something like that. And that kind of customization really results in visually and gameplay wise, it's your Grodd, it's your Superman, your Batman, your Aquaman, and that's really the kind of foundation of what we're building our main gameplay around.
Go for a bit.
I've got a question. Who is this rocket-powered cat that keeps flying in from Atrocitus?
He is also, Atrocitus is a Red Lantern. There's a whole spectrum of colors, and he is actually another Red Lantern. His name is Dexstar. It's part of the DC lore, and they're kind of they kind of work together. And so we incorporated him into the fighting. He shoots projectiles.
Oh yeah, look.
He does all these.
Oh man,
he's adorable.
He is.
And then and we have a.
You're speaking to a good crowd here as well. Two of us are cat lovers.
Yeah, and so it's awesome. People who know the Atrocitus, kind of backstory and lore will really appreciate his cameo there.
How is the gear stuff going to play into what you were talking about earlier with esports? Are you going to lock that stuff out? Is it,
Yeah, well, certainly, with the gameplay changes are you're going to have a significantly more powerful version of Superman after you've been, gearing him up and leveling him up. So we will obviously have something to level things out for things like tournaments and whatnot, because you don't want to have, somebody coming in with a level 50 Superman against a level 1, Batman or something like that. But we certainly have plans to do like a more level playing field version.
DC are also keeping pretty busy on their own media front. The development of Batman vs Superman, has that affected your development at all, or like even Supergirl, like what they're doing there? Has any of that sort of bled into what you're doing in Injustice?
No. I mean, a lot of what we do is kind of we draw inspiration from the comics and the movies, and the animated shows is a really big one too. But pretty much the development of our stuff is independent of the movies and all that.
Yeah. And it must be fun, I guess. Second time around, there's probably a bit more trust there as well. They've seen what you've done. Like previously, it was like, okay, these crazy Mortal Kombat devs are gonna take our DC characters and make them rip each other's throats out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, when we were pitching the first game, one of the things I would always say is like, we have no intention of tearing Batman's head off. We have no intention of doing anything, Mortal Kombat like. Our studio is filled with, superhero fans, and so we just love this kind of stuff. With some of the moves we come up with are drawn on inspiration on something we might have seen in the animated series or something like that, and so we love these kind of nods to the stuff. Anybody who's a fan of these characters, you're really going to see how much we love the characters too.
Peter, I know you're a massive Mortal Kombat fan as well. 8 out of 10 on GameSpot. We gave Mortal Kombat X.
We did, yes.
Last year.
Yeah, and actually, I'm very curious. I understand the different series, obviously, but what did developing Mortal Kombat X, and then the reception that followed, how did that inform your approach to Injustice 2, if at all? I have to imagine there's some sort of
after every game, we can kind of take a step back and kind of, ask ourselves, what resonated with people, what could we have done better, and we always kind of accumulate that stuff and put it into it. One of the things that we've always wanted to do, as a studio, what we're always kind of moving towards is allowing the player to have more control over their character. And so, with Mortal Kombat X, we were like, okay, we're going to make 3 versions of these characters.
Right.
You get to choose which one you like. They have differences that in terms of their style of gameplay, letting them select it. Now we're kind of like taking the next step of saying, okay, these variables that we're messing with, we're going to give you access to these variables and let you change things around. And then that kind of inspired like the leveling things up. And so this is really like a overall big picture direction that we're going with fighting games. We really feel like, the more customization and things that players feel like they're involved in growing of these characters, the more, it's just a more fun experience.
Does the gear system purely work within the limits of the game, or is there a microtransactions element to that as well?
No, well, we haven't. Honestly, we're really just getting the whole system up and ready. But we haven't really had any discussions about like microtransactions and whatnot. I think big picture-wise, we really want an experience that is just long-lasting. We just want somebody to, like, when you start playing your game, your Supergirl is just a completely different character than what it ends up being. gameplay-wise and visually. You know, it's not a create a character thing. We definitely don't want to like give the impression like we're, you know, changing the nose shape and doing all these kind of things like that. But as far as like, you know, the way you want your character to play, it is still fundamentally Supergirl, but it is, you know, you controlling the variables that we're exposing to you.
You guys have got a sort of a great little staple of games that people are enjoying in terms of fighting games. You've got the Mortal Kombat series, which has come to life in the past 5 years again. You've got Injustice. Are you guys sort of locked into those now on a biannual cycle?
It's been that way so far, but I don't think we've had like this kind of big picture plan. That's just how it's kind of worked out. You know, it's interesting, you know, with Mortal Kombat X, we've had the most downloadable characters, you know. Pretty recently, we were introduced, you know, Alien and Leatherface and all that stuff. And so
Triborg.
Exactly. And those have been featured in, like, we just had the ESL tournament this last Saturday. You know, it was like $200,000 in prizes. And I was there, and it was the first time that I was like, you know, we were talking about Mortal Kombat, and then Injustice has since been introduced, so I was bouncing between the two games. But I think as we continue to support these games for a longer period of time, that may affect, you know, the release of the next game. Just because we really want the games just to be a longer lasting experience and new content coming.
Is there going to be a really large, robust story mode like we saw in Mortal Kombat?
Yes, absolutely. You know, every game we really try to kind of up the previous ones as far as like that whole cinematic presentation, and then it sets up the fight, and then the player participates with that. We're adding some really cool twists that we're gonna probably towards the end of the year we'll be talking a little bit more about the story mode and some of the changes we're making to it. But it is going to have that really, you know, that big cinematic experience.
And are all these sort of like story details therein concocted by your team, or are they pulled directly from the comics and the animated?
Well, it is from this universe that I guess we kind of you know, created. You know, DC it's awesome how they have the multiverse.
Yeah.
So we can say, okay, in our version of the multiverse, Superman's this dictator, Batman's taking him down, you know, Superman kills Shazam, and all of these things. And that has kind of spawned the comic book, which has been like, it's become like this its own thing, which has really elaborated on that lore. So we're going to continue in that story.
Gotcha.
And continue that whole thing. So the comic was like the pre-chapter. First game is the first chapter. Second game is the second chapter. It's a lot of cool stuff to it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you get involved in that stuff yourself a lot? Mortal Kombat always feels like it has a lot of Ed Boon in it in terms of, I mean, like these are characters who you've been crafting for, you know, 20 years, I guess.
Yeah, over 20 years.
Is it the same for Injustice as well? Or is
yeah. You know, I mean, it's you know, like I said, we have a studio of 150 people who just love superhero things, and so it's all big collaborative effort in terms of the story writing, the game features, you know, the design, what the characters do. It's a very involved process. You know, we have in Mortal Kombat, we have fatality meetings. Somebody stands up, talks about how, and
I think you should rip out his butthole. Is that what it's like?
I don't think that's ever been said, but stuff to that nature.
I should get in those
hire
meetings.
Danny.
I got loads of those.
You should attend.
They're all butthole related though.
There's a bunch of questions coming through from the chat as well, mostly about is X in game, but also some other folks wondering, are you guys going to be using GGPO? For this as well?
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up. You know, one of the things that Mortal Kombat XL introduced was this rollback system that, you know, dramatically improves the online experience. Everything that we've learned, we're applying into Injustice 2, so it's going to have a great online netcode.
How many characters were in Injustice at launch?
I think we started with 24 and we added 6, and then we ended with like 30, not including like some of the guest skins and stuff like that.
So presumably you're going to do something similar for Injustice
at the very least. You know, MK9, Injustice, MKX have all added to the previous games in terms of DLC characters and kind of long-term support, and we plan on continuing that direction with Injustice.
What do you think the sweet spot is for that? Because obviously, like, gamers are very, you know, reticent when it comes to DLC and thinking like, oh, you know, I bought this game for X amount and it doesn't have everything I want. But I haven't seen that much of a backlash with those games specifically. Is there some sort of trick to it? Is it about having a decent amount of characters that they want up front, or?
I think like we've never had like a character that was on the disc done,
Right.
and we asked you to when we release the game, we are knee deep in working on the DLC,
Right.
and so and just in order to release a game that has more characters like that, we have to do we have to continue working on it. It's like a long process after the game is launched.
All right. And we have some more gear here. What type of gear are we looking at? Chest
so,
plates, crowns.
Yeah, Kryptonian crown. Superman. There's like this headgear that he that actually represents one of the looks that he has in our stories. Like he's a little bit more of a dictator. And so we have elements that let you kind of craft Superman that looks like that. We have a chest that is the Red Sun Superman. You can equip your guy with that and have him look like that. So you notice that Superman's wearing it now, and so that enhances. You can do things like have a little bit more damage with environment, or a little bit more blocking damage, or enhance a certain special move. You can unlock a special move. It's really like I said, it really gets customized.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking time to join us here on the GameSpot stage. When will we be playing Injustice 2?
You will definitely be playing in 2017, and we'll probably narrow it down in a few months.
Sometime next year.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate your time.
it.
Thank you very much for watching. We have loads more games coming up over the next couple of hours. Watch Dogs 2, Tekken 7, Dead Rising 4. We're also getting The Legend of Zelda up here. Tekken 7 as well. That's coming out next year too. Just the two of you though. But stick around. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Stay there. Cool. Yeah, sorry, got plugged out. Hey, what's up, folks? Welcome back to GameSpot at E3 2016. I'm very happy to be joined by Taylor Kurosaki, Narrative Director at Infinity Ward. Sir, pleasure to have you here.
Thanks, Danny.
We're here to talk about Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Correct.
It was wonderful seeing some of the single-player action yesterday. I'm a big Call of Duty fan going back. Recent years, like a lot of people, I've sort of like waned a bit on the single-player stuff and playing mostly multiplayer. But it seemed like there was a real great sort of breath of fresh air in what we saw in terms of the gameplay. What's it like having people react to that?
Oh, it's been great. It's been great. We've been waiting to show some gameplay to the fans, and I'm just glad we finally got to put it out there. And the reactions have been great. Yeah, we really wanted to put a push on the single-player component of the game, and really put a focus on narrative. You know, we really want to tell a deep, character-driven story about war. I mean, war is such an incredibly rich genre to work in, and so really what we were going for is the story of leadership and the burden of leadership. In most shooters, you are playing as the new guy.
Right.
And in this game, you're playing as a captain. You are in command of the UNSA carrier Retribution, and you have thousands of crew that you are leading into battle on a terribly dire day where the very survival of the Earth is threatened by an implacable enemy, the Settlement Defense Front.
War stories are difficult to do. I mean, often video games trivialize war quite a bit. You know, some games have attempted to sort of jump into the other side, like Spec Ops: The Line, for instance. How did you come to sort of tackle this? I guess pushing this into the future sort of does distance yourself from the burden of responsibility somewhat. But yeah, as somebody who's like, your core sort of job is to write a story about what is essentially the worst possible human thing. What's the sort of challenge with that? How do you figure that one out?
Sure. Well, we don't think we sidestepped anything with our setting. Our setting is really there to give us some really incredible new gameplay opportunities and some new mechanics that we just couldn't do if we were limited to ground.
Right.
But in terms of the story and talking about war, I mean, what war is it's an incredible pressure. It puts incredible pressures on people, and how they react to those pressures reveals their true character. So we're not sidestepping it, we're not trivializing it. These are soldiers, that is their job, that's what they do. And how they respond to these pressures that are put on them throughout the course of the game is what's really interesting. You know, as far as we're concerned, how they interact with their crew, and how they get through this.
What's it like? Are you guys working on one single protagonist this time around? I mean,
yes.
You are. What's that been like? Because I mean, a lot of the game, you know, it's not. You guys have done it before in recent years as well. But you know, oftentimes the war stories can be more easily told with different perspectives.
Sure.
So, what type of story are you telling this time around?
Well, our story is totally focused on the burden of leadership. You, like I said, you're the captain. You have thousands of crew at your command, and you have to not just fight for the guy next to you, which is a very, very common theme in war stories. Yeah. In this case, the mission comes first. That is the theme. The mission above all comes first. And that is the burden that only a true leader has to feel. Are we looking at some of this?
Yeah. This is hot action right here.
This is some of the stuff we showed last night at the Sony press conference. And what it's really showing you is you get to choose where your carrier goes. A thing that we're really pushing on is, if we're going to tell a story about leadership, well, you've got to be a leader. And if you're going to be a leader, that means making choices and making decisions. And one of those key decisions you get to make is choose where your carrier goes. You certainly have missions that are given to you by command, but you ultimately get to choose when you do those missions and when you put your carrier out there to take on enemy ships, targets of opportunity, and so forth.
So it's not a directly linear game then? There's some element of agency within that story?
There is. We're telling a very, very deep, immersive narrative that requires that it's an authored experience. So the overall arc is linear, but yet you do have choice to take on side missions, and you can learn more about the enemy. You can learn more about the crew that you play alongside. You can steal enemy tech. You can, again, this is a devastating sneak attack on Earth. And so the Retribution has not had time to resupply. So you're just scraping and clawing and trying to find every edge you can get to win this war.
Is a lot of that stuff, is it kind of come in the form of like optional side missions or missions within missions? How does it kind of work?
It's there's a lot of optional side missions that the player can choose to undertake or not. And we really feel that having that choice is what really gives people that feeling of leadership. We want to put you in those boots.
Am I right in hearing that Kit Harington is the antagonist in this game?
He is one of the faces of the enemy, yes.
What's that been like working with him?
He's great. He's great. I think he was really excited to finally get to play a villain.
Right, yeah. Apparently he doesn't like being a heartthrob much. Not something I can
really... It's tough,
really...
isn't it? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Poor guy.
Me too.
And I guess how difficult you've worked on, Uncharted and whatnot. You came from Naughty Dog. You've been sort of inserted into IW to help them tackle the sort of adding story to. I mean, they've always been rich single player experiences in the Call of Duty franchise. But what has been your biggest, I guess, challenge in trying to add rich story to Call of Duty? Because these are essentially games about moment-to-moment bombast. So how do you find the time to tell a story within there without essentially creating just long cutscenes between each level?
Sure. Well, you have to make the time. But ultimately, the bombast and the set pieces and the action moments you talk about, that's what's so exciting about being able to tell a story in the Call of Duty universe. Those moments are so incredible and so spectacular that if we can infuse real characters that you care about into those scenarios, then those moments are going to just play even better.
Do you think the player's going to empathize with the Earth that is happening? Like, how far in the future are we talking about? What's happening within this Earth economy that's causing this problem right now?
Well, what's happening is we have reached the end of being able to sustain the Earth from the materials that the Earth provides. We are out of, and this is all real stuff. In 50 years, people say we're going to be out of things like tin. And you need those kinds of materials to make semiconductors, for example. And so our jumping off point for the story was what happens, how does the Earth continue to sustain itself when some of those rare Earth materials have been used up? And it's been said that the first trillionaire will be the person who successfully mines an asteroid.
Right, yeah.
And brings those materials back to Earth. And so when you have that kind of money at stake and those kinds of stakes, right, the lifeblood of life on Earth, there's going to be crime, there's going to be greed, and there's going to be conflict. And so that seemed like the perfect scenario to set our game in.
How far ahead in the future are we talking about?
We're not talking about a specific year.
Okay.
The thing is, when you talk about a specific year, you'll ask one person, how far in the future do you think this is? And they'll say 20 years.
Yeah.
You ask another person, he says, it's 1,000 years. And so you can never, ever get it right. And so in the same way that, in the same great history of people like James Cameron, we just don't talk about a year.
It's happening Yeah. I guess the question I have in relation to that is, do cultures as we understand them today still exist?
Yes.
Are there Europeans and Americans?
Yes.
Because that's often a thing that in future sci-fi, those little touches make you sort of connect with characters in a way that you wouldn't otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is, sure, we're not talking about the year that it takes place in, but it's going to be a relatable, recognizable Earth that you're going to see touchstones of in our future. And our crew of the Retribution, this crew that Captain Reyes has to lead, it's made up of people from all different nations, all different cultures and backgrounds, and they are all united together against this common foe. So we have people from Great Britain, we have people from, we have an Irish.
Yes, underrepresented.
An Irish Marine.
Love it.
Corporal Brooks.
Okay, I like it.
Played by the lovely Jason Berry.
Wonderful.
He's an incredible actor and an incredible member of our cast, and he truly, embodies a soldier's soldier.
Yeah.
He's a guy you want fighting next to you when the Settlement Defense Front decides to attack.
I genuinely get a thrill whenever there's an Irish character. It doesn't happen very often, so I appreciate it.
I think you're going to like this one.
What else are you going to be teasing out over the next couple of months? It was great to see the single player. I mean, people are starting to get context for what this is in terms of the characters. I mean, ultimately, people never really connect with the characters until they play the game.
Yep.
What are you going to be teasing out over the next couple of months as we sort of ramp
our
up
next
to launch?
big thing is going to be COD XP.
Right.
We're returning back to COD XP.
I was at the first one.
Yeah.
Great to
Did you
have
like
it
it?
back. I did. It was actually, I was way better than I was expecting. It was so sort of directed to the fans, and also it was weird to have Kanye West and Dropkick Murphys play on the same stage within a night of each other.
Yeah.
But it was cool. It was paintball and
it's going to be awesome. It's September 2nd through the 4th at the Forum in Los Angeles. And I can guarantee you it's going to be an incredible experience. And we're going to talk a lot more about multiplayer and about zombies and all of that stuff there.
Awesome. Taylor Kursaki, thank you so much for coming on stage and talking to us about Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Thanks, Danny.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah,
all right, you stick around. We've got loads more games coming up. Dominic Gay from Ubisoft is coming on to talk about Watch Dogs 2 in just a minute. So stick around. We'll be back in a second. Welcome back to GameSpot at E3 2016. I am very happy to be happy. That's how happy I am, Dominic. I cannot wait to talk to you. Watch Dogs 2. You were executive producer on the project?
I'm senior producer.
And you worked on the first game as well?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Very excited to talk to you. We were talking briefly before we went live about the first game, and it was a game that I think there was a lot of anticipation behind, and some people thought that it fell sort of short of the quality thresholds that we were sort of hoping that game would be. What was it like after the first Watch Dogs? What was the mood like? There is the old adage that nobody knows more about what worked or didn't work with a game than the people who made it. So what did you guys feel after Watch Dogs came out?
Well, after 5 years on it, I'd say we were happy to kind of ship it and get feedback. Especially with a new IP, everybody's going to expect something from a game that might differ from what you're actually doing.
For sure.
Ultimately, it was interesting to get player feedback. A lot of people loved the game and also got some feedback of some things people wanted to see improved. And we agree with most of those. So that's the good news is it's not like the feedback diverged from what we wanted to do. So we took that to heart, and we definitely worked on the things that people feedbacked about on the sequel.
Yeah, and just initially seeing footage of Watch Dogs 2 and seeing the trailer, if there was a laundry list of things that you think you might change about it, it looks like you are tackling them head on. You have a new protagonist. The world looks incredibly well realized. What were some of the things that you guys wanted to change for Watch Dogs 2?
Yeah, so one of the things was we wanted to have a lighter tone. Obviously, we wanted to change the setting, and right from the get-go, we chose to go to the San Francisco Bay, which has by itself, it's sunny California, it's an open, light-hearted area, so we got that vibe from the setting. And then we built a new character that was from the Bay. So, he's grown up in Oakland, he's got that eclectic, open-minded spirit of San Francisco, and then he's got the smarts and the creative side of the Silicon Valley all brought into one character. So that was one big change. We took a lot of risks in making all those changes.
Yeah.
But actually, it really helped us to push the game forward. And then it was hacking. We needed to make hacking more important, more central to the game, and that's what we put all our efforts in for the gameplay.
Let's talk about the Bay Area first of all. I live in Oakland, and when I moved to San Francisco, I lived there for a year previously. It actually felt like a video game town because it has all of these disparate but connected but very unique neighborhoods all over it. It's almost surprising nobody's decided to do it before.
Yeah, to be honest, it's one of the first decisions we took. And when we started thinking of San Francisco, we're like, no, we can't do. Why can't we do San Francisco? It's the perfect place, perfect driving, beautiful vistas, and there's so much diversity from one neighborhood to another. And then what other city has like a bridge? And then when you go on the other side of the bridge, there's a big natural preserve.
Right,
it's
sitting right there.
Exactly. It had all the things we wanted, all together. And then obviously with hacking and technology and big data being central to our thematics, having Silicon Valley and all the tech revolution and all the big tech companies set up there, that was even more interesting for us.
So how big is that Bay Area? I heard it was Sausalito was in it.
Yeah.
What's on the East Bay? Is it just Oakland? Is there Berkeley? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so we went from a small marine section with Sausalito. We have Oakland. But we didn't go beyond Oakland. And then we have San Francisco, obviously. And then Silicon Valley, we kind of scaled it down tremendously. It's a bit of a theme park, Silicon Valley, to be honest. But we kept Stanford, and we brought in San Mateo, and we brought in a lot of the iconic places that people will enjoy seeing.
Do you have people on the development team who are natives of the area who sort of helped you figure out some of this stuff? Because it's quite complicated, the story of the Bay Area.
It is. So we foster the people who come from the Bay Area on our team. They're so important. They keep us real. And we're also lucky because we have a development studio there in San Francisco. So we're getting feedback. We're getting feedback from our colleagues there. We have them play the game, try to find their houses and drive around. And it's testing our layout pretty well. It's going well on that front.
Are the GameSpot or Twitch or IGN offices
You're
in
all
the
around
game,
the same area,
yeah,
right?
It's one street, basically.
Yeah. Well, you can check it out when you can play the game.
The Ubisoft office is right there as well.
And we're having fun with that.
Good stuff. I know you're obviously going for a lighter tone here, but the story of the Bay Area, and especially with an African American protagonist, you cannot talk about San Francisco and Oakland without talking about race issues and also most certainly gentrification. Are you dipping into that at all?
So the reality is, as we're looking at a system, a computer system, surveillance system that do automated profiling on people, we're touching on a lot of those subjects. So, you can be profiled because of your gender, your race, your revenues, where you live, but also what you posted on maybe social media 5 years ago. And so we're touching on all those topics. And yeah, gentrification is also a topic we're touching on. It's interesting now to see that people who make pretty good money are being pushed out of San Francisco. So it's not just the poor being pushed out, right? And so those are all subjects that tie into what we're doing. Really, what we're trying to do is to build stories that are grounded in what's happening right now on the Bay. Obviously, we push, bring it up a few notches with really corrupted establishments that don't exist in the real world. We hope, but in the heart of things, we're trying to tie it up in stories and content that people are hearing in the media all the time.
When you finished on Watch Dogs 1, did you always know that the second game wouldn't be Aiden Pierce? Did you know that you would choose somebody else, almost Grand Theft Auto style, going into?
No, it wasn't predefined. We thought about it. And the reality is, it's interesting to have a character that's grounded in your setting. So we knew we wanted to change setting, and then it didn't feel like Aiden fitted in California.
Right.
You know what I mean? He had a tragic personal story. He had its film noir personality, which fitted in our rendition of Chicago and what we wanted to do there thematically. But what we wanted to do with Watch Dogs 2 was a lot lighter in tone, for sure. We're dealing with serious topic, but we don't want to take ourselves seriously, because people spend sometimes 100 hours in open world games. So you don't want to be, brooding for 100 hours.
Yeah, fair enough. There's a sort of what looks like a Donald Trump reference there as well.
Oh, you made that link. I didn't. So in that mission, we're actually going to try to get evidence that a politician is using and is working with social media to rig the election. Basically, trying to manipulate people through social media in a not too legit way to get his way and get voted into office.
This mission, obviously, it's a sort of it's happening around this area. Do the missions in Watch Dogs 2, do they spill out into the sort of wider? Are there instances in buildings which then spill into car chases, or that are sort of happening in the open world? They're not just in specific buildings.
Yeah, and it's a big thing we wanted to do. In Watch Dogs 1, sometimes we forced certain play style. Like now it's going to be a chase. Mission 8, the chase. You know what I mean? We're trying to avoid that. So we're creating a goal, and then we're trying to create a system that will surprise the players. So if you play a mission, maybe your target ends up fleeing and it transforms into a car chase in the city. But maybe in my case, I get what I want. You never even noticed, so there was no car chase.
Yeah.
So it's moving more toward a free approach, free planning for the player, and give him the tool to figure out how he wants to do the mission, instead of us kind of forcing a series of specific activity to it.
And then you're also creating, from what we've seen so far, obviously it's only been, it's a couple of trailers and obviously this gameplay as well, but it does really look like the world you've created is a lot more active and a lot more detailed than the first Watch Dogs. So I guess, are you going to have side missions within that world? Do you expect the player to just go wandering? For instance, Marin County, going up there, it's all just, wildlife. Do you expect people to just go around there and explore and find things?
Yeah, not much things to hack into the Wildlands, right?
No, not really, as it turns out.
So that was a big thing we got feedback for, and we totally wanted to do also, which is to change the game structure for what we've done. A lot of Ubisoft games have similar structures, open world games, where you have a series of missions, and when you go from A to Z, and that'll finish the game.
Yeah.
And then you have activities and things to explore in the world. So instead of doing that, we have more of a quest structure, basically. And what you're trying to do is build up a movement to overthrow that corrupted establishment. And you're trying to get more and more followers. So you can do that by doing many different quests, and you can find those quests in the world. So in some ways, we're breaking with the idea of main missions and side missions.
Right, okay.
You know what I mean? You're exploring, and you'll find quests and missions, and when you do them, you'll get followers, and that'll get you closer to the end. So we don't have to play through the same missions in the same order to get to our goal.
So the focus is that follower aspect.
Exactly. So there are other things you can do, like, I don't know, you can do sailboat races. Obviously, not going to get a lot of followers through that for your movement, but aside from those things that just kind of emerge from the Bay, most of the missions and quests that you can do are focused on getting followers.
You're handing a lot of responsibility over to the player. You're allowing them to hack all these cars. You're allowing them to pick the quest structure. It's quite a massive undertaking.
Yeah, it's trying to give them more freedom. You know what? It's actually interesting, because when you give players more freedom, we also remove some load from our own shoulders. Like for hacking, we used to, we had a lot of things. I'll take an example. We had scissor lift, right? You can bring up and down.
Yeah.
We had to place the scissor lift at the perfect place for it to be useful.
Of course.
Well, now instead, you hack the scissor lift. You can control it, put it where you want, put it at the height you want. So now, we can just drop a scissor lift, and the player figures out how he wants to use it. So in some ways, by giving control to the players, it's easier.
Easier in some ways, but obviously incredibly difficult. Your job is to do. You spent 5 years working on Watch Dogs. You know, us in the press and the people watching, we don't know how to make video games. Watch Dogs looked like an incredibly complex game to make, and Watch Dogs 2 looks even more so. What's the mood like in the office going into Watch Dogs 2? Do you feel like you've got something to prove? Do you feel like maybe you've learned a lot, or is it just, you know, these games are so big to make, you kind of need that second game to get it right?
It's true. I mean, you need to build on what you've done. I mean, but at the same time, it's funny because we wanted to take risks, so we wanted to, you know, surprise players and refresh things. But you also want to build on what you did right. So you don't want to start redoing things just for redoing things. So getting an extra chance to kind of build on what you did. And most of the core creative team is the same. We brought on new people to refresh the core team, but a lot of the people are the same, and they still have the passion to really deliver on a lot of the things we've wanted to deliver for the past 6 years, which is, you know, cool hacking, control over a city, and a fun open world to explore.
Yeah, well, I for one am very excited for it. Dominic Gay, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
When is Watch Dogs 2 available and on what platform?
November 15, worldwide, PS4, Xbox One, PC.
Good stuff. Looking forward to it.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to playing my neighborhood in and work. My work commute I can now do in a video game. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks for watching, folks. We've got loads more games coming up. Tekken 7 is up in a second, actually. Harada-san is going to be joining us in a few minutes. Then we've got Dead Rising 4, Zelda, and much more. Stick around. Back in a few minutes.
You're watching the GameSpot Stage,
Hello, welcome
brought
back
to you
GameSpot's
by
coverage of
Airheads.
E3 2016. We're on the GameSpot Stage here, brought to you by Airheads, and I'm very happy to be joined by Harada-san. We are looking at Tekken 7. Michael Murray, thank you so much for coming along. Great to have you guys here. Tekken 7's been available in the arcades for quite a while now, right?
もうそうですね、業務用で、もう1年ぐらいやってますね。で、また7月から新しいバージョンが出る。
Yeah, actually, it's been out for over a year so far, and we actually have an update plan for the arcades coming July, next month.
Is that an important process of making these games, is getting them out to the fans who really want to sort of dive into them and getting that initial feedback for the wider console release?
まあやっぱり、そうですね、フィードバックはすごくやっぱ格闘ゲームにとってのフィードバックではすごく重要っていうのもあるし、我々の場合やっぱり業務用で得たこう利益っていうのがそのままもうコンソール版に、スライドさせてすごく充実した内容を作れるっていうビジネススキームがあるので、まあ今回までは結構そこはこだわってやってますね。まあこれの先どうなるかわかんないです。
Well, it's important for various reasons. One is, like you said, the feedback to receive on the balance of the game, what the fans like, etc. But also, people maybe don't realize that it generates quite a lot of profit. So that profit allows us to actually pull into the game for the console version to add all the bonus features and such that people love so much. It's proved very good for us so far, but I don't know if that's something we'll be continuing in the future. It depends on the state of the arcades, etc.
Right. Okay. Are you seeing the same sort of decline in Japan in the arcades?
もうおっしゃる通りで、日本はある程度もう減り止まりしたぐらい結構減りましたね。まあそれでもアジア、オセアニア、日本は、西側に比べるとまだまだ、ある方ではあります。
Yeah, I think we've seen kind of a drop in the decline. There was a pretty steady drop there for a while, but it's bottomed out a bit.
Okay.
That said, parts of Asia, Oceania, they're doing a lot better, I think, compared to the West.
Right, yeah, certainly. It's great we have Hero playing Tekken 7 here. Some very familiar characters, Akuma here and Heihachi. How is the game differed for people who haven't played in the arcades, who haven't got a chance to do it? How is it different to Tekken 6, which is it's almost a decade since we played that?
もうかなりそうですね、結構格闘ゲームでよく変わらないって言われるんですよ。まあもちろん今回1対1っていうところでいうと、今までの鉄拳の伝統を守ってはいるんですけども、ゲームシステム的には大きく変わってます。まず一番分かりやすく言うと、結構ね難しかったところが簡単になってるんですよ。でそこに加えてちょっと 3D 格闘の中に 2D 格闘の要素も少し入れていて、レイジアーツだとかレイジドライブっていうちょっと普段できないことをピンチの時に、攻撃的に相手に逆転を狙えるだとか、そういう要素を入れることで、結構まあコアな人から結構ライトな人もね楽しめる内容になってます。
It's quite different. A lot of people like to say, "Oh, fighting games have never changed or evolved, etc."
Right.
But if you look at the game compared to 6, as you said, it is quite different. The inclusion of Akuma and his characteristics and fighting mechanics and such, but also in general, the addition of gameplay features such as rage drive, rage arts, these kind of things that are kind of things you see more in 2D fighters have been transitioned well, I think, to the 3D fighter Tekken. They kind of make it more impactful, easier to come back from behind if you're in a pinch. But also, it's just more accessible as a whole, I think, to a general audience.
ワンマシン、特にもう一個意識しているのが、見てる人も意識できるようにしてます。例えば体力がお互い結構減った状態で、あと1回どっちかの技が当たったら、KO するって時に同時に技を出してた時とかにもうカメラが超スーパースロー状態になって、本当なんですよ、格闘技とかでよくやる超スーパースローのリプレイがあると思うんですけど、あれをリプレイじゃなくてリアルタイムに起こすっていうシステムを入れてます。もうこれをやることで、プレイしてる側も見てる人もどっちのパンチが当たるんだっていうのでドキッとする瞬間を作れてるので、その現象はもう大会でも今すごい盛り上がってるんですけど、ぜひ、目の当たりにしてほしいです。
And those features just mentioned were included, obviously to make it more accessible, but also to make the game more fun to watch for people who aren't playing the game.
Right. Okay.
And this is also goes even further with the slowdown gameplay mechanics you might see. when either of you has like a little sliver of health and you're both attacking, you don't know who's going to connect. You get this slow motion effect. So if you know like boxing or other fighting actual sports, you see that kind of a replay after the match. But this actually happens in real time when both players are doing their attacks. It adds a new level of excitement to the match before the actual outcome is decided.
I'm pretty curious where you believe Tekken fits inside of the world of fighting games, because these days so many games are designed for competitive scenes, right? But there are a lot of casual players who still like it. How do you balance those two play styles when developing a game that has such deep mechanics like Tekken?
そうですね、もともとメカニズムのところでいうと、やっぱりアーケードがベースになっているので、いわゆるアーケード、つまりコインオペレーションですね、いわゆる100円を入れる1ドルを入れて戦う、ここでのやっぱりちょっとフェアな部分だとか、お互いが納得できるかっていう、このゲームの根幹っていうのは実は昔から変わらないです。ただやっぱり e スポーツやってる人と、家庭用でやってる人、一番大きく違うのはe スポーツやってる人って昔からアーケードで一番になりたいと思って頑張ってる人たちとやっぱり同じ系列なんですね。でもう一つ鉄拳がやっぱり4400万本といって家庭用のファイティングゲームとして一番売れてる、この理由の大きな理由はやっぱりストーリーモードだとか、おまけモードだとか、やっぱり1人でも遊べる、もしくは兄弟で遊べる、ファミリーでも楽しめるみたいなところの要素があるかどうか、ここで結構僕らは分けてるって感じなので、ゲームの根幹のところのゲームの根幹のシステムで分けてるってわけじゃないですね。
So, Tekken actually, there's a lot of talk about esports and competitive play and such, but Tekken actually, we date back to the arcade roots, and that's where that playing 100 yen, about $1 per play, is what really fundamentally changed the game system, because you have to be satisfied with the result of that match. It has to seem fair to you as a player, and that's kind of what built on that later, what would become esports and such. So that is geared towards not just the hardcore, but also the casual fan as well. That sense of satisfaction with the results. And then again, for the casual fan, we also try to include these elements such as the story mode and other features that are kind of separate from that one-on-one experience to also please and enhance the experience.
Would you say Akuma represents part of that effort as well? Because he seems to have mechanics that are very different from the rest of the characters, including a super bar and an EX bar. Are those moves, do they give him an advantage in a certain way, or is he fairly well balanced among the whole cast?
そうだね、そこはそうなんです。我々にとってもすごいチャレンジなところだったんですけど、実は例えばみんなが気にしてる波動拳とかのいう飛び道具だとか、あと EX のゲージだとかっていうね、そういうところが一番違うように見えるじゃないですか。そこはね、割と鉄拳もともとビームがあったりとかして、それを横移動で避けれたり、あとその EX みたいな技も結局はレイジアーツとかレイジドライブでやってる要素と基本的には同じようなものなので、そこはそんなに苦労してないんですね。むしろどっちかというとゴーピーってこうジャンプで飛び込んだりするっていうぐらい 3D 格闘であまりやらない動きで、あとはヒットした時のこのヒットストップのアニメーションの作り方だとか、そのプレイした時の感覚、この違いをどういう風につけるか、もうつまり 3D 格闘の中に 2D の表現とあとプレイフィールをどう入れるかっていう方がすごく難しかったです。ゲームバランスっていう意味ではそんなに苦労してないですね。
That's a good question, because a lot of people think that he has projectiles and such, and his gameplay might make him more effective than other Tekken characters. But that's not the case. We've always had characters had laser beams and such, and there's a sidestep to avoid them. So and the super moves, etc., kind of roughly translate into what other Tekken characters might be able to do with their rage drives or the rage arts attacks. So we feel he's not that unbalanced. The thing that we really actually kind of had a bit of trouble with developing him was more the look and the feel of him, trying to make him actually feel realistic as a 2D fighter. They call it the stop hit, like when you do like a dragon punch and it kind of goes boom, 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 that kind of feel to it. And also the control to it was something that we struggled to get right.
How hard was it to actually fit him in as a personality in the cast of Tekken?
キャラとして操作感とかゲームプレイじゃなくてキャラ背景としての
Does it go beyond just Heihachi and
ストーリーに取り入れるとか、そのゲーム設定に取り入れるのはどれぐらい難しかったか。
そこは実はもともとやっぱりもう7年ぐらい前かなにカプコンの小野プロデューサーと やっぱり2人で組んで面白いことやるというストリートファイタークロス鉄拳をカプコンが作り始めた時に、もう僕の方のでちょっと一つアイデアが生まれてて、単純に戦うだけじゃなくてこの2つのストリートファイターっていう 2D の文化と 3D のである鉄拳って文化が面白い、もっとインタレスティングなこう絡み方ができないかなっていうのはアイデアがもともとあって、そこが実はストーリーだったんですね。だから実はもう7年前の時点でそのアイデアはあったので、そこもそんなに難しくなくて、むしろそれがあるからどうしても号機をこういう形で入れたいっていうのはもう僕は7年前からそう言い続けていたことではあるので、それが今回形にできたっていうのはある意味意外とスムースにいきましたね。
Actually, the initial discussions with Ono-san, I guess it would go back to maybe 7 years ago. You know, when they just first started on the Street Fighter Cross Tekken series, the game. We were discussing ways to kind of make a very good sound collaboration with the 2D and the 3D fighters. And, you know, naturally that kind of focuses on the game system, but Harada-san was thinking really wants to tie it in with the story to do something go beyond just the gameplay mechanics and the look of the character. So that kind of early inspiration was there from, you know, that period, which was 7 years or so ago. And to accomplish that, the Goki, or Akuma in the West, was kind of the perfect vehicle, I guess you could say, for that. And as such, you know, he was very easy to implement into the whole Tekken environment, the atmosphere, and the storyline. So he was the perfect choice, I think.
Probably easier than Zangief.
そうですね。ザンギは難しいですね。
Yeah, that would be a tough one.
Last question, I guess. You talked about how financial, you know, the success of the arcade was instrumental in Tekken 7. If Tekken 7 does really well on consoles, will you go back to Ono and talk about Tekken Cross Street Fighter? Will we see it again?
そうですね、非常にいいポイントですね。まさに、鉄拳クロスストリートファイターは、開発をキャンセルしてたわけじゃなくて、ずっと水面下で作り続けていたんですね。で今ペンディングしてるんですけど、理由はやっぱりストリートファイター5っていうのを片方が展開していて、7が今非常にもう予想以上に盛り上がってきている。でこの段階で、コミュニティをどういうふうに考えるかなんですよね。だからやっぱり商売はご存知の通り、やっぱりタイミングが重要なので、我々としてはここに無理やりリリースを持ってくるんじゃなくて、やっぱ7がどれぐらい成功するかによってそこの判断っていうのはおっしゃる通り変わってくるっていうのはもう十分あり得ると思ってます。
That's actually a very good question because Tekken Cross Street Fighter is not canceled. It's kind of put on hold, and the reasons are kind of, you know, right now Street Fighter 5 is just launched. Capcom is putting tremendous effort into making that successful. On our side, you know, we released Tekken 7 in the arcade, working on the update. It was even more popular than we even imagined. And so we each have these two main franchises we're trying to promote and to have the players enjoy at the moment. So, you know, business-wise, it's not a very good decision to then throw in another one to the mix. So, as you say, if Tekken 7 does extremely well on Street Fighter 5 and they're in a good position, then maybe there's a timing later on to maybe revisit that conversation.
Cool. In the meantime, Tekken 7 coming out soon in Japan, very soon on consoles, and 2017 over here, right?
Japan is only in the arcade and for next month, and then consoles is early 2017.
Wonderful. Harada-san.
And Steam as well.
And Steam as well.
Yeah.
Let's get that in there. Harada-san, thank you very much for your time. Malcolm Murray, pleasure. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes here on the GameSpot stage. Next up is Dead Rising 4. Just talking about Capcom. Let's get them on in a few minutes. Stick around. Hello and welcome back to GameSpot Stage here at E3 2016. Hi, it's me and a bunch of beards.
Yeah, man.
What's going on? Man, your voice as well. Joe Nichols, Bryce Cochran, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having
talking
us.
to us about Dead Rising 4. Peter Brown, I'm also happy you're here. For once, your beard is the least impressive on stage.
I'm a bit intimidated, but
He's young. He's got a ways to go.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Just push harder.
Yeah, I got to do the same as well. Sorry. Dead Rising 4. Frank West is back. A lot of people happy about that. You managed to get this one out without one of the few games that did not get leaked ahead of time. There was a lot of rumor about it though as well. What was it like having people react to it for the first time?
Oh, it was amazing. Like, we've been keeping this under wraps as much as we can, but having Frank back and the reaction of the crowd when we first got to see it was just incredible for us.
Yeah, super stoked.
Yeah,
Everyone loves
really
Frank.
proud.
Let's talk about the setup. What's going on? Is it Willamette? Is it in a mall? How's Frank doing? He's taking a lot of selfies. What's going on?
So Frank goes back to Willamette. He's lured back. There's a situation going on. And of course, sure enough, there's stuff going down in Willamette. And so Frank goes back, and he's got to uncover the mystery. He's got to rely on his photojournalism skills to figure out the mystery. Selfies is one of these things that just exploded for us. We love it. The selfie mode has turned out to be really, really fun. Camera to solve the mystery, and new zombies, new weapons, new combos, everything.
Okay, so are you telling me that the camera around his neck has been replaced by a mobile phone?
No.
Okay, he's still
It's still old school Frank.
That'd be a sad day for journalism if that
He'd
was
be
the
on
case.
film in the tubs if he had his way.
Yeah, Frank can't change that much in our game. He likes to stay with the roots.
He's 54.
Okay, so this is a good 10 years after the first Dead
16
Rising?
years.
16?
Yeah. 10
Wow.
human years, 16 game years.
Right.
Yeah.
They're like dog years.
Yep.
Yeah, he's no spring chicken. So how, I guess, what is the world like then? Because the first time it was like reacting to this, catastrophe that's happening in the moment. Obviously, now people are used to zombies.
Yes.
So what's the mood like there?
Well, it's completely changed. Zombrex doesn't work anymore, and it's a whole new strain of the virus.
Oh no.
Which means we've been able to introduce new zombies into our game and really explore that world even further. Because of the mall, we had to bring that back, but we wanted to explore all of Willamette as well and give you a lot more variety and a lot more things to do. We're really excited about people seeing our new fresh infected, the newly infected, super fast, and, well, kind of like the Horde, stupid.
Right.
They will run off buildings, run in front of cars. They have no self-preservation. But we are going to be showing, not right now, the Evo zombies. That's where the virus is actually bonded with their host, and they have become a new being, let's say.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I could put it in Dead Rising terms, the cows are the Horde.
Yes.
The freshly infected are the mad cows.
Okay.
The ones that go bananas.
Yeah, I know a lot about them.
And the Evos that you haven't seen yet are like the border collies that yip and run around and keep them herded properly.
We're seeing nighttime gameplay here. Has
Yes.
that element of the sort of zombies get fast at night, has that been sort of removed in relation to these fresh zombies?
Yes, yeah. They do like to stay in the shadows. They like to stay in the side streets, but yeah, we're not having them be more aggressive at night. They're just always there and always on you.
Yeah.
And speaking to Willamette, the mall itself, will we be going back to the same mall? Does it look like the same mall? Is it? I mean, because 16 years is 16 years.
Absolutely.
Right? Is it a mall?
Yes, it's
in the
huge.
interim, has it been a mall again?
Yeah, it's been redone. They've rebuilt the mall,
Okay.
right? Just in time to have humanity collapse just as they open. So it's it's another really, really big mall, but we've kept some hallmarks from the original mall. So
Okay.
the dual escalators and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. We've done a lot of that stuff. But we've updated, and it's huge, and it's themed. There's different sections that are themed. You have medieval area. You've got like a Caribbean cove with a giant pirate ship where they put on shows and stuff. So it's a huge mall to explore, and tons of stuff to loot in the stores.
Peter, you're a big fan of the series as well. You got questions for the guys?
One thing I'm really curious about is the different games that people develop. I always wonder how the theme and the tone is imparted upon the creators. How is it for you to make something that's so lighthearted in a world that should be, serious and dour? But you guys are just having fun. I mean, does it feel that way, or does it feel
It's Frank West that allows us to do that, really, right? He's the everyman. We like to call him the unlikely hero.
Yeah.
Joe's favorite line for him is,
he'll do the amazing move, but he never sticks the landing.
Right.
He just kind of stumbles so he can do it, but he's just not very graceful.
Yeah.
He's kind of an unlikable hero in a way as well. He's kind of he's a bit of a jerk.
You know what? Frank's mellowed with age now. He's 16 years older. He's 54. He's still Frank. But his sense of humor is better. We have some amazing voice acting in the game, we think we've really captured what we really wanted Frank to be all along.
To Peter's question, though, sorry to interject. There were, I guess, especially when you look at something like Days Gone, right? So like they're also doing the zombie thing.
Yes.
I guess you are very firmly in the ridiculous, fun, jaunty sort of side of things.
If you, I tend to do this a lot, and they're going to razz me about this later. I tend to speak about food a lot. So think of it like think about the best steak you ever had, right? You have a beautiful steak. It's served on a nice plate.
You like talking about cows in your metaphors.
Yeah, it's some weird thing about that.
You grew up in like Indiana?
I grew up on a farm. Anyway, so but think of this amazing steak dinner you've had, and that's kind of like a horror game. That's like it's like scary and it's really edgy, and you're like, oh my god. Dead Rising is like a big sloppy cheeseburger. They technically are both meat, but they're different completely experiences, right?
You're 2 for 2 on good metaphors, actually.
Oh man, we have millions. We live for them. But Dead Rising, to kind of maybe answer your question a little bit better, we get away with it because it's always worked. Because Frank, the very first Dead Rising came out, and it was kind of ridiculous, and it kind of set the tone. And we've seen Dead Rising go through a different flavor or two throughout the years.
Right.
But we've come back to this because we think this is what the true essence of Dead Rising really is.
I mean, I guess maybe more specifically, I was wondering, I'm not sure what other games you guys have worked on. I apologize for that, but this game is so lighthearted. I mean, I can't imagine coming up with ideas and not just laughing constantly.
Oh, all the time. That's one of the funnest things.
Yep.
The most ridiculous ideas, we're always going to try first.
Yep. Yeah. Have you been to Canada? That's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Just kidding.
Yeah. One of the wonderfully unique things about the first game was the time constraints and whatnot, and obviously Zombrex in the second game.
Right.
A lot of that was sort of like left by the wayside. I mean, there was elements of it in 3. Are you going to reintroduce some of that into Dead Rising 4?
We're not doing time elements in this right now, and there is no cure currently in this game.
Right.
We wanted to really allow players to explore our world more than they've been able to in the past. With the time element in there, you weren't able to go into every store and look everywhere. One of the things we've really focused on in this game was filling out the world with real stores, real places to go, and that's where you will find stuff. If you see a restaurant, that's where you're going to find food. If you go into a hardware store, you're going to find a chainsaw, hammers, plungers, anything that you need in there. So we really want to encourage the people to play the game and go everywhere.
Obviously, like, you guys know the game you're developing more than anyone else, but there will be a lot of people who are saying like, oh, like, I love that element of the ticking clock that was there, and that, like, it maybe encouraged multiple playthroughs or stuff. Was there ever a sort of feeling that you might want to include it here? Like, what's the reasoning? Because you guys must have a reason why this approach is better.
We looked at it, and we do a lot of user research. We send a ton of research out, and we do a lot of Q&A with people, and we found out that people, it was okay. Some people really liked it, but more people didn't like it because they wanted to be able to go, you know what? You ended my game, and I was so close, and I don't want to have to go do that all again.
Right.
They didn't want to have that pressure. And so what we wanted to do is we really wanted to make sure the world was really open, lots of side missions, lots of stuff to discover, and let people, it's still the same Dead Rising, but we've taken some stuff away and added a ton more.
We also really want to encourage killing zombies. Yeah, and if you're under a time constraint, and you see that big group of zombies, and you're like, oh, I want to do it, but sometimes you can't. We want to let the players just go to town on as many zombies as possible.
Frank West here taking selfies.
Yeah, the selfie thing is something we put together. We said, you know what, this might actually work, and it's really funny. Because you take a picture of yourself, and you move the left stick around to change your expression on the fly. It's pretty funny. And that became a huge part of the game.
I remember a while back you guys released the DLC for Dead Rising 3 that had a lot of Capcom stuff.
Yep.
How was that received, and are there any plans to kind of revisit that concept?
People loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, Capcom's got such a rich history and so much IP, and people love it when it comes back. And so we are looking at different ways that we can incorporate that in the future. We're not talking. We're just really here to kind of launch the initial game. But that's the kind of, you should be able to expect this kind of stuff. Cool. Because that's kind of what we do.
What about multiplayer stuff? I mean, it's always been considered a very single player thing, but they've done it before, and State of Decay, another, like, people enjoy playing zombie games online with their friends. You guys gonna develop into there?
Yeah, 4-player online co-op with specific mission stuff to do. And there's your time limit there, Mr.
Okay.
You've got the time limits coming in there. We decided to put it in there because there's time-based missions. You have to get something from point A to point B. Really cool stuff, and new characters to play with online.
Right, so it won't be 4 Frank Wests all taking selfies of each other.
No, not Frank.
4 different
Frank West,
survivors
Tank West, Hank West. It's never.
So you've thought about that?
We think about a lot.
Yeah, clear, there's a whiteboard somewhere with a bunch more of them on it. Xbox One and PC. You guys aren't doing the whole Play Anywhere thing, are you? This is
no.
No.
We are still. We're coming out this year.
Yeah.
And that's future stuff. And so that's certainly something we look at for the future. But for right now, it's not on the cards for today.
So it's always interesting. It doesn't happen all that often. It happened with Fallout last year when we see a game announced and it's coming out within half a year. You're aiming for Christmas on this one, a holiday. Sorry, I'm in North America. Holiday 2017. Holiday. Presumably it's a game set around Christmas. You don't want to miss that.
Yeah.
You guys feeling the heat, or have you been working on this for a long time?
Every single video game, every single game studio, they won't always admit this, but it's always, you are always pedal to the metal right to the end, right? Because that's when the most magic happens. It's true.
But we've gotten over some of our biggest humps, and as you can see in here, we've got the zombies, we've got the vehicles, we've got the weapons. We're just now in the point of really polishing and refining all the way to the end right now.
Thousands of zombies on the screen. Like, there's thousands of them. we stopped counting, and that's not just a throw them off the answer. Thousands of zombies on the screen. I don't know how we do it, but we do it.
Yeah.
And the combo weapons are back, combo vehicles are back, and then the combo exosuit. You've seen the exosuit.
Yes, yeah.
You put that on, you start batting cars around, you're pulling parking meters out of the ground, you're picking up, pirate cannons off the ship in the mall, all that kind of stuff. But then you can combo that thing as well. So we've got some amazing things you can combo with your exosuit for just some ridiculous combos that you actually wear.
Seasonal games don't happen as much in games as they do in movies and stuff.
Right.
What's it like making a game based around Christmas? Are you leaning into that?
No, it's
awesome.
amazing because
awesome.
it gives us so much fodder to play with that everybody knows and understands. Like, who doesn't want to fight a zombie Santa Claus?
I want to fight a zombie Jesus.
Oh, well, that's a bit
that would change
further.
the rating.
Yes.
Right. Oh, really? Is that on the ESRB's list of no-nos?
Religious reference.
It's under right at the bottom. Zombie
no
Jesus.
That's why we're coming out on the holidays, and it's a holiday game.
Oh, good point. It's not an Easter game.
No.
Exactly.
God,
that's coming next.
My Catholic parents right now are so distraught.
But there's something
zombie baby Jesus.
There you go.
Oh.
Tick,
Yeah,
tick,
yeah,
tick.
yeah.
Yeah, you got three all the food groups there. But the good thing about having a holiday-based game is you're comboing candy canes and crossbows.
Right.
It's like that kind of stuff happens, and that's something that you can't do in a regular game for the whole year. If you're focusing on this, you can have all the regular stuff, but you get to add in all the holiday stuff, like attacking someone with a small Christmas tree, like stuff like that. It's amazing.
Are there any Die Hard references from the first?
You know what? Everybody has. We do have a plaza.
Okay, there you go.
May or may not begin with a K, but it's not what you think. We have a lot of hidden stuff in there. We're not, completely opening the.
Don't divulge. Don't divulge.
Not opening the kimono all the way.
Thank you so much, Joe and Bryce, for coming on.
Cheers.
I really appreciate it. Dead Rising out holiday. You guys aren't getting more specific than that
Not
right
yet.
now, right? Okay. And when do we see more of Dead Rising 4? Post E3.
We're going to be releasing stuff all the way up to our release. So
Cool.
you will see stuff trickling out constantly for the next 4 months at least.
Yeah, it's
Great.
the juggernaut begins.
Lovely. Yeah, your work has just begun.
Thank you.
Sitting on couches talking to people. Thank you so
Yes.
much for coming on.
Thank you.
Thanks
Really
for having
appreciate
us.
it. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. The Legend of Zelda Wii U. In case you haven't been watching that Nintendo stream all morning, we've got even more of it to show you here on the GameSpot stage. Stick around. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Target spotted. Completing an enforcer squad. Take them out. Enforcers down. Pursue the target.
There are moments when all of Mirror's Edge Catalyst's components fall into place. Moments when intricate level design allow the fluid free-running to shine, or the mission at hand delivers a memorable set piece. Between those moments, there's a disappointing amount of filler and several mechanics, most notably the combat, that trip up the experience, but these stumbling blocks aren't enough to completely derail the magic of those instances where everything goes right. Much of that magic stems from the game's signature mechanic, parkour. Unlike most first-person action games, Catalyst emphasizes movement and momentum over guns and fisticuffs. Protagonist Faith Connor's moveset consists of vaults, rolls, wall runs, and more, all of which demand some degree of skill. Split-second timing can determine the fluidity of an animation, and successfully chaining successive moves over great distances requires serious dexterity. Skill-based traversal is not only cool conceptually, it's satisfying in practice, thanks to responsive controls, naturalistic animations, and the variety of movement options at your disposal. Even little touches like your controller vibrating right before the impact after a long drop help make movement even more exhilarating than it was in the original game. The flip side of this coin, however, is the clunky, cumbersome combat. Faith relies entirely on her feet and fists when taking down enemies, so the game encourages you to pair your attacks with her movement skills for maximum impact. When it works, it's awesome. Wall running into a flying kick or sliding into an enemy's knees and watching his helmet slam into the ground is super gratifying. Problem is, many environments are too open to foster this form of kinetic combat, leaving you to clumsily dodge around enemies and slowly chip away their health instead. Because the enemy AI is bizarrely predictable, I generally just spammed whatever cheat move I found most effective against that specific enemy type. Thankfully, I could often avoid combat altogether, though more than once I was locked in a relatively sparse arena and forced to defeat a preset number of enemies. Given the game's focus on movement over fighting, these moments, though rare, were totally unnecessary. The upgrade system is another low point for Catalyst. Some essential maneuvers that should simply be available from the start, like the quick turn and tactical roll, must be unlocked, and other abilities can't be upgraded until you've progressed far enough into the campaign. This practice of artificially gating upgrades feels forced and pointless, though thankfully the progression system ultimately has little impact on the moment-to-moment gameplay. Other important aspects end up feeling a bit more mixed, though most ultimately add more than they detract. The open world structure, for example, results in quite a bit of empty commuting down familiar paths as you run from mission to mission, at least until you unlock more safe houses for fast travel. Outside of the campaign, however, the world becomes an enticing playground full of collectibles to uncover and races to run. Several of the side missions end up feeling just as substantial as the story missions, but even just figuring out how to scale a building for no reason can be rewarding in its own right. You can also craft and publish your own time trial events by dropping markers in the environment. It's a simple yet ingenious system and a serious boon for the game's longevity. As for the campaign, some missions feel routine and unimaginative, sending you on simple errands to areas you've already seen, but others deliver truly pulse-pounding tension or thoughtful environmental puzzle solving. You'll zipline from the tops of buildings, dive over security lasers, and escape from more than one collapsing construction site. Later levels up the difficulty by adding more enemies rather than crafting more elaborate environments to test your parkour skills, and while that's damn disappointing, the campaign still provided several welcome challenges and unforgettable moments. The story stringing it all together is unremarkable but also unobtrusive. It disappointingly squanders the intriguing near-future dystopian premise by focusing on a half-baked corporate conspiracy filled with predictable twists and paper-thin characters, but the dialogue cringe factor is low and the narrative lends a discernible arc to the action. It does exactly enough to move the game along without leaving a lasting impression, positive or negative.
What is that?
Art, Faith. Art.
Yeah? Could have fooled me.
Funny. Did you just come here to crush my self-esteem, or are you up for some actual work?
Finally, it's worth noting many of the technical shortcomings that plagued the beta have been remedied. The frame rate dipped once or twice, and I experienced a small handful of glitches, like multiple audio cues playing simultaneously, but load times were completely reasonable, and none of the technical hiccups I experienced actually impacted the gameplay. Catalyst may not be the best-looking game out there, but it runs well enough to keep you invested in the gameplay. And really, that's what matters. I was often underwhelmed by the visuals, the story, the combat, but I was also consistently wowed by the movement and everything that came with it. And for that reason, I can't wait to keep playing.
Hello, welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. I'm your host, Daniel O'Dwyer, delighted to be joined by Mr. Daniel Orihuela. It's like Daniel O's.
It's a good names.
Joined across the world. Also, Peter Brown is here.
I'm in the middle.
Yes, you were here. We're delighted to have you here, Peter. Delighted to have you here, Daniel. We've also got a live demo of the new Legend of Zelda game, which has a title as well.
Yes, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which was finally announced today. We've been trying to keep that under wraps for a while, and it's great. It really does talk about what the game is like, where this huge world you get to explore, and it had its own sense of being, and it's really just fun to kind of wander around and see what you can discover.
It's been wonderful seeing the demo on obviously your Nintendo Direct stage. Streaming this morning, I woke up and watched a bunch of it. It's been fascinating to see how open you were being with this. You're showing off a lot of this game.
Yes, we're showing off a lot of the game, and it's just one area. And Mr. Arnoux even talked about this before, that it essentially only represents this demo like less than 2% of the full game. If Sarah wants to put up, she can actually bring up the map for a second, just to give you an idea of scale.
Sick iPod.
Yeah.
You seen how it uses NFC?
Yeah. So there's the whole thing over there. So that's just one little section of the map you get to explore, and it's huge. So there'll be a lot of stuff there for people to discover when they have their chance. But what Sarah's doing right now, actually, we're starting in this little camping area at the beginning. She collected some items, but she's actually doing some cooking. So before Link goes on his adventure, he's going to get prepared to survive as best as possible. So you collect certain items like meats, vegetables, insects, and monster parts, and you can mix them together to make different things. There are no hearts in the game anymore. Like you could cut grass and get hearts.
Right. Yes.
That's gone.
Okay. Yeah.
You now have to worry about foraging constantly, and then you can eat them raw to give you some health back, but you can cook them together to create more different things instead. Like this right here, this hearty meat and mushroom skewer. It gives you full recovery, but also gives you an extra heart, the bonus heart. That's yellow, which doesn't mean it can be refilled, but it gives you that extra health until you get hit and lose it.
You talk about removing the hearts, and for me, that is removing a layer of abstraction from the experience that Link is going through. But at the same time, there is so much charm to the way in which he's, I hate to say it, killing an innocent animal, but he's gathering a steak from it, right? And then when it cooks, all the food is bouncing around, and he's eating it, he's shoving it in his mouth. Like,
he's all happy.
I think it's just really wonderful how you maintain the spirit of Zelda games while also fundamentally changing the traditional elements of it.
Yes, and that's something that they're really trying to go for this title, is make it feel something completely different than you've ever seen before. Even like if you shoot a bird, it turns into like a nice little piece of meat, or shoot a squirrel, it turns into an acorn. Right. There's still little fun aspects behind what's going on in the game.
So are you doing a lot of that cooking to prepare for battle or to use during battle? Because I get like a
before,
weird...
because you only can get it before or after. So right now here, she's going into this bokoblin encampment. And if you see, the boar actually is running around distracting the guy on the bokoblin.
Oh, yeah.
And Sarah's down here fighting this other bokoblin. Oh, she was fighting with her torch, which probably isn't the best weapon to use. So she's actually dodging around. And you can jump in the game now as well, which is a nice change. The thing you have to be careful of too is that your weapons, as you use them, and the shield, they'll take damage. Their durability matters, so you have to constantly be looking for new weapons, and it really encourages you to keep grabbing different things.
Now, one thing I'm really curious about when it comes to durability, because I got some time to play the game on Sunday, and you get this feeling that these items are very disposable.
Yep.
In the past, you'd get an item and you're like, this is very important to me, and that would almost define who Link was, right? So I understand the Master Sword is back in the game. I saw a little glimpse of it over the weekend.
We don't know what that is exactly yet, but you can make that assumption yourself if you want to.
So the sword that I saw seemed to be an object that has some amount of permanence to it. But for the most part, is all of your equipment, is it disposable in the sense that it might not be permanent? Or do you find items that really do stick with you the entire journey?
For what we're showing so far is they are kind of disposable for right now. But the game's still being in the works, and we're only showing a small sample right now, so you have to stay tuned to see what we share later on.
Fair enough.
For that.
And how do you add in all these mechanics and still keep this, an accessible game? Because the Zelda games have always been ones that like folks who don't play big, crazy open world RPGs could pick up and play.
Yeah, it's just that's something Nintendo does. Anu has been great with that. Just Nintendo as a whole, they're always making sure that if you want to make the game really complicated, do some really crazy moves, you can do that. If you don't, you can just enjoy the experience of going through the game and the story as it is. So it's trying to make that charm for everybody, and they do a really good job of that. But the control-wise, it guides you through pretty basically when you first start the game. She's shield surfing.
I know. That's excellent.
That's a more complicated move to do as well. But Sarah's practice, and as you get through the game, it gives you it all to you in bite-sized chunks. So it never tries to throw you the whole thing at one time. So it's a nice way to simply gather and learn as you go through it.
And what other types of sort of side activities are there? They're cooking things like fishing and hunting,
swimming, stuff like that. Just discovering. So those are the main activities you're going through that we've shown so far. And here Sarah's trying to take on this giant rock monster called the Steptalus that appeared. This just randomly appears as you're wandering around, so you have to figure out what's going on. She actually right there used one of what's new to the game is the runes. So instead of having a bomb item, she had these magical runes basically that you can earn by completing the Shrines of Trials. There's over 100 of them, and here, she got thrown off. So here she's trying to find a way to defeat this character, which actually has a lot of energy, and right now she probably does not have enough to do it. So she might come back later with a more powerful weapon, because you saw that weak point on its head was what she's able to get to. But she was able to use a remote bomb to get it to fall over to climb on its back.
Is there going to be an element of that, like you see in other, open world role-playing games, where you're wandering into areas which are clearly higher than your abilities, or are you gating these? Are they like sort of enclosed open areas that you're moving to level?
No, from what we've experienced so far, it's very reminiscent of the original Zelda game, where from the NES, where you could just explore and you can go there. You might go, whoops, maybe I shouldn't be here right now, or you don't have the right rune or right weapon or item to get past something. So you might have to mark it and come back to it later. That's really just to do that freedom you have to go through this open air adventure, and choose how you want to explore everything.
What are the ramifications if you do go into an area that's too strong and you end up, dying? Like, how does this game? Is it pretty accommodating for that kind of experimentation and risk taking?
Yeah, it is pretty accommodating. I mean, you saw from the demo that we showed on Sunday, Nate actually he died.
Oh,
and
that's right.
He died,
That's right,
and then what makes it even funnier, it leaves an X on the map showing where you last died. So it made fun for that one too. But yeah, no, it's basically accessible. You come right back. And that's all we're showing so far in the demo right now. So.
What does the edge of the map look like? Because that's huge, and I'm sure it's going to take a long time for people to make it all the way there. But is it?
You can look over everything. And actually, while we're going through right now, Sarah will eventually get over there. Right now, she's just trying to take out this Bokoblin encampment and show a really cool move right here. I'll show you, try to. So they're all goofing around. She's just throwing a remote bomb over there.
If there are 100 of these shrines,
yes.
Is it safe to assume that some of them will offer maybe upgrades to existing abilities that you've earned, or are there that many?
The Shrines of Trials, the ones at least in the demo so far, each of them do give you a different rune to earn. Right now we already have 2 of them here, which is why good dodge there, Sarah.
Nice.
Is the remote bomb, which is one of the runes, and the other one she has is the magnesis, which is you can actually grab items that have magnetic properties and move them around. The other 2 shrines do other things as well, but the shrines will all be different. Some are small, some will be big, some will be. And right now we've only shown these 4 that basically show how to get those runes.
Yeah.
So we'll have to go into later on when we learn more about what the other shrines have to offer.
One thing I've noticed is missing are rupees. Is there currency in this game?
So far, we haven't shown anything about the currency yet. The game's still being worked on, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see what that. Because I know, I'm sure anyone talking about too, is that the world is a living, breathing world. You will get to meet other characters, and that'll probably lead into more of that discovery later on. So it's still being worked on, so hopefully we'll see what comes out of that.
A lot of questions coming out of the chat. I want to remind people if they are watching on GameSpot.com or on Twitch, I'm keeping an eye on both chats. One of the questions that's come in is about the sort of how populated the world is. What we're looking at here, there seems to be a lot of sort of empty space between these encampments. Is that what you're kind of looking at? You're spending a lot of time on your own, or is the world, does it get more populated? Is there bigger townships and things like that?
That we haven't shown yet, and that's what we're hoping to. I know that's a question a lot of us are asking, and the game's being worked on. There will be stuff to discover beyond this, and that's the whole point, that you don't know what's going on. It's this gorgeous world that has stuff going on, but it's all in a ruined state, and you don't know what's going on. And that's what the player gets to have the joy of discovering, is finding out what that is, and how you get to discover that is going to be different, because you can choose whatever path you want to get there.
The fire stuff, I mean, I love Far Cry 2. So when I saw Link here setting fire to a bunch of grass and using it tactically,
right here
it
she
looked
is.
Pretty awesome. Oh my goodness, that is one tactical use of fire, blowing his goddamn self up.
So actually, what she's doing there's actually some Bokoblins in the back, and what's happening now, she's trying to burn the fire, and you can actually get the fire to burn all the way and take them out by burning them.
Oh right, okay.
But this one, the fire didn't quite burn them. She might take them out by hand. Oh, or she could just still relight her torch.
She's determined to burn those dudes alive.
Oh,
almost. What other uses are there for the fire in the game?
Cooking purposes as well. So a lot of times when you get to the cooking areas, you can find a cooking pan to use with like the fire underneath it. You can also just find an open fire and use that as well. Oh, seriously. Nice job. So she's taking out these guys, and now she's going to discover, the sword she has is now currently badly damaged. So what she could try to do is throw she might take it out first. She could try to throw the sword. You actually can throw your weapons.
So can you speak a little bit about the amiibo support? I know Nintendo kind of used some information earlier, but I'd love to hear a bit more.
So right now, the only thing we've shown so far for the amiibo support for this game is the Wolf Link amiibo, which if you do scan the Wolf Link amiibo in, Wolf Link will actually join by your side and be a partner for you to actually go fighting and foraging for different and hunting for different things. And what's cool is that if you've played Twilight Princess HD, and you've built up that Wolf Link from the extra content in the game, the hearts you've earned will carry over into this game. So your Wolf Link will actually have that many hearts in the game. What's cool though is if that Wolf Link amiibo dies while you're playing, you can't rescan him back in until the next day.
Gotcha.
The real day, like a real physical 24 hours.
Right. Okay. So is the Wolf Link sold by itself, or can you only purchase it with Twilight Princess?
Right now you can only buy it with Twilight Princess HD.
Is that the plan for the future as well?
We have nothing to say right now. We'll see hopefully what comes up in the future. But right now, the Wolf Link amiibo is something you buy with Twilight Princess HD, which makes sense so you can actually play up the game and then play the game and get that extra ability.
Yeah, right, because he carries over the stats.
The stats carry the
princess.
hearts. The heart stats carries over into this game as well.
Daniel, just to clarify, some of the people in the chat were a little bit confused because obviously we have a female game demoer off camera right now.
Yes.
Link, though, is a male character.
Yes.
So there's no option to pick a
No, right now Link is a male character right now in the game. That is how it's being prepared. That's how the story works so far. But yes, our friend Sarah on the side there, she is playing the game for us right now. And she has she actually has the fire rod already, and she's kind of been using it a little bit. But what's cool here she's about to do is the interaction with the environment. Now, we came from the lower side, but had she come up from this side from another direction, she could have just pushed these boulders down and killed the bokoblins that way. So that's something that's also really fun about these Zelda games, is that there's always a sense of puzzle. Even though we talk about the shrines have different puzzles, but even defeating enemies, there's always a puzzle mechanic behind, like what's the best way to defeat an enemy or approach a different situation.
Peter was talking a lot about the durability earlier on. I mean, crafting is something that is almost ubiquitous across multiple genres, especially role-playing games at this stage. Is there also an element of that in the new Zelda? Will you be like finding recipes and making things and like trying things out?
The cooking is actually a really good part where you have a chance to do that, which so if you mix meats and vegetables, you can make something together. And then if you take monster parts, which you get from defeating enemies, and insects, you can create elixirs.
Right.
Elixirs can give you different bonuses, like the ability to run faster, have longer stamina, cold resistance, things along those lines here. And now, actually, right there to the right is Mount Helia, and you notice right now Link is getting cold. You can see in the bottom right corner there's that gauge blinking. It's gotten so cold now that Link is literally shivering. So you have two options at this point. One, you could put on this better tunic.
You could take it all off as well, right?
You could take off the equipment as well, and he'd be freezing. You would be freezing that much more. So yeah, that's what she's doing there. But what we're doing here now with Link is using another rune called Magnesis, which is the ability to move objects that have metal properties.
Wow.
And now Link right here is building a bridge to use to get across.
So presumably this will be a large part of the puzzle solving in the temples and whatnot.
Yeah, in the shrines you're going through. The shrines you're going through, you'll be using that as well. And you actually earned this ability by going into one of the Shrines of Trials. And that's where you first experiment. You basically walk in, you scan your Sheikah Slate, which is what stores those rune powers, and then you can start accessing those runes to use that.
Just to confirm something I heard yesterday, this will be playable with the Pro Controller, correct?
Correct. Mr. Anuma did say that the game will be compatible with the Pro Controller as well. Yeah, so that's something I know people will be excited about as well.
Yeah. I've got a bunch more questions, but we're running short on time. So, Peter, I want to sort of throw it to you because you did play this game for about 40 minutes, and you've played way many more Zelda games than me. Do you have any more questions for Daniel, sort of about what we've seen here?
I mean, there's so many things to talk about. It's really difficult to know. I mean, I suppose what is the balance that's being struck here between delivering a classic Zelda experience like the original one on the NES versus trying to modernize the series? I'm curious about your perspective on that, as someone who actually has played. You said about 20 hours.
This
game.
this specific demo I played for about 20 hours myself.
Yeah.
It's interesting how the balance works out. I mean, and it's different for everybody. Like, I've played Zelda games in the past, but I know a lot of people have never played a Zelda game.
Right.
And this is a great opportunity to jump in for the very first time. So it just depends on each person, and everyone has different gameplay experiences and memory. Like, for me, it's nostalgia. My memories, I remember playing many different Zelda games that they've come up through the years, and just seeing how it's evolved and different stories, how Link goes through all these different adventures, and it's just a really fun way to play through them all.
Is there any sort of multiplayer component at all?
As of now, we haven't announced anything in that regard.
Okay.
I
mean, I wouldn't even know how to begin to imagine how that would work. But this is such an ambitious game that I have to at least consider the possibility that if you're going to go one step and then two steps, you might go the third as well.
I'll have to wait and see what's going on. We'll see what more information comes out as we go down the path.
You folks are showing off a lot very early, so presumably there's a lot more to show.
That's what we're hoping for, yes.
I like it. Daniel Orihuela, thank you so much for coming on and showing us The Legend of Zelda Breath of Fire.
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild.
I know we were using a lot of fire as we were playing through the game.
I know, right? Burning everything up. Was that a bad movie, Breath of Fire?
Nope, that's an old RPG series.
Oh, yeah, that's it, yeah. Mixing them up. Thank you so much for coming on and showing
Thank you.
When will it be out and on what platforms?
So we have announced the game. So the game comes out sometime in 2017, and it'll be released simultaneously on both the Wii U and the NX. Beyond that, we haven't given any kind of time frame beyond next year.
When will we hear more about the NX, Daniel?
The
Tell us.
we have
We're all
nothing-
friends here.
Nothing else to share right now on that one, besides that it's coming out next year.
Okay, good to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. You can check out more of The Legend of Zelda Breath of
The Wild.
There you go. Peter Brown,
Thank you, Peter.
resident Zelda expert. You can catch more of that on Nintendo's stream that's running across the rest of the week as well. Make sure you stick around here, though. We have got Todd Howard on to talk about Skyrim and a lot more. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
You're watching the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads.
There you are.
What are you looking at?
Overwatch is an exercise in refined chaos. There are multitudes of layers hiding beneath the hectic surface, and they emerge, one after another, the more you play. This is a shooter that knows how to surprise, one that unfolds at a frantic pace, one that takes a handful of great ideas and combines them into something spectacular. At first glance, it's a simple formula. 2 teams of 6 vie for control of mobile payloads, capture points, and key strategic positions. Each of these 4 modes are easy to grasp, serving as the foundation of the various maps and powerful heroes colliding within them. That apparent simplicity is deceiving, though. Overwatch is an amorphous, shape-shifting organism that can be different things for different players, depending on which hero you choose and what role you assume within the context of your team. The quality of Overwatch as a hero shooter relies on its fighters, and these 21 characters, both in terms of personality and design, compose one of the more distinct and diverse casts in recent memory. Their dialogue hints at relationships among the group. Their art design conveys a colorful visual vocabulary. Their abilities set the stage for multi-dimensional firefights with explosions, energy shields, and bursts of sonic energy. There's an enticing balance between mastering one character and trying someone completely new. Each of these characters could be the center of their own game. Overwatch also functions as a sort of time machine, borrowing elements from the shooter genre throughout its evolution over the years. Some of Overwatch's characters display the arena combat of Quake, while others capture the dynamism of the more modern Titanfall. Overwatch also even includes archetypes to introduce military shooter fans into a more nuanced overall experience. These heroes may be the bricks comprising Overwatch's structure, but the map design is the mortar in between. These maps mix high walkways and low pits, narrow sight lines with wide avenues. Battles change constantly, choke points become virtual morgues, and learning to use your character's range, damage, movement speed, and special abilities is contingent on what the environments dictate. What's impressive isn't Overwatch's ambition, its attempt to bring all these different factors together under one roof. What's impressive is that it fits its characters and interactions into one organic being, with ever-changing scenarios that keep Overwatch fresh as each match begins. But even more vital is the ease with which Overwatch teaches you valuable lessons. In these moments, Overwatch is telling you one important thing: there is no single way to play. However, unlike the post-match voting period, the highlight video places most of its emphasis on kill streaks. These are flashy, but they don't recognize healers or tank characters that often. It's a minor complaint and only stands out because the rest of Overwatch is so accommodating to individual playstyles, but it's jarring nonetheless. It's also disappointing how Overwatch stumbles with its randomized loot system. These awards are all aesthetic, to be clear, but too often loot crates contain unwanted items. They delay the process of outfitting your favorite characters, the ones you use most often, the ones you grow attached to. In this respect, Overwatch uses gambling to undermine your desire for specific unlocks. But in almost every other way, Overwatch encourages a more tangible sort of progression. That of filling a critical role on your team and understanding its intricacies the more you play, adapt, and grow. There is a genuine learning process here. There is real value to the time you dedicate to understanding these overlapping systems. And it's that intoxicating path of discovery that makes Overwatch so varied, so rewarding, and ultimately, another seminal release from developer Blizzard. Overwatch is an intelligent cascade of disparate ideas, supporting one another, pouring into one another, and coiling around themselves as they flow into the brilliant shooter underneath.
Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. I'm delighted to be joined by Ed Beach, the lead designer on Civilization 6. Firaxis Games, you are flying the flag for Firaxis at E3 this year.
Absolutely.
You got some folks back at the booth as well showing off Civ 6?
We got 3 members of our dev team that are here with us, and I'm out to talk to GameSpot and
fill you in on all the details, anything you want to know about Civ 6.
Awesome. We got a bunch of questions, but if you have any questions in the chat, I know the Civilizations fans, that community, always very good with their specific questions. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on the GameSpot chat and also the Twitch chat, so make sure you get them in there. I mean, you know, Civ is the godfather of sort of 4X games. It must be hard to try and reinvent these games every iteration, right? You were also the lead on 5, is that
I
right?
was the lead for the 2 expansions on 5.
Oh, right, okay.
So for Gods and Kings and Brave New World. It's really cool because this is the 25th anniversary of the very first Civilization, so it's like the perfect year to be putting out a new title. And we've had quite a few years to kind of stew on what we're going to do this time. Basically, ever since Brave New World came out, it was like right into Civ 6 for me. So Civilization 6 has a couple key new concepts, and we have a video that we're showing here in the background that we'll be able to pick out some things and highlight them.
Yeah,
the number one thing is what we're doing where we call it unstacking the cities.
Right.
So everything that had been crammed in that one tile before, all the buildings, all the wonders of the world, they now have to find a place. You have to find out where outside that city you want to put them on the map. And all the positioning of all those elements outside the city is really strategically important. So there are a whole new, kind of layer of decisions that you're faced with that you hadn't been faced with before. And so that's sort of what's really freshened up the gameplay and made it really exciting.
Yeah, so talk to some of those, because obviously it's hard to sort of try and imagine them right now, but presumably there are some sort of tiles that you want to keep more protected than others, perhaps? Like, how does that sort of work?
The way it works is there are 12 different types of what we call districts that are tiles that you dedicate outside the city for a specific pursuit. So it's a campus is your scientific district, or a holy site is your religious district. And you can't have all 12 around the same city.
Right.
So you're going to have to specialize your cities. In the video, the first city had we haven't put any districts in, but you can see there's some farms went in around that. And then the second city here, we settled that on the ocean, which gave us some boosts in our new research system, which we can talk about for a while if we want. Now we're connecting a trade route back to the original city, and one of the changes we made is all the improvements in roads work. We've sort of also revamped that for Civilization 6. So now, early in the game, all of your roads are built through the traders, and the network of trade routes that you establish sort of gives you the default layer of roads. You can add some specific ones later when you get to military engineers, but for right now, it's sort of the traders are going to establish how the cities are connected up. Here we're going to put in our first district. We're going to have a holy site. The game will show you the bonuses you can get from different places you want to put it. People want to worship, like with majestic mountains in the background, or a natural wonder, something like that.
You've thought of everything.
Yeah. We've come up with, for all those 12 different types of districts, what should it be next to? And
Don't
so
put the religious
a lot of
thing in the
fun little
swamp.
rules like that. The religious one, is easy to figure out what makes sense there. So now we're going to show you what happens with wonders. Wonders are also pulled out from the city. So we're going to build the pyramids. Pyramids have to go into a desert tile. This city just happened to have a desert nearby. And we've brought back the Wonder movies that we used to have in Civ 4, where it's a specific animation of how that wonder is built. But now it's happening in-engine, outside your city, exactly what's going on. If you have an army camped on your borders, you'll see the army in the animation video. It's very fun and cool, and to sort of, you get a lot more investment into sort of the personalization of all your cities, because you've specialized them, you've sort of laid them out piece by piece. You get to see all the wonders go into play. You also see throughout this video that we have, with the new art system that we have a time of day system.
Right, okay.
So we can change it from sunrise through to noontime lighting, and then onto sunset and into the evening. When we get, this is kind of a video that walks you through the course of a single game of Civilization, so by the end we'll be in modern times, and you'll see that the cities are lit up with lights, and it's fun. You can play like that if you like. You can set it to cycle through day-night cycles as you play, or you can just keep it on a specific setting if there's like a certain type of day that you just like the way it looks in our art style.
One of the great things about Civilization is watching that sort of drive to the future. How are you guys handling stuff like nuclear war this time around? Are you keeping similar systems in previous games, or revamping them?
The big change that you have to think about in terms of combat is, now that we've spread the cities across the map, now there are a lot of things that are vulnerable,
because they're out away from your city.
Right.
And even if you're strong enough to defend your city, maybe you've got walls there and those kind of things, the city core is not going to be captured, and you won't lose the entire city. But you could have the science district outside it just rampaged by barbarians that could come through and pillage it. I think we were just seeing some barbarian combat on the video there. And so you have to pick and choose what's going on. And every tile that has like this kind of districts can be pillaged individually. If you're pillaging a science tile, you gain science for your civilization. You're like stealing all the plans for what they were doing on their scientific research. And with nuclear weaponry, we do the same thing, where exactly where that nuke is striking is going to be very important in terms of knowing what its effect is going to be on your city. Here's our first leader. We are trying to pick big, fun, very flavorful personalities for a leader.
Is Gandhi still OP?
Gandhi's always OP, right? But so we chose Teddy Roosevelt for the Americans.
Yeah.
He's just the coolest guy, the Rough Rider. He's out west. He's fighting off the Spanish on San Juan Hill in Cuba. He's all over the place. Plus, what we're doing with the leaders this time is we are giving them all a specific diplomatic agenda from history, and that's how they like to play Civilization.
Right.
This is a quick look at the new civic and government system. So now it's a little bit of Civ 4, it's a little bit of Civ 5. Each of those cards there is like a social policy from Civ 5, but they get configured into a government that has those different slots there.
Right.
And so you have to both pick a government and then figure out which social policies you want to be using at a given point in time. You actually end up reconfiguring your government, like we're enacting new legislation and now we're going to be really good at building up our districts or whatever. So there's a lot of fun and flexibility and sort of configurability in terms of how you like to role play your Civ that comes out of the government system.
Yeah.
It seems to me over the past few years that the strategy scene has been growing. It's sort of returning to where it was maybe in the 90s in some ways in terms of popularity or at least the flow of games.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious because you're obviously adding things that make the game more complex, which speaks to the fans. How do you playtest this with new audiences, maybe who aren't traditionally into strategy? How do you incorporate approachability or accessibility when it comes to a game that is so complex in so many ways?
Yeah, and initially the art style is different, and we talked about people. We're going to have a quick playing multiplayer games. There's a lot of people like, oh, is it going to be dumbed down? But you're absolutely right. You hit it right spot on that this game is more complex even than Civ 5 was. But what we're trying to do is really attack it with just a vastly improved user interface that's going to bring a lot of information out. So you could see when you're placing a district there before, there were no rules that you had to memorize in your head about what's, we are going to give you all that information and bring it out for you. So you'll say, I'm going to take a holy site and put it on the map, and it will compute all the bonuses for every single tile, and you'll be able to get tooltips and stuff so you can see where those bonuses are coming from and start to understand ahead of time, because then the next time you settle a new city, you'll be able to look for those things and say, aha, near the mountains. It's very interesting. Mountains used to be an awful place.
Yeah,
to settle.
totally. Yeah.
And now everyone wants mountains. They're like, I need them for my holy sites. And we give science bonuses for mountains too, because you can put observatories up there.
Right. Yeah.
So mountains are actually very, very useful now.
Peter's question about accessibility is spot on. I mean, especially talking
here's
about
a great example of what combat's doing outside the city.
Oh, right.
You have to defend things. You can see districts are pillaged. Our poor holy site looks like a mess here. It's smoking and ruined. This is an Egyptian attack. We saw Cleopatra appear on there briefly. She's the leader of Egypt. Her agenda is she likes to ally with strong leaders. So if you think about historically, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, those were her friends. She's kind of avoided getting conquered by Rome by befriending Rome.
Yes.
And so that's how she plays the game. She wants the strong, big, beefy military civs to be her allies to protect her.
Stay away, Gandhi.
So in this particular game, now we're besieging her city. This isn't going to go well for Cleopatra, so we're going to see her bemoaning the loss of Egypt here. But, again, you can get a good example of how combat is pulled out from the city as well.
Right, yeah.
And there's specific effects.
Sad Cleopatra.
Sad.
So we're saying about, I guess, the accessibility issue there. Jake Solomon's team on XCOM seemed to do a really good job of actually making a game accessible. And I loved the old XCOM games, and they were incredibly difficult to penetrate. Have you guys learned from that, and have you learned anything from Beyond Earth, that team, what they were working on as well? Because presumably that was in tandem with what you're working on here.
Yeah, I'm a big XCOM fan and sunk hundreds of hours into all of our XCOM titles, and so I love those games. There are snippets of little UI that you'll see pulled from XCOM. XCOM always has a movement boundary. You select a soldier, and it shows you exactly how far you can get in that turn with that. And like, I've never been able to figure out what the XCOM movement rules are. How fast can you go up and down ladders and jump off things? It's always been very confusing.
But
you don't need to know those because the movement boundary's there. So we did exactly the same thing. We actually did change up the movement rules a little bit because I wanted to reflect the terrain a little bit better. But we just put in that blue movement boundary, and all of a sudden it's clear what's going on with that.
What about sort of stuff like new cultures, new nations? You know, we're seeing a lot of familiar faces here, the Americas and Cleopatra and whatnot. There has always been some sort of like underserved parts of the world, like Africa and South America as well. Are you adding new cultures into the game?
There are going to be 18 civilizations when we release, and we absolutely are going to have some brand new ones that have never been in the series before. They're not the ones we're going to announce first.
Fair enough.
With the tried and true ones first. So that's kind of, we've announced 4 so far. So it's America, Egypt, the 2 that we saw here, and then China and Japan. So those are the 4 announced civilizations, but we're going to hit new areas, hit civilizations that we haven't covered in the series before. And one thing that we are going to do is, it's always struck me very interesting how our fans love to play on a true Earth map.
Yes.
And that's a very, very popular mode for Civilization. And I think we didn't service that well enough in Civ 5. And so with only 18 civilizations, we can't hit all the spots of the world right out of the gate. But we have plans for trying to balance those true Earth setups much better than we.
Don't worry. If the British arm has Ireland as well, I'll forgive you. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I mean, another thing that's very popular with Civ 5 is I forget what they're called, but like demo versions where they just fill them full of AI. I've seen this explode on YouTube.
Autoplay games.
Yeah, autoplay games on YouTube. Have you done anything to?
We actually the great thing is that on Civ 5, I didn't start as the lead designer. I started as the lead AI engineer. And so it was my job to get the AI tuned up. And it was sort of my job before Civ 5 launched for about 2 years to set up those AI autoplay games and watch them.
Better man to talk about it.
And I always thought they were very cool. But I never thought they would catch on the way they have. It's sort of like, wow, these people are all doing what I did for a couple
jobs.
years.
People watch other people play games on YouTube all day.
Exactly. So one of the things we did for Civ 6 is we're like, we need to get our game playing in that automated mode as early as we possibly can. And so we actually got a big flat screen TV and stuck it out in the hallway right outside our lead engineer's office. And for months now, it's just 24/7 running autoplay games. And it's great. It catches, if somebody introduces a crash or a bug or something like that, we'll find it. People go out to lunch, and they're leaving the office and they're looking at what's going on the big screen. They stop and they're like,
what's the state of the world right now?
And we can tell a lot about how the AI is performing. Everyone's just seeing the game in action all the time. Maybe you don't get to play into the late ages that often when you're, if you're not one of our testers. But you see it up on the big screen there. So it's actually been great. And so
that's good stuff.
Those AI autoplay games, they're going to be supported pretty well because we're using them all the time.
Awesome. We haven't got too much longer to wait for it either. October 21st of this year is when it's coming out. Ed Beach, thank you so much for coming on, talking to us about Civilization 6. Enjoy the rest of your E3.
All right. It's been a big pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for watching. I'm almost done with my stint on the show today. We're live until 6 p.m., so it's another 3 hours. My final demo of my slot is on in just a minute. Todd Howard's coming on to talk about Skyrim, so stick around.
Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC ain't so far anymore. It's here, baby. It's the largest landmass for Bethesda add-on to date. Whole new swampy area, new enemies, weapons, quests, the works. We're talking over 20 hours worth of content. And if you're looking to spend all that time using these new hot weapons and gear, here's a quick starter guide to better help you decide where to invest your time. When you arrive by ship, you'll notice right off the bat there's some nasty fog. And by nasty, I mean it's filled with rats. Stocking up on rataways and rat-resistant armor will help. But the hell with that, you got these slimy f***s to worry about. Enemies like mutant salamanders called gulpers and mirelurk lobsters tend to mosey around in foggy areas, so I recommend sticking close to the swamps and water beds. Ah! Well, you're kind of screwed wherever you go. And that's cool, because Far Harbor brings you, and I quote, the best armor in the game, the Marine Recon Fit. Super hot. So far, I've found 2 legendary pieces. Brooks sells the helmet at Far Harbor for damn. And Cog sells the torso at Acadia. Yeah, unfortunately you're dropping about 30,000 caps for those 2, but really does look good. Yet something's missing. Weapons. Far Harbor brings a bunch of new weapons to aid you in your quest to kill. Once again, you can purchase a few of these legendary variants right off the boat, and if you've managed to unlock Gun Mods Perk 4, you can tack on some sweet mods. So what do you say we do a hot weapon mod comparison and better understand which ones are worth your time? This guy's into it. First up, let's take a look at this legendary fish pole, the Fish Catcher. Sucks. Well, how about we throw on a puncturing mod? What's up, dogs? Bam! I like it. This radium rifle isn't legendary, but it won't stop us from decking it out. The rifle itself is pretty solid, but let's turn this semi into an auto. Not too shabby, but I'm not impressed. Let's move on to the legendary lever action rifle, aka the Old Reliable. It's rocking an extra projectile to combat its slightly slow rate of fire. It's decent from the get-go, but let's add some range to it. Advanced receiver, medium scope, and a marksman stock ought to do the trick. Damn! Heads be popping. It's reliable, all right. But let's get to the grand finale, the Admiral's Friend. The legendary perk on this beast does double damage when a target is at full health. Good, because its reload is an absolute chore. Yet god damn does it pack a punch. Oh hey, but let's go further and mod this thing 100%. Ha! Nice nose, Pinocchio. Gonna need that schnoz back though. Whoa, whoa! You didn't mention you had friends. Damn, I like that harpoon. Okay, last one here. Legendary meet legendary. Great. Nice camera work, Vats. Way to really... Yes! Yes! Sick! Well, there you have it. If you're heading to Far Harbor, this is what you need. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of the Electronic Triple 2016. I'm your host, Daniel Dwyer. Delighted to be joined by the creative director of Bethesda Studios, Mr. Todd Howard. Todd, how you doing,
Good to see you, man. It's good to finally meet.
Yes.
It's shocking that we have actually, this is our first interview together.
It is, the first time
we've met, yeah.
I feel like I've made dozens of videos about your various video games.
I've watched many of them.
Right.
I've worried about you sometimes. You're like off in the woods, harming yourself.
Yeah,
but it's like Survivor. We're like, well, someone has a camera, so
exactly.
he'll be okay.
Exactly.
He'll be okay.
The camera ops there, you know, he's not just on his own.
Right.
It's great. I'm very lucky to live near a bunch of really weird places because I live in Oakland. So there's woods there and there's a beach there. And thankfully, the terrains of your video games also...
They match up well?
Yes, they match up
So
pretty
we
good.
should only do games that look like that?
Yes.
All
if you
right.
can do one that looks like downtown Oakland,
okay,
that would actually really help because that's about 3 minutes from where I live.
All right, I'll put that on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Bethesda Softworks, you guys last year, decided to do your own thing. Arguably stole the show in 2015. It was ridiculous. You announced Fallout 4, and
yeah.
You are now a mobile game developer who is quite successful.
We
as well.
are, surprisingly, yeah.
So I guess it was a no-brainer doing another one this year.
As far as a showcase, I wouldn't say that. It's always a decision in terms of, do we have enough to show? As far as myself and my group, we felt we had enough to put together a good video with the DLC and shelter updates and Skyrim. So, it's a great time with E3 to kind of tell all our fans and everybody else, like, here's what's coming from us for the next year.
Yeah, and you've got an incredible fan base across multiple platforms. So let's talk about one of them, I guess, specifically. Skyrim. Skyrim Special Edition is what you're calling it, coming out on Xbox One and PlayStation 4. I feel like this rumor has been bounding around for a couple of years. You guys kept it under wraps pretty good as well. Has this been done for a while?
We started doing it, we first got the Xbox One dev kits.
Right.
So our approach was, we were doing Fallout 4 at the time, but we didn't have enough data to kind of stress the system and learn the console. So we actually ported over Skyrim to it to kind of learn the system. And then it kind of sat there while we finished Fallout 4. And as we were wrapping up Fallout 4, kind of got in our heads, like, we had been playing the Skyrim, just the port that we had done.
Right.
And it was still like, oh, this is really fun. We should add a lot to it, redo the graphics, and if we like it, let's get it out there to people.
Yeah.
So that's what we did.
Does that help you guys sort of learn new technology? Is that like help you port over that?
It's a good way to jump in and just see what's working and what's not working. Our games have a lot of data.
Yeah.
So as opposed to another game where you just might make a scene, in a level. The complication for us is we need to stream in a big world, have a lot of data. So that kind of early development, that's how we like to handle it.
Yeah, and you kept it under wraps as well. I mean,
well, enough people guessed.
Yeah, well, they dreamed, they hoped.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's what before Bethesda conferences always feels like. It's a wish list, and it's like, oh, you at Christmas you ask for like 6 presents, and you're only going to get 2 of them, because you just gotta,
right.
Your mom's not going to fall for that one. So you're wondering which ones you're going to get. That's like what every Bethesda conference now seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me anyway. Let's talk a little bit about Fallout. I mean, first of all, the whole impetus to sort of announce it last year and then get it out within 3 or 4 months, was that sort of a backlash to like the sort of awful Kotaku leak thing that happened?
No, not at all.
Or is Fallout just one of those games that has like such a fanfare that you don't need to spend 2 years?
I mean, it was always
about?
my plan that I don't like these long. I don't like them for any game. Like, I hear about a game, I'm like, no one goes like, I wish I could wait a year.
Yeah.
Never is that the response. Like, I want that now.
Yeah.
I think there's a period of time where people want to be excited for a little while. And so we did feel, though, because it's Fallout, if there was a title we could get away with it, that it was the title. So I think that kind of energy last year leading up to release, like, it's weird to think that, and I said this, it's only been a year since people heard about it.
Right.
At all.
Yeah.
And so I think we're going to, I like it to be as short as possible. Right now, the way the industry works, that's probably as short as you can do it.
Yeah.
To get, like, we didn't tell retail or those kind of things. So, but in our future stuff, I'd like it to be short as well.
Yeah, like you said, very few games you could probably get away with doing that. Fallout 4 is certainly one of them. It's always amazing seeing, people take these games and play such different versions of them, enjoying them for different reasons. What do you get a kick out of when you see people playing it? Like, do you watch Twitch streams? Do you watch YouTubers?
What is it, the Naked and Gunless?
Naked and Gunless, yeah.
I get a kick out of kind of less watching somebody play it, but more the stories they tell afterwards.
Right.
I've watched some people play it, I'll go on Twitch and watch. That's more of like an experiment to see like what they ignore or what they do more or less of.
You've still got your like
because
game
people will
design
say it differently. Like they won't talk about. They'll tell about like the high action things or the big moments, but there's a lot of downtime. And I think that time is important, and people don't realize it when they talk about it later. They don't say like, I just kind of wandered for an hour and I watched the sunset. But when they play it, they do that. Like I do that. I think that's a very important element, not just to our games, but other games, like take in the geography. Just be there for a while. Yeah, I watch a bunch.
And as somebody who basically holds the creative cards on a series that, I mean, multiple series, but talking about Fallout, series that, everyone has an answer for something. They all want something. I mean, I feel like with Fallout 3, there was the whole thing like, oh, it was good, but like the shooting, maybe not as tight as we'd like.
Yep.
And then Fallout 4 comes out, and I'm like, it's more of a shooter than it is a role-playing
the dialogues,
game. Right. How do you, you can't appease everyone, right? So, how do you, as the creative sort of fulcrum, manage that, or what do you think? Do you listen to it?
I think our fans are used to it over time, that we do like to try new things, and we'll have some successes. I think the shooting in Fallout 4 is really good. I think it plays really well. Obviously, the way we did some dialogue stuff, that didn't work as well, but it was, I think, I know the reasons we tried that to make a nice interactive conversation, but less successful than other things in the game. And so for us, we take that feedback, and I think it's, I think long term, and so, or other things we did in the game, like the choices you have at the end, where we have an opportunity with something like Far Harbor, like, okay, how many ways can it end? Or let's give them more choice with something like that. And so it's not just a one-off, meaning Fallout 4 comes out and then we forget about it.
Yeah.
So, and then with mods and things like that. So I think it's an ongoing thing. I don't just think like, oh, it's this point in time. And I think that kind of feedback we get is really, really helpful. And you're right that everybody does have an opinion. And I think that's good,
I guess, Skyrim came out, massive mod support, PC. We ran a show on GameSpot for 3 years,
with
I
mods.
think. Skyrim mods. With Fallout 4, have you seen that same sort of attachment rate? And do you now launch these games as like, hey, you know what? This isn't just like our Q4 big title. This is the game we're now going to be supporting for like 2 years.
Or longer.
Right.
You look at Skyrim, it's still, it's 5 years old, still going. We don't put a timeline on it. So we kind of have our mode of the main game comes out, then we're going to support that with DLC, and then we're going to add mod tools, and the long tail, our community, it's not multiplayer, so our community becomes modding. And so you asked, do we see that with Fallout 4? We're just starting to see it because the mod stuff really has just come out.
Yeah.
And being able to, us having that in the game with BethesdaNet makes a huge difference in who's able to see it with the console players. So, the Xbox stuff just came out.
Right, yeah.
And we've just passed 20 million mod downloads.
Okay.
Which is like, I'm like, is that right? That's a big number.
Someone added an
And the PS4 stuff is coming. Still a lot of work to do there with Sony. But I think with Fallout 4, because it's built in the game, my hope is it's more popular than Skyrim. It should be. And then with Skyrim Special Edition, we can have those people come over to Skyrim who have already been doing it on the PC, and people who wanted to do it but don't have a high-end PC that can really run the cool mods, that they can do it on console.
Is there an element of trying to like break down technical barriers here as well, where there are people who probably would like mods, they're just not, adept at using their PC, or they just it's one
There's
or two.
still friction there,
right?
Like being able to download them and make them run, and that was part of it, just to make it easy. Like, I want to try that, make it safe. Because a lot of times people are like nervous, like, should I download this thing from the internet and see what it does to my computer? And so I think they want us to be active in saying, your game won't be hosed. Try these out, and then just make it easy.
Who do you think's doing this? Because I remember when I went to Minecon years ago, I suddenly had this realization. I was like, oh, the people who are playing this game aren't like hardcore PC games. It's like it's a much younger crowd. Who do you think is installing mods? Because I'm a massive PC gamer, and I've always modded games, and I do some of the mods in Skyrim and Fallout, but there seems to be like do you think there is a specific like demographic?
I don't think about it a lot, actually.
I guess it doesn't
We've
matter.
been fortunate enough where our audience has gotten big enough. Generally, our audience is more hardcore gamers, but there's a lot of them.
Right.
It feels like, oh, that hits more of a casual audience, but there's so many hardcore gamers that if we make the game for ourselves, like, what do we like to play? It generally finds an audience. So maybe they're like us.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't given it a lot of thought.
I guess if you don't have to give it a lot of thought, then it's not
there's
a problem.
Enough people.
Yeah. Will you ever get sick of making games about Fallout and the Elder Scrolls?
I don't think so. They're worlds that we love. We do have some new stuff going that we're looking at.
You guys working on 3 new projects at the moment, or?
It depends how you add it up, but there's there's some big ones that we have coming that are they're in the vein of what you'd expect from us, but they're also very new and different games, and bigger than, in many ways, than anything we've done.
So you tease me like that, and then I instantly think about that Fallout Online, like all the history of that legal dispute, and it's all in the past, and maybe there's a bright new future for that somewhere.
I would say we have ideas for everything. Like, if someone online saying, I think I should do this, like, that's what we do at work. That's what should we do? We could do this, and that's like how the VR thing came up. Like, hey, let's try VR, or let's try a mobile game. There are things you wouldn't like generally expect from us, but now it's kind of, once you see it, you're like, oh yeah, they have a mobile game. Or Fallout 4 in VR, when we thought about it, like, let's try it out. I feel like this could be, let's see how it plays. Then you get in and you realize, like, it really is biased, but the perfect game for VR.
For like just exploring
and pick stuff up, the way the combat works. The interface is already on your wrist.
Right.
You can just look at it. And the game has the right flow. It's like I said, I was saying about people watching people play, like there's a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
So it's not this like super intense thing all the time. The combat has a certain pace that suits VR. And so that's just something we're going to try.
Yeah, so how will you be able to play Fallout 4 start to finish in virtual reality? Because I know the demo that they showed at the, was it the Microsoft, I think afterward? No, it was one of the VR booths they had. It was a sort of, just a red rocket kind of area, right?
That demo actually is the one we have here. You can go anywhere. It's
okay,
not,
you can,
all right. You can do whatever you want.
They're just kicking people off.
Yeah, because it's a giant line, hours long. We said, okay, you're done. But you can take that demo. I go all the way down to the city and, fight Deathclaws with the Fat Man and all that's great.
Yeah. Do you feel like you have the sort of creative free will to do whatever now? I mean, how long have you been working at Bethesda?
22 years.
Did you envisage that, like 22 years later, especially when you look at all of the PC gaming companies who have fallen by the wayside, that Bethesda would still be left standing, and they're standing so strong?
I take it kind of one game at a time. I don't think about our place in terms of where will we be 10 years from now and 20 years from now. It's mostly what kind of games and experiences do we want to create. Let's do them the best we can, and we have been very, very fortunate.
How do you feel about the DLC for Fallout 4? How's it been received by everyone so far?
Well, I think there was some anxiety over the season pass.
Right.
First time we've done one. We had an opportunity to do one with Skyrim, and I felt like, no, I don't. There's kind of like a potential negative there with the season pass.
Right.
This is the first time we've done one, and I mean, it's sold really, really well. So we're selling more DLC than we ever have. But we wanted to do right by the people who bought it early on for like $30.
Yeah.
To do right by them and say, look, we're going to give you a lot of content. And so once Nuka World comes out, it's $70 worth of content. And so, we've done DLC from like the horse armor. We've done every type of DLC that really is there. And we have found that it's all successful. It's just finding like what we feel good about, what our users feel good about. And so, we knew we wanted to do a mix of like workshop packs and then larger adventures. So Nuka World is in the like larger adventure quests area kind of.
It's that same problem of trying to appease so many voices that are all probably shouting at you at the same time.
Yeah, but as long as you give them, I think all of those opinions are right. Like, it's good to have this type of thing, it's good to have this type of thing. And so as long as we have different types that are available, I think it works out.
What are you looking at, like stepping away from your own projects, what are you looking at E3, and what's tickling your fancy in terms of what everyone else has shown?
There's some VR stuff I want to try. I think the Battlefield 1 trailer, once you see that, you're like, okay, I got to go play that. They always make incredible stuff. So, and there's just so much good stuff to see here. I kind of wander around. I get my hands on very few games. I just want to. Often I'm watching someone else play it quickly and be like, okay. So.
And are you all in on VR? Do you think it?
I wouldn't use the phrase all in. Our company has done it for a long time. The id Software stuff with Doom years ago.
Right, of course.
And we think Fallout 4 is a good match. I'm kind of hold people back from is this the way all games will be? And we don't need to guess right now. Let's just enjoy this for what it is, and we'll see where it goes.
Can I ask you quickly about Doom, actually?
Yeah.
What a wonderful surprise that was.
It's and I got to watch that kind of happen.
Yeah.
And I love that game. And it's fun being, since our company has grown, you asked how we would be over 20 years.
Yeah.
One of the great things that's happened as we've grown, you kind of get to the other studios. We're very similar in how we think about games, and being a Doom fanboy and being able to play that early and see it come along. And then the guys at Arcane, being able to, I know people have seen Dishonored too.
Right.
But then that game is amazing, so. I don't want to do the homer pick. What are you looking forward to? But Dishonored 2 is amazing, and seeing the new Prey and all the stuff that's going on, it's almost like we have a thing we do every holidays where all the studios come together, show their stuff early to each other, and it's like our own mini E3.
Yeah.
and it's awesome.
Well, it's like the first person like PC world. You've got Doom doing all their crazy arena stuff. You guys are holding on to role-playing games. Dishonored is basically the new Thief, and then Prey kind of looks like System Shock. Like
I think that's all very accurate.
Right,
actually,
so
yes.
I was thinking
but they're all
about
games
it.
we love.
Yeah,
You know, and they're like a bit. They're old school but new.
Yeah.
I think everything we do, and so there's very little we do where, you know, the people in the company look at it and say, that doesn't really feel like us.
Right.
It tends to fall by the wayside, and the stuff that we're putting out as a company are things that we would all want to buy
Yeah.
and play.
Loads of exciting games announced at Bethesda. Great to see you guys putting out Skyrim on the latest consoles. Do you have a busy year coming up? It sounds like you're working on a lot of things that we don't know about at the moment.
We're always busy. I mean, it's different busy than last year. Where
Right.
we're shipping Fallout 4 and doing Shelter. We have more things going on this year, so it becomes more of we have X many DLC and new projects and mobile, so it becomes more of an issue in making sure we focus on the right things at the right time.
Right.
But we do have more going than we ever have, and expanding, you know, my team in particular, and that's helps us do bigger and better things.
All right. Presumably we'll see you back here then at E3 2017.
Presumably. We'll see. Too early to guess even for myself.
Yeah, we're not finished today yet either. Todd Howard, pleasure to have you
it's
on.
good seeing you.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely to hang out. Thank you so much for watching the GameSpot stage over the past 3 hours and change. I am dropping down to the co-op stage downstairs for a little while to hang out with Jeff Canada. But come back here. Lucy James will be back for more video games, 3 hours of which here on the GameSpot stage. Stick around.
After dozens of hours in the rough and tumble Commonwealth, the coast of Maine sounds like the perfect place for a sojourn in Fallout 4. Enjoy a boat ride, meet new people, solve a mystery with your best synthetic friend. What's not to love? Who am I kidding? Far Harbor is just as overrun with radiation, desperate factions, and mutated creatures as Fallout 4's main stage. Along its rocky shores and in its foggy woods lie odd characters and rewarding side quests, along with a bounty of new gear to acquire. Visiting Far Harbor is an excellent way to extend your enjoyment of Fallout 4's brand of combat and casual role-playing, but it doesn't succeed in all of its attempts to build on the foundation of the base game's story. In many ways, Far Harbor seems like a trip down memory lane. You once again set out in search of a missing child, and ultimately discover a society in the throes of a complicated conflict.
Glory to Atom! Glory to Atom!
The crazed sons of Adam worship radiation, taking refuge in the dense irradiated fog that covers the island. They're at odds with the citizens of Far Harbor, the seafaring town reduced to the only swath of land not overrun by fog. Elsewhere, synths who want to live in peace and isolation watch from the sidelines, though as you soon discover, a murky past brings their motivations into question. Shortly after you arrive on the island and help defend townsfolk from invading monsters, you're whisked away to the synth refuge in Acadia. Not long after, you're guided to the Children of Adam's sanctuary, called the Nucleus. Unless you deviate into side quests right away, you'll have met most of Far Harbor's big players in less than an hour, and these meetings deliver a rapid-fire procession of seemingly major events and revelations. Unfortunately, this eagerness backfires. Far Harbor isn't shy about asking you to join a murderous group of religious extremists, or attempting to make you question your own identity. While these moments have potential, they aren't given the time and space they need to spur a meaningful response. The biggest twist of all is so mired in logical inconsistencies that it practically feels like a joke. After the dozens of hours it took to form a position on the various players and problems in the main campaign, the abrupt propositions in Far Harbor feel cheap, to say nothing of how familiar the narrative's themes are at this stage in the game. The biggest risk Far Harbor takes is a trip into the memory banks of a synth, where you use the settlement building toolset to recompile broken pieces of data. With a limited number of items at your disposal, you have to redirect lasers to break down barriers and place armaments of your own to defend the flow of information from cannon-toting viruses, all the while trying your best not to walk into pitfalls. These sequences are visually distinct and put your abilities as a craftsman to practical use, but they come off as a half-baked puzzle game concocted to drum up variety. Up to the last puzzle, the solutions are easy to identify and execute. The final test, on the other hand, is sprawling and requires tedious exploration, made worse by the limited amount of resources you have to build bridges to and from the map's various islands of data. As I dug my heels in and meticulously worked for a solution to the final puzzle, I yearned for adventure. For
For all the baggage in Far Harbor, it successfully upholds Fallout's tradition of combat, driven by odd requests from locals or by your own lust for loot. New weapons like the harpoon gun empower you to take on creatures that are fast, resilient, and challenging enough to test seasoned survivors. The only hiccup that gets in the way comes from the fog that permeates Far Harbor, at least on PlayStation 4 and PC. These versions suffer from frame rate issues, with the PS4 version exhibiting choppy gameplay during exploration and especially during combat. The fog and the light that sneaks through it creates a great visual effect, but it's a shame that it comes at the cost of performance. For its new locations and weapons, the turbulent waters of Maine are a satisfying complement to Fallout 4, but where Far Harbor succeeds in delivering more of the same great gameplay and oddball characters that made the main campaign such a joy, it can't muster an interesting story. It overconfidently asserts twists and conundrums without doing enough to earn your investment in the outcome of your decisions. If a moving story is what you're after, steer your ship back to the shores of the Commonwealth.
Peggy 18.
How did we get here?
Peggy 18.
How did we get here?
Technology is advancing at a phenomenal rate. Artificial eyes to cybernetic limbs.
The promise of a better future.
We now have the choice to free ourselves from any kind of limitation.
Strength, power, speed. Now I focus on what really matters.
Have these augmentations really been tested?
There are people who say that what is happening is unnatural, that we're playing God. But people were scared of electricity, and where would the world be without
What
that?
happens if this technology falls into the wrong hands?
Diseases or viruses that could wipe out the human race.
Scenes of terror are being witnessed worldwide.
What kind of madness has gripped the mechanically augmented people? 9 million deaths confirmed and counting.
This is an attack on humanity and the universal values that we share.
These people were hacked. They had no control.
What is the appropriate response? And can we actually protect ourselves from this happening again?
I have no idea what happened. I would never.
You tried to kill me. At what point will governments consider the idea of segregation for all our sakes?
We can be politically correct, or we can be foolish. But it's going to get worse and worse.
The Czech Republic adds its voice to a growing list of countries calling for the relocation of its augmented citizens.
No
Reports of severe shortages of the drug neuropozyne required to inhibit the rejection of augmentations.
And we will fight for our God-given rights to defend our will.
In a sign of growing anti-augmentation sentiment, thousands march.
It doesn't matter how many idiots you get out there on the street. We will not relinquish our limbs. Do you understand?
What's happening on this planet is a mass fear-mongering, and the mainstream media pushing this narrative.
The officer suffered severe facial injury.
Incident after incident after
You need
incident.
to be afraid, because they are coming for you.
We will not be made slaves to corporations. We will rise up.
To them, we are the enemy.
Have you seen what your kind are doing?
My kind? You sound just like them.
We've come to a tipping point. I can't live like this anymore.
This violence is completely out of control.
All right, it's my turn to take over. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. I'm Lucy James, joined here by a couple of excellent guests. We've got Justin Haywald.
Howdy, howdy.
And Aaron Greenberg from Xbox.
Good to be here.
So you guys had an incredible press conference yesterday. What is this that you brought?
I figured, we should do more than just show you a video. What if we actually brought the real thing? So, we had a great conference. I think it's awesome to be able to announce new hardware. Mm-hmm. Very rare you get to announce 2 new consoles in one briefing. And so we opened it up with the Xbox One S, which is available this August. And it is a 40% smaller Xbox One, and also has the power supply built in, comes with a new controller that has Bluetooth included, and for people that have 4K TVs, it does 4K video streaming. It also plays 4K Blu-rays, and will play your games in HDR. And so really, really a lot of great advancements for people that are looking to upgrade this holiday.
Do you know how many teraflops are in the Xbox One?
We have broken into teraflops jail. So, yes. Well, it's funny you mentioned teraflops because we also announced Project Scorpio, which is coming next holiday. And with that, really, the idea was, what if we went off and built the most powerful console ever made and could deliver true 4K games, these native 4K games, things we've never seen in consoles before, and that actually does require 6 teraflops of power. So we're excited to build a beast of a box with 6 teraflops of power, be able to bring true 4K games. Also, that enables us to do things like high fidelity VR, and I think a lot of the experiences that people that have like super high-end PC rigs and things like that may have been experiencing, but to be able to bring that to the living room with the console next year, we're really excited to have that happening as well.
So I was actually really curious about announcing a console like that. Of course, the Xbox One S seems like it's a very smart move, but it feels like it can be a little bit risky to announce a new, more powerful system without the specs, without a release date, and knowing that it's going to be in the future. Is there any fear that maybe that'll cannibalize sales of the current Xbox or the S?
Yeah, we gave it a lot of thought. I mean, first, we really wanted to be thoughtful about what is that next change where it made sense to iterate with hardware. For us, reducing size is really important. We know a lot of people are adopting 4K TVs. To be able to bring all those benefits and HDR with this box made sense. But the leap to true 4K gaming and the power of Project Scorpio is a pretty big jump from where we are today in the console market. And so that's why we wanted to announce it now, because we want to let our development partners be aware of it. We want people that are making those great game experiences today to say, listen, we're going to extend the limits of your imagination of what you're creating. And so to be able to unlock that and deliver, true 4K games, which you can just imagine how big those games will be, is something we're super excited about. And frankly, as for consumers, now they know they have a great option this holiday with a great value and a great box, or if they want to wait and get something that is optimized for even more power next year, they have that choice. We still have a lot of people, believe it or not, that are still tens of millions of people still on Xbox 360 that haven't upgraded. So if they're waiting, we think this is a great time to upgrade as well.
Are there going to be exclusive games that just work on Scorpio?
A lot of people have asked that. So the big vision for us is that we want to be able to allow everything just to work. Your games, your Xbox One console games to work, your accessories to work. So if you buy games today, they will be forward compatible as well. So, and as part of that, we're not making Scorpio exclusive console games. Obviously, if we do something there with some high fidelity VR, that would be different. But for console games, what we want to be able to do is, one, plan for that now for people that are building games now. Like the team that's working on Gears of War 4, they know Scorpio's coming. So there's some things they can do in Gears of War 4 this holiday that will make sure it takes advantage of the power of Scorpio when that comes out a year later. And then, of course, when we look at the lineup of games that will be coming, another year from now, that can take advantage of the true power of a native 4K box.
And I think another really exciting thing that came out of the press conference was the Play Anywhere program. Like, for me, as a PC gamer who does console gaming, but my primary place is the PC, that's really exciting. Yeah,
I mean, for us, you've heard Phil Spencer talk a lot about, we always want to put the gamer at the center of everything we do. And it's one thing to say that, but we really thought, what if we could actually take the games you own and allow you to give you more value, where you buy games from us digitally, but you can play them both on Xbox One and on Windows 10. And we know that gamers don't just play their games in the living room on the console. They continue to play those games on other devices. Many PC gamers out there weren't experiencing our games. So to be able to bring those titles to both and allow you to download them on your Windows 10 PC and play them on your Xbox One and have full compatibility for both, your accessories to work, all that was a big part of the vision.
All right, Aaron, this is killing me. Can we see what's in the box, please?
Yes, let me do this very, very carefully.
It's full of airheads, right? You're just going to explode out.
It's funny you mention I have some airhead bites. Would you mind if I had an airhead bite before I did this unboxing? Sure. Okay.
Give you a little bit of energy to get through this.
We do. I do need a little energy. Because sometimes you want an airhead and sometimes you just want an airhead bite. Okay, there we go. Those are actually very good. Okay, so tightly packed box. We're pretty committed to that. This is where things that come with your console go. Okay, maybe the airhead bite before the unboxing wasn't the right idea. So, first thing you'll notice is I'm holding this with one hand. Wow. Probably can't do that today.
I think I can hold an Xbox with one hand. Are you
Well,
saying
look at
that, like,
you.
I
Look at
work
you. Well,
out
I don't know,
sometimes?
maybe you're in a different level.
You've been down
now.
the gym. I absolutely cannot.
Look at Lucy's biceps. That's
Well, now we all can. So,
don't spit it out. You have to.
Oh,
you have to
no, I know.
No.
It's actually very good. I'm enjoying it, but I don't want to delay what people are going to experience here. So, let me set this down here. Let me hold it for a second. So you can already tell 40% smaller. If you're thinking,
Don't drop it. Don't drop it.
It's okay. We have more. And
so I can have this one then.
So, the binding of controllers is now on the front.
Yep.
IR blaster in the front. This is the actual power button. And then you can do it both horizontal and vertically. So if you stand it up, in fact, you'll see that we've already got the Xbox logo here ready for you.
It felt like more of a button press this time on the on button, because
Yes.
I know that I can brush past my Xbox One and it'll
Correct.
go. Boop.
I
This
think
is a
every
push-in
time,
button.
Yeah.
every
Push-in
time I
button.
brush past my Xbox, it turns on. Which
Having a
always,
cat is the worst as well.
Yes, so push and button. And then if people want to see, you can see all the ports here in the back. So we have both HDMI out and HDMI in. For a lot of people, I watch my TV on my Xbox One. More USB ports, optical audio, Ethernet, in addition to, of course, wireless. And you get a sense of the size.
So how does Kinect work with that? It doesn't look like there's the dedicated Kinect.
Correct.
port.
So we have a free adapter that anybody that has a Kinect that wants to use it, we have a free adapter that we provide that allows you to continue to use Kinect with this box as well. And then, well, first off, before I show the controller, this is it. This is the power cord.
No
more brick.
No more brick.
No more brick, which I think is great. And then new controller, which is very, very similar to the existing controller, which you know our gamers love. A little bit more texture here on the handles and and then Bluetooth built in. So again, just like your games with Xbox Play Anywhere, you can also take your controller from your console to your PC. We use a proprietary wireless for speed on the console, but with Bluetooth it works great on a Windows 10 PC as well. Yeah, and so this starts at $299. It comes out in August. We also have increased the storage up to 2 terabytes. As a lot of people are downloading and buying more stuff digitally, so we've been listening for that feedback as well.
So when you say it starts at $299, that's not the 2 terabyte version then?
Correct. Yeah, the $299 is the 500 gigabyte version. Yeah.
Is there a price on the 2 terabyte?
There is, but I don't remember off the top of my head, so my bad. Yeah, but it is available to pre-order now at Amazon and other retailers, so people can find that online. And of course, it depends on what country you're into.
So we briefly talked about Kinect. What does Microsoft have any plans for Kinect going forward?
Yeah, we're continuing. You know, for me, I love my Kinect. I use it to turn my box on and off. I use it for TV and all that. We'll continue to do that. Some of the things that we showed is that we're adding Cortana capability, so more voice commands. The voice capabilities, I think, is really where it's shining. But people are using it a lot for streaming. People are using it, a lot for other capabilities, depending on different types of apps. And then, we're seeing some developers use it for games, but more and more it's being used for voice and for entertainment.
And I think for an update that was either recent or that's upcoming, you're going to be able to just use your microphone in the headset to be able to control it with Cortana?
You can. You can use your microphone and your headset to use Cortana as well, so it's all about preference. But if you want to record clips, you want to stream, have a camera, it's actually, to go and buy a camera that's dedicated for, to record you from your console to your couch. It's optimized for that, so it's pretty unique in that regard. Still has a lot of great capabilities for people that want that.
Are we going to get any, Kinect only titles, any more like Kinect Sports Rivals or?
Internally right now, we're focused primarily on AAA games. We've obviously brought a lot of Kinect games to market that, still work and play great. We've seen a number of ID developers that are doing it, but for the most part, we're following what our consumers want and listening to them, and they're saying we want more AAA games, and so that's where we've been focusing.
What if I played Crackdown by being a monster and walking around just smashing things like that?
I will take that feedback to the team. We maybe I hate to say no to any idea, but probably wouldn't get your hopes up on that one.
So on the hardware side, you guys also introduced some new controllers.
Yes.
And so that's not quite the same as the Elite controller that we saw a while back.
Yeah, so we have a new program called Xbox Design Lab, and basically if you go to Xbox.com, you can go in and design your own custom controller. And we've seen, a lot of people do this with aftermarket and other things, but you haven't really been able to actually make your own custom controller. And so if I take this just for example here, you can go in and change these to all different types of color options. Your bumpers and your triggers, your D-pad, all this can be customized to, a color of your school, a game you like, whatever kind of you want to make it the GameSpot colors, you can. And so, whatever you want to customize it with, which is kind of nice. And then that controller is, those controllers are the new updated controllers, so they have Bluetooth built in. Even if you don't get the Xbox One S, you'll get the benefit of having that included as well.
Yeah, one of the things that I loved about the Elite controller was the ability to swap out parts. Is there any thought given to giving more parts or more customization in that sense, like those different colored buttons? And
yeah, I mean, we're always listening and open to feedback. And I think we've been innovating pretty rapidly with hardware, with the live service, and so we'd love to hear ideas and feedback. I mean, that is how we ended up with this program. We'd love to see how well it does. What are people doing with it? Do they want more customization? The response to the Elite controller has been tremendous. As a result of that, we're also doing a limited edition Gears of War Elite controller that will be coming this holiday as well. I think you saw that we showed it in our briefing. So yeah, I think tons of opportunity to continue to innovate in the hardware space for sure.
Speaking of live, you also announced 3 new kind of capabilities that it has. We want to talk a little bit about those.
Sure. Yeah. So first, I think really we want, everyone knows with Xbox Live, the magic of that is to be able to play online with your friends, play with people that you have common interests with, and depending on the types of games you play, you may have different sets of friends that you want to play with. So we wanted to first bring clubs to Xbox Live so you can have those groups of players that, maybe people you like to play Destiny with, or Halo with, or Forza with. And then as part of that, how do you actually go and find new friends that have common interests? And so that's the idea with Looking for Group that's being added as well, or LFG, as many people refer to. And so now you can say, hey, I'm looking for gamers that want to play this type of game, or help me to complete this raid, or whatever it may be, and you can add those and create new groups out of that. I think those will be tremendously popular on the service, and just a great way to find more people that are like-minded that want to play the same type of games. And then the last piece we announced on Xbox Live was Xbox Arena, which is work that our team's doing around competitive gaming and esports. And so, we've done a lot of stuff in competitive gaming specific to certain titles. We did the Halo World Championship this past year. We're doing things around Forza Motorsport, Gears of War, Killer Instinct, all big esports competitive titles. But as we do that, we work with different tournament operators and things like that. It becomes really hard for people to go sign up, and they have to kind of leave the ecosystem. But if you can sign up on the Xbox, you can track your tournaments and what you're playing in, a lot of online ladders and stuff. So a lot of great integration there. We're excited about, and we did share that we're working with EA Sports on that, and FIFA, for example, will be one of the titles that will be taking advantage of the work around Xbox Arena.
I think the most important part of an arena are, of course, the prize pools, millions of dollars. Am I going to be able to become a rich, famous esports celebrity?
Maybe. It just depends on how strong your skills are. I mean,
I'm really good.
Okay, well, then in that case, sure. Yeah, I mean, we've got, if you look at the Halo World Championship, the finals that we did this past spring, the winning team of 4 took away $1 million that they split. Wow. And these guys were like 19, 20-year-old, so about your age.
That's depressing.
Yeah. So, yes, it's possible. But those, with like a lot of those, a lot of people just want to play and have competitive tournaments with their friends. Then they kind of go to the next level where you kind of have, online tournaments or online ladders, and eventually you get to the actual physical events where the big money is. And to be able to allow you to do that, within using Xbox Live, to be able to do that across both Xbox One and Windows 10, all the live features we build work across our network. So it's not just specific to the console, which is great. We've seen a lot of great interest from our internal studios and from third-party partners who want to participate in that.
With Looking for Group, is there going to be any adjustment to the ratings and reputation system? Because what if you, get stuck with a load of griefers?
Yeah, like I'm a terrible teammate. That should probably be...
Well, you do. We already have reputation built into Xbox Live, so we will be aware of that. And I think, that is the idea that you can, one, look for people. You can say that you would like to, people that would say don't want to play with vulgarity, for example. You could say, I don't, or hey, I want to be, looking for foul-mouth speaking Halo players, there's a group for you too. So, that's the idea, is really to give people choice. And we really want to create a very inclusive community where people feel like they're welcomed, where no matter how good of a gamer they are or what their interests are or, what their background is, that they feel like there is a place that allows gaming for everyone. And we're very, very committed to that. And that's something that we've been doing and investing with features like this and trying to make the community a better place to play.
Let's talk a little bit more the games that you guys had on stage this year. There was a very Japanese influence. I mean, you have Recon with Inafune. We had Tekken 7. Obviously, Final Fantasy made a surprise showing. Are you guys, is that a concerned effort that you guys are making?
Yeah, well, we're all gamers. We love, a lot of these games, and I wouldn't say we just said, hey, we need to go put a bunch of Japanese games on our stage. But as we went and looked out at a lot of the great games that made sense to showcase this year across first and third party, you're right. So Recor, Inafune-san, working with him and the team at Armature on that title is a really, really special thing to go create something completely new. We've had a long standing relationship with Square Enix. I remember when we first put Final Fantasy on our stage and kind of shocked E3, many, many years ago. So to love what they're doing with Final Fantasy and to be able to showcase that. Working with Platinum and Kamiya-san and the team there on Scalebound, another great title. I mean, we just want to work with the greatest creators in the world, whether they're making games exclusively for us on the third-party side or not. It did work out this year. We had a lot of great Japanese creators on our stage. We had the team from Tekken 7 there as well. And so, yeah, it was fun. They were a great number of creators to work with. And we know there's a number of Japanese creators also participating in the ID at Xbox program as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Japanese gaming seems to almost be having a resurgence. That TGS, while it's kind of fallen by the wayside in a lot of ways, it feels like in Western circles, these games are just becoming more and more popular and bigger all once again, like the way they used to be. Yeah,
and I think because they are unique style games in many cases, or genres that we might have grown up playing, and that whether it's nostalgia that's bringing back or sort of a new generation's allowing people to recreate these experiences. Some of the greatest game creators have always been in Japan, and so I think it's been an honor to get to work with them over the years, and having been to many Tokyo Game shows. You're right, we used to unveil and do a lot of things there, but that doesn't mean that. What we're finding is that those creations and those games now are being played by people all over the world. And so it's just been great to be able to partner with them on the first party side to go make great exclusive games with these creators. And then of course have those partners, on the third party side as well.
A good one to get would be Kojima. If you guys could just follow behind him and try to drag him onto the stage.
Oh, I love that moment where he came out with the white and he just kept going so fast. And no,
I've worked. Oh, he was so dangerous. I'm like, no, you're gonna fall through the floor.
I know, but there's nothing could stop that guy. So no, he's been a great partner over the years, and I've gotten to work with him when he's been on our stage, and I know people have a deep level of respect for him. And the last Metal Gear, I think, was a complete masterpiece, and I'm excited to see what he's creating next. I'm sure, like everything, it will be great.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk a little bit about. Really messing up my words today. Some of the announcements you guys had at this week's show. I mean, Forza Horizon 3.
Yes.
So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, over the next year, we're actually going to bring our biggest games lineup of first-party games we've ever brought. And we're sort of reaching that sweet spot in the generation where, we've been working on a number of titles. And so we kind of kicked that off with Recor in September. And then right after that, later in the month, we have Forza Horizon 3, which we're excited to be able to go down to Australia, really rich set of terrain, a whole set of new vehicles. We have 2 cover cars for that game. And again, both these titles will be Xbox Play Anywhere titles, both on Xbox One and Windows 10. Then we get to the biggest exclusive game of this year, which will be Gears of War 4. We know Gears fans, Gears Nation is perhaps the most passionate group of fans I've ever met in my life. And great to work with Rod Ferguson and the team at Coalition on that, coming in October. And then we kind of head through holiday with a number of third-party titles we're working with, like Battlefield 1, and then back to first party with Halo Wars 2, and then in there we have Sea of Thieves, and we have Scalebound, and we have a lot of other great games coming. So whether you're looking for racing, or you want to do looking for a shooter or more action adventure or open world pirate fantasies, we've really got a great variety of games, and I think just finding time to play them all is going to be the challenge.
Is there a push to add all games to the Play Anywhere family, or is is that something that developers decide on an ad hoc basis?
Well, we're making the program available to them. What we have said is we wanted to be consistent. Say we're offering it for all the new games that we showed at E3. They'll all be Xbox Play Anywhere titles. This sort of really the sense of being able to play without boundaries, not being confined by the type of device I have or any of that. What we're seeing as part of that, we do have a number of ID at Xbox titles that are supporting it. So We Happy Few that we showed in our briefing, I think people are very excited about, is coming to Game Preview. That will be a Play Anywhere title. And then Cuphead is another great example of a title that we're excited to have come later this year. That also will be a Play Anywhere title. And we'd love to have third parties support the program. I think they'll see people really giving people more value out of the games that they buy. You invest in these games. You don't want to only be able to play them just on one box or one device, and being able to give you the freedom to do that. We think, we're hopeful that other partners will include it as well.
Speaking of Play Anywhere, I think there was a huge announcement or not even an announcement, but just Microsoft extending an olive branch, saying that you do want your games to be playable between anybody, like Rocket League on PC, on Xbox One. Is there still a hope that maybe that'll extend beyond console barriers as well, and maybe I can play Rocket League with my friends on PS4 and Xbox One and PC all at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, our vision is to be able to take these games you own, and that's the idea with bringing even Xbox Live. I think we showed it with Minecraft as an example, where we're bringing Xbox Live to iOS, we're bringing Xbox Live to Android, so that you can play multiplayer Minecraft from your PC to your iPad, to your Android phone, and allow these ecosystems that you've always been restricted with who I can play with, depending on the device they own or the ecosystem that they've chosen. And as gamers, like that, you have to have a different set of friends lists, and it creates a barrier that really we don't think has to be there. So that's part of the vision of this around being able to play without boundaries. Rocket League is a great example of one where the developers said, hey, we want to allow people to play across Xbox One and Steam, want to play across other consoles. We're completely open to that, and so we really want to continue to invite other partners in the space to open up their networks as well.
Awesome. Aaron, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful E3. For more from E3, make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.
Successes is how well it's brought the nostalgia of fast-paced, rampant brutality of the classic game to the modern day. It makes sense that id Software has also gone to great efforts to include a hell of a lot of callbacks, references, Easter eggs, and secrets. There are already dozens, and more are being discovered every day, but here are 7 you can watch out for to start with. Early on in the first area of the game, you can find our good friend Dovahkiin from Skyrim. This is a Bethesda-published game after all. If the iconic horned helmet didn't immediately give him away, the arrow in the knee of this long-past hero should get your eyes rolling. If it doesn't, here's that reference for the 400 millionth time.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
If you've opted for one of the higher difficulties in Doom, you're probably going to die a lot. But if you gotta die, this is the best way to do it. In reference to Terminator 2, launching yourself into the lava pit of the Foundry, which I have done so elegantly in this gameplay clip, will cause you to meet your demise in a fashion perfectly fitting the Terminator. That is, with a thumbs up as you descend into the molten liquid and your skin presumably fizzles off your bones. If you're a fan of Candy Crush, or perhaps even Bejeweled, the game that Candy Crush borrowed from, you may want to head to Olivia Pierce's office in Lazarus Labs and have a play of some demonic destruction. You can play this one for as long as you like if you're keen on matching Doom-themed symbols while listening to the original version of the Doom theme in the background. If that last one got your minigame cravings going, you can also check out the Super Turkey Turbo Puncher 3 game elsewhere in the labs. This is much the same turkey-beating destruction delight that you could find in Doom 3. If you find it, you can beat the shit out of some turkeys. There's really nothing else to it. Turkeys are really only good for eating and hitting, so enjoy doing the latter. If it's more gaming references you're after, you'll be happy to hear that Commander Keen makes an appearance here, as he did in Doom 2. The series that kicked off id Software's prominence in gaming has been honored via this lovely yellow helmet that you can find on a skull. The fact that the skull is jammed on a stick might allude to the secret boss in Doom 2, creator John Romero's head on a stick. Luckily, the icon of sin which hid the aforementioned Romero head on a stick can be found later in the game, in the upper necropolis. If you fire a rocket at the boss in a specific spot, yes, that specific spot, you'll also get yourself a collectible and some classic audio for your trouble. Unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be a John Romero head inside this one. Finally, I'd be massively remiss not to tell you about the classic Doom levels you can find in the new game. Now you can search every level for a lever, which will grant you access to a portion of a classic level somewhere else on the current map. Or you can be a big cheater and just check out the many YouTube tutorials which will help you find them all. The offshoot areas feature old school graphics and enemy designs. As an added bonus, if you get killed off, you can position the camera to see that your character's face is now the original pixely Doom guy inside your helmet. Obviously, these are just a few Easter eggs, so be sure to tell us if you know of any more and how many you found so far. For all the other gory, beautiful, doomy things, check out the rest of our features on GameSpot.
We're travelers, going miles through mud and muck. We are survivors, equipping the right gear to survive for months in the harshest conditions. We are strangers, far away from home. We are hunters, blending so deep into the environment we become part of it. We are adventurers, doing what no one else dares. We are watchers, seeing everything, never being seen, leaving no trace. We are scholars, studying our enemies, so we can hit them where it hurts. We are judges, deciding who will live and who will die. We are ghosts, and we do not exist.
Your whole life you've been searching. And the elders, they've been holding you back.
The girl is a curse. She came from nowhere. She is no one.
When they told me to raise you, I didn't ask questions.
Why am I an outcast? Who was my mother?
Always you pushed for answers. Push yourself to the edge. Here in the valley, we may be outcasts, but it's safe. Out there, girl, you'll be lost. You won't know where to turn or who to trust. You'll be chasing a riddle into a wilderness of mysteries. The world of the old ones. What secrets lie buried beneath their crumbling ruins? Why Earth is ours no more. These questions, Aloy, the tribe has forbidden. What if the answers are worse than not knowing?
You can help? Or you can get out of my way.
Then be ready for the darkness. And be careful what you bring to light. Even if you do catch what you're after.
Hello everyone, welcome to the GameSpot Stage here at E3 2016. I have an incredible guest with me today. Well, with myself and Justin Haywald.
I'm not incredible.
You are incredible.
You are incredible. You're amazing.
But instead, I've got Jason Vandenberg. Come on.
I can't live up to that.
You
We're setting the expectation of this place that's not... Anyway.
Every introduction you do at Ubisoft's press conferences, you steal the show every time, so I'm super happy to have you here with me.
It's great to be here.
And do you do voiceover work? Because
I do the most amazing placeholder voiceover you've ever heard.
I'm amazed that's place... Like, this is a serious question. Are you going to have some voice acting of yours in the game? Because
I always do. I always have, because I actually do great placeholder VO. And so I always do all the placeholder, and then every now and then they forget to cut a few of the lines, and so I kind of sneak into the game. So, we'll see.
So what lines do you have in For Honor that we might get to hear?
What kind of...
Well, bunch of stuff in the parts of the missions that you haven't played, right? We came with our campaign, right? We have these two things, and we've got all these other missions that we're doing, right? So those are where all the placeholders are. But then we've got the real actors who have done the real thing.
I was going to say, I imagine you've got like grunts and things in there, some screams, some yells.
We all are in the crowds. We're all absolutely. The minion deaths and the arg and the rrr and the rah. Yeah, we all get to do those, right? And then the crowd ones are great. It's fun packing 20 game developers into a sound booth and having us all go, ah! That's amazing.
So, For Honor, this year, you came off showing your campaign.
Yay! Story campaign!
Can you tell me a little bit how this works? Because there's obviously the 3 factions.
Yes.
So are there 3 separate campaigns? Do they intertwine?
One campaign.
Okay.
It's one campaign where you're going to play as the knights, and then as the Vikings, and then as the samurai. So we kind of divided it into 3 pieces. One big story, right? To answer this question about Apollyon and her Blackstone legions, this group of knights that are bringing more war to an already war-torn land, right? So we're going to get to know what's going on about these 3 factions and their warfare, sort of the idea.
So, I mean, how are they all ending up in the same place? Because, I mean, my knowledge of history is not that good, but I do know that, ancient samurai, Vikings...
Did not, the samurai did not attack the Vikings.
That we know of.
Directly, yes. There was no great Viking that didn't happen. So we haven't, you saw our trailer, right? The trailer for that. And that establishes this world where it's, there had been a prior civilization, and then this bad thing happened, right? the world gets uprooted, and we all kind of fall back. And now we're coming back out of that, right, and kind of refilling these ancient fortresses and these ancient sanctuaries and all this stuff. But we're these old people are bumping up against each other after a long time, and of course the resources are constrained, right? We're in a better time now, but now we've been warring for so long, and we have so many years and centuries of ancient warfare to build on, right? That we're over prepared, right? And so the wars have just been kind of a natural state, and then into that we bring our villain and the plan for more war.
I'm going to get a little tinfoil hat here. So you mentioned there was a civilization that came before.
Yes.
Another famous Ubisoft property has a civilization that came before. Are you saying that For Honor and Assassin's Creed are in the same universe here?
Absolutely not. No.
Damn it!
Good guess. Good
Damn
guess. But no, totally different places.
Okay.
In fact, like Assassin's Creed is wonderful as sort of like history, and this is sort of built in our world. I really think of the world of For Honor as kind of like you've stepped through the sword fighting looking glass, right? You're on the other side, right, where we can rearrange the pieces on the board and do all this wonderful stuff. That's what that long period is all about. But it's a new place. I think of it as inspired by our world, right? Like it's the way we would want the world to be if what we wanted to do was fight with weapons forever.
So how did you narrow it down to just these three? Are you, because the ones that immediately come to mind, pirates, ninjas, are these things that are just going to be DLC later? Or are you like, no, that had to be these three? How did you narrow it down?
Well, it's something we sort of discovered early in the development of the game. It was a question we started asking ourselves. It's kind of a classic trio in a lot of ways. I found that I could ask anyone, to choose, like Knight, Viking, Samurai. Like I can ask, Knight, Viking, or Samurai, isn't it?
Knight.
Samurai.
Bang, right on it. See? Now here's the thing. You know the answer to that. You knew that answer before I asked you, right? You made that decision a long time ago. Well, why?
Unconsciously.
Yes. What's that about? So
I want to be a knight, but with a samurai sword, though.
Right. Well, I can't guarantee you that here. What we learned is that I think it's about what kind of warrior you might like to be. I think it's actually about values. People who answer knight tend to have this idea of protection, like defending the weak and the sort of the nobility of the thing. They see themselves in that way, right? I'm a knight. I have the knight. That's definitely overinflated ego. That's definitely.
I have the overinflated ego.
Okay, well, so perfect. Right? People who choose Viking tend to be reflecting a choice about passion and living their life to the fullest and intensity and beer and parties. And then the samurai, people who choose samurai tend to be focused on mastery, right? There's like the idea of there's this higher idea of battle itself and sort of striving for perfection, knowing that you can't ever achieve it, right? And so this idea of becoming that, sort of always striving towards those things. Yes.
It sounds like you guys have you guys had like some psychological testing going on the background here?
I might be a big geek on that stuff. That might be a part of my whole thing.
Some Rorschach tests. Viking helmets.
I give talks at the Game Developers Conference every year about player motivation and psychology.
Yeah.
It's a big part of my shtick. So yes, I am into that for sure.
That's good. That helps, create the best game for the player because you're tailoring it basically to how people behave, how they think.
Yeah, find out how people really think about these things. And I felt like we discovered a kind of a personality test, right, inside the Western culture because it's enough, right? Those three, the Knight, Viking, Samurai, it's enough, right? You can stop there, right? You could add more in, but most of the other ones, they're all kind of in the same realm, right? Like
ninjas, very samurai-ish.
Samurai, exactly. We could add the
pirates, very
like
Viking.
asshole samurais.
Pirates of the Vikings. Yeah, you can with those values, you can kind of cluster them, right? Because I think those are maybe those are the three values. I don't know.
Do you play as all three in the campaign, or do you choose which one to be? Okay.
No, you play as all three. Play as all three, and in order. It's from this tale that we're telling. You play as you start as the knight, and you play as a character we call the warden, which is this knight who is a roaming knight that's come into the land, this area of the world, and gets all caught up in this local conflict with the Blackstone Legion. We call him the warden. It's kind of you, right? You can pick your gender, you can pick your customization. It's kind of who you want to be, right? And then you play through that campaign, and then we switch to the raider, which is the character you see here, and that's the raider. And again, you can pick and customize. We do the same thing for the samurai. So you play them all three, all along you're finding out what's kind of going on, right? The backstory.
Yeah. Would you think it's more beneficial if you play the single player before you make a bold foray into multiplayer?
It's definitely there as a place for you to play if you don't want to get your ass handed to you, right? It's because we all know that jumping into a multiplayer environment can be humiliating, right? No thanks. So We'll have a sort of a brief sort of training bit to get you up to speed because we have a very new mechanic, but as early as possible we're going to open up the door and let you play in the multiplayer. But if you want to really study the characters and get good at that, that's what the single player is for. The mechanics and the characters like we're seeing here, these are the multiplayer characters. They're the same characters. The moves that we see here and the powers that you're seeing here, almost all of the abilities that you have in the single player campaign transfer directly to the multiplayer. So it's really this one world.
And it seems a lot of what you've built around that is also kind of realistic and true to life. Is there anything fantastical in what you've created as well?
Have you seen how big these guys are?
Have you seen me?
They're huge.
I look small on camera, but I'm massive. Sinks into the couch.
So I love it that you feel that way. I love it that it seems real to you, but I can assure you, people aren't like that. We think of our world as kind of an exalted, exaggerated version of the world. We kind of turn the volume up on a couple of knobs, right? Realism is kind of part of our ambitions, but we're really not trying to reproduce melee combat here, right? We're trying to reproduce the emotions of melee combat. We're trying to convince you that you're on a battlefield, right? We're trying to immerse you in that and feel like you actually have the sword in your hand, right? My favorite feedback is when people come back after they play the game and they're like, oh man, I feel like I've been swinging a sword for hours, right? I'm like, what, you mean you're physically tired? They're like, no, it's just I'm just moving my thumbs around. I just feel like, whoa, it was intense, like that's really what we're trying to do is get you there.
And of course, you've got a brand new control scheme. How did you come up with that? Because it's quite. I assume a lot of iterations.
Yes, but it had its origins. It's gonna sound like a story, like I'm making it up, but this actually happened. So about 13 years ago now, I took a course in what's called German longsword, which is the style of combat that you see with the Warden doing, kind of. It's inspired by that. And I was so impressed, I was so struck by how simple this system was and how clear and sort of learnable and intuitive that it was. As I was like, well, what would happen if we took this and we put it like on the right stick? Right? We took that system and we tried to put it there, right? And very quickly, the basics of the control scheme that you see with the lock here and the attacks here, right? All that kind of clicked in place. And I got really excited. I was like, oh my God, I think this would work. I think you would feel the way I feel when I do this. You would feel like you're on a battlefield. Oh, this would be amazing. So I started pitching it. And for 10 years, it was no, right? Like, no thanks, no good, that won't be fun, it won't work, blah, blah, blah. And then I pitched it at Ubisoft Montreal to the GM there. And ironically, the answer was no.
Oh.
The answer was, but it was no but. Right? No but, I'd like you to meet this team. And I was introduced to Steph Cardan and the what was called the Fox team at that time. And they're amazing. This team is just incredible. And they adopted me. They were looking for a creative director, and they adopted me as a puppy. I was like, I want to come home.
I want to come home.
And we made the game.
So
sorry, we are out of time. I'm getting the call in my ear. Jason, thank you so much for joining us. When can we play For Honor?
It's February 14th, 2017, Valentine's Day.
We
got co-op, we got split screen, so it's going to be a great date game. It's perfect.
Thank you so much. For more on For Honor and all the games here at E3, make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
You're watching the GameSpot stage, brought to you by Airheads.
From the Badlands come the orcs and goblins, a green tide of brutal creatures that must be stopped.
Hey everyone, it's Peter Brown standing in for freelance writer Daniel Starkey for his review of Total War Warhammer. The Total War series has, until now, balanced historical realism with strategic play. Warhammer, however, has always been about tactics, and for more than 30 years, it's been one of the most popular fantasy settings around, with a rich lore and vibrant tournament scene for its tabletop miniature game. The mixture of the two in Total War Warhammer is a sight to behold. Not only is it one of the most faithful adaptations of Warhammer's mythos, it is also far and away the best Total War has ever been.
The Empire has ever been besieged by foes, but you are a Prince of Altdorf. Greatness runs in your very blood.
With the addition of irresponsibly large cannons, apparitions, gyrocopters, and powerful spells, the amount of time you need to spend learning what you and your foes can bring to bear on the battlefield is staggering. But these fights don't get old. Part of that comes from how distinct all of the main factions are.
The Empire is a Roman-esque monolithic force. They are organized, effective generalists. Bretonnians, an Arthurian band of humans, uses Pegasi and Holy Lances to cleanse evil. Then the Greenskins pull from Warhammer's own brand of classic fantasy orcs and goblins. Silly, obnoxious, and bloodthirsty, they come with complex internal politics. If you're not waging enough war, measured by a stat called fightiness, other factions will sprout and make with the killing that you haven't. Vampire Counts are a genuine undead faction. They bolster their lines by draining life from others and reviving the dead from massive battles. Dwarves are their opposite, with heavily armored and armed troops. They pull in staunch defenders that will hold a battle line long enough for their enemies to be ripped to shreds with machine guns and cannon fire. Each faction offers a bevy of gameplay options that mesh, and there's no one right way to play, but leaning into their strengths and mixing it up with the occasional oddball tactic works well. That's supported with magic, which can turn the tide of all kinds of fights. As a result, you're faced with a choice in how you protect the magic-wielding lords and maximize their potential without risking a loss. Campaigns throw even more variables into that mix. Like previous Total War games, you can take command of a country and balance your time managing economies, cultures, and individual battles. Here, things go from beautifully intricate to elaborate masterstroke. Each of the 4 major factions have their own campaigns with major battles, quests, and goals. Unlike previous Total War games where you'd have a smattering of small distinctions to separate each group, these races are truly distinct. Vampires are reviled by the living and have a hard time with diplomacy. To survive and remain stable, they have to poison and corrupt the land in front of them. Dwarves and greenskins can travel underground.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016, brought to you by Airheads Bytes. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about the games that are missing from this year's conference. I'm Lucy James, joined by Justin Hayward.
Peter
Hello.
Brown's doppelganger.
Yes, we shouldn't have sat you two next to each other, but Peter Brown and Alexa Ray Correa.
I am a little uncomfortable sitting next to them. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the beard touching. Guys, we had some incredible reveals yesterday, and of course the extended showing of Zelda this morning, but there are some games that we hoped would be here that are not. So let's talk a little bit first. We've got Hazelight, the studio from the guys who made Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, announced a couple years ago that they were working on something. We saw a tease. Nada.
Yeah, I mean, like every year, like any E3, there are always going to be games that don't make it. And I think this year was more interesting in that it felt like every press conference was pretty tight, that there wasn't a lot of room for the extended demos and previews or just like the quick, short snippets that they've done before. But it is curious not to see something that from the Hazelight guys, because that was the Two Brothers game was like so moving and emotional.
Yeah. We saw a little teaser trailer where two guys were in the back of some kind of train. One was having a cigarette. I have no idea what that game could be.
The Boxcar Children, the game?
Yeah, or the brothers.
I'd play that.
Yeah, I mean, one
Grown-up
brother.
brothers.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we don't see games because they're canceled or because they go into limbo, but I think sometimes we just don't see them because maybe there isn't enough to show or it's not going to match up with what the other games are seeing. I think that has to be the case with something like that.
Yeah, for sure. We also didn't see anything from PopCap at EA's press conference this year. Usually they have some kind of presence. I mean, obviously they're kind of moving away from the mobile, but Garden Warfare 2 came out a few months ago. No more DLC drops or anything?
Yeah, I mean, that game came not too long after the first one, right? Like, I feel like the market for a PopCap console game is saturated at the moment.
But the weird thing is, those games are really good. Like, they are a lot of fun. And, like, they shouldn't be that fun, you know what I mean? Like, it's a tower defense game on iOS, and it turned into this.
I can totally acknowledge that, but, I hadn't even missed it. I didn't even realize that they weren't here. Maybe that speaks more about me than...
To be honest, I'm always on the lookout for something Peggle related.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Peggle 3? Oh, don't. If they have a similar announcement to the Peggle 2 announcement, it was just a guy with a mask on, I would absolutely love it. But EA's press conference as well, we didn't see anything from Criterion's action game.
Oh, that thing has to be dead. Like, it's been long enough between when we saw whatever it was of it that I think it's just... swept under the rug.
That idea has to have been folded into Sleet, into the MMO extreme sports game. Like, I don't think that the Criterion game is in production anymore. And we know Criterion has moved on to the Star Wars stuff, which they announced during the press conference. So I don't have a lot of hope that that's still in production.
No, me neither, sadly. But Need for Speed also was not here this year. Do we have any... I mean, there is a game coming out next year, but nothing to show.
Yeah, that is a little strange, honestly. But that game is the one where it only takes place at night.
That was the last one,
Correct?
yes. Need for
That was the
Speed.
last one.
Need for
Only
Speed
at night.
Oh wow.
It came
Need for
out.
Speed Nighttime.
It came out and it had a bunch of kind of masteries you could have with very famous drivers and such.
Like that guy we just saw with the dreadlocks.
Yeah, he was one of them.
That was the FMV one.
Yes,
Yeah,
it went
yeah.
into FMVs
Yeah.
a bunch, seamless kind of movement. What do we expect from them?
More cars and some night landscapes.
Do you think they're going to go back to a kind of day for night cycle?
I think it would make more sense to have a racing game that takes place at all times of day, if not just day.
Yeah,
by
it was quite
default.
strange.
Yeah. I mean, there are, I think Forza and, Forza really dominates the racing space these days.
Yes.
And something like Need for Speed, which is a series that's been around a long time that has a real identity issue. Every game seems to struggle with defining what the series will be as it moves forward. And this one didn't seem to catch on. I don't know that they're ready to just sort of jump back in with another new concept and say, hey, we still don't know what Need for Speed is, so we're just going to throw paint to the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah.
And there is a danger in hoping, as much as we love some franchises and games, and hoping for something too soon. Like I never want some of my favorite franchises to be every year, no matter what, because that's not going to be quite as interesting as when you don't know when the next game's going to come, like a Grand Theft Auto. Like,
Yeah. Another thing, I was quite surprised, especially considering the Scorpio announcement, that we saw nothing from Crackdown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Crackdown 3, I've spoken about this. I feel like every time we talk about this game, I go back to the cloud-based demo that I saw at Gamescom.
Yeah.
Where it was like basically a supercomputer in the cloud showing environments with complete destructibility, and it was multiplayer. It was amazing. And they've shown that in pieces, but I can't believe they're not showcasing that more. Because even if they shouldn't show Scorpio gameplay, they were showing an Xbox One. That was like an Xbox One thing that I saw. It takes place in the cloud. But I can understand they might not want to say, we have a new powerful console and the cloud.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll be saving it for another day. But that's the only thing that really makes Crackdown interesting, I think.
Yeah.
And especially for the big guys, like they have to be saving some things for Gamescom, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Gamescom's way more on the map, I guess, for announcements than it definitely used to be, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's growing.
It's taken the place of TGS.
Yeah. Oh, poor TGS. But Ubisoft, 30th year, and no Beyond Good and Evil 2.
I cannot understand why.
They did have another announcement, Michel Ancel, saying it's not canceled. It's not
I can't
stopped.
trust Michel Ancel anymore. He says, yeah, but I think he's completely too preoccupied with Wild, which we also didn't see actually. We didn't see anything from Wild.
Yeah.
Is he okay?
Do you need a hug or?
Oh, just
He's
even
in it.
seeing this gameplay now just makes me sad.
I know.
Yeah. But at least we know it's not dead.
And that it's not being rushed out. Like
Yeah.
that you don't want to see a franchise like that also pushed out the door to meet a deadline.
Yeah, and this
Like-
isn't even gameplay, right? I mean, we were seeing a cinematic.
Yeah.
So it stands to reason that the game is evolving.
I would not rule out Beyond Good and Evil 2. I think that is going to happen somehow eventually. I mean, Shenmue 3 came out.
Yeah.
Maybe it's going to take
It was announced.
20
It did not
years.
come out.
Like, yeah, Shenmue
Oh.
3 was announced. It's going to come out.
That's true.
It might not
Is
be
it?
what we want, but it's going to happen. Beyond Good and Evil 2.
I really
It's
hope
not
so.
Half-Life 3. It's going to happen.
I hope. I mean, yeah, they said he was still working on it. I hope that was kind of like a goodwill thing because of the whole Vivendi thing. They need to get people on their side,
Yeah.
on Ubisoft's side. So I really hope that it wasn't just a bit of talk. I really hope that it is still in development.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Sony's press conference because there are a few things missing from that, such as everyone thought Red Dead 2 would be announced. There have been a few leaks and nothing. Just
I can't shrug any higher. Like Rockstar's gonna do its own thing. Like
they don't need E3.
They don't need E3. They don't need Sony's press conference. They don't need anybody. Like they can do something in the middle of like the night and be like, oh look, Red Dead 2's coming, and like people will like all flock to it. So like I'm not surprised.
So some of the rumors going around were also that it might have been during the PC gaming show, just
Barf.
because they wanted to do like, yeah, you're not going to watch this anyway, so we're going to throw that in there, just to.
What was interesting is there was a leaked map a few weeks ago, and it had in the bottom corner New Bordeaux, which is obviously where Mafia 3's set. So everyone was kind of hoping out for some kind of, I don't know how those streams would cross, but everyone was sort of thought.
What a stretch.
Yeah. Hey, don't make me get my tinfoil hat out, Peter, because I will do it.
Is there a chance that 2K would ever go a route like Nintendo did this year? Nintendo, I think, took a really interesting thing and just, we're going to do one game. We're going to stream that for a long time. I mean, they streamed Pokemon for a long time.
Yeah, they did. They went back on their promise.
They said they'll have one game, and it was the other game.
But 2K could totally do that. They could totally just do, here's Red Dead. This is our press conference. It's Red Dead, and we're going to play Red Dead for
I don't think
7
they'd
hours.
even need a press conference. They could just start up a Twitch stream and go, hey, we're going to show you Red Dead 2 now.
Yeah.
Another missing Rockstar property. The people, I mean, it was announced with a logo, and I don't think any gameplay's ever been seen, but Agent.
Dead.
Right.
So from the sounds of it, it was going to be some kind of, secret spy, action-adventure. Is it dead?
Dead.
No, I don't think it's dead.
I 100% think it's dead.
Rockstar releases games when they're ready. They take that whole Blizzard and Valve approach.
Yeah.
And if they feel like the game is something that they can put out, like I think that's when they'll see it. When we'll see
Yeah.
it. Like they definitely don't adhere to a schedule.
No. They don't have
Because
to
they're
answer.
Rockstars.
Yeah. That's what their name
It was a PlayStation 3 exclusive. Like, the time has passed.
That's going to be
the
a
terms
PlayStation.
must have changed.
Last
PlayStation
Guardian
5.
was PlayStation 3 excuse.
The terms must have. I think it's dead, or at least maybe the ideas are being folded into something else.
Like The Last Guardian 2.
Yeah. A couple of surprising omissions from Sony's press conference as well. First of all was Dreams, Media Molecules. I still don't know what that game is.
Nightmare Simulator.
Dreams.
Have you seen the bear? It's really scary. He's like kind of being controlled with a mite. It's
The guys
I
from Media
think it's cool,
Molecule. Yeah, it does seem really cool, but I don't know what it is, and I think that scares me a little.
I have
It's
to
the Dreams.
imagine. I have to imagine it's being retooled for VR. I think the promise of that game is lost just on a screen, especially after playing something like Tilt Brush on the HTC Vive, which lets you paint in 3D space. It's similar to what you're doing here. Very, not exactly the same, but that said, it is a very powerful experience to be able to paint around yourself in VR and have these things last. So, this would be a great showcase for PlayStation VR. And hey, what if it's bundled in? What if it's not a product that's going to be sold in itself? It's literally a way to get people to just really embrace and become embedded in a virtual experience. And you're not trying to create a game that does that. You're giving them the tools to make their own thing.
Yeah.
So I think that would be smart if that's what they're doing.
And because it is tools, like I could see them being wary of showing too much before it's ready, because this could be incredibly unintuitive while they're optimizing it, while they're getting it ready, because the developer is used to it, and they're like, I can show this off and make this look good, and we'll work on tweaking the way it works later.
Yeah. But I don't know. Another very strange omission, given that it's coming out in a few weeks. No Man's Sky, which has been a real kind of. It's often taken center stage when it's been shown in Sony's press conferences, and nothing.
I feel like for them it was a great token to showcase, like, we have a game that's unlike anything else that is out there, right? It's sort of one of a kind. But now here we are, having seen the same thing year after year.
Yeah.
It's a bit long in the tooth. There's things that they can't share because they don't want to spoil the experience. And with the game coming out soon, and with the hype around the pre-order and the original date announcement, they've already kind of made up their mind, I think. I don't think Sony needs that feather in their cap anymore.
No. But I think overall, though, I'm kind of glad that there were a bunch of new announcements, new things to sink our teeth into. But guys, thank you so much for joining me. For more coverage from E3 2016, make sure you stay tuned to GameSpot.com. Hello everyone, welcome back to the GameSpot Stage at E3 2016. Today, Justin Hayward and I are joined by Harvey Smith, co-creative director on Dishonored 2 at Arcane Studios. Harvey, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, what was it like being able to reveal gameplay at the Bethesda showcase?
Oh my God, such relief. We announced Dishonored 2 at E3 last year with the trailer with Emily in it, fighting Clockwork Soldiers with Kieran Jindosh and a mission called the Clockwork Mansion. And that was fantastic. The reception we got from hardcore fans of Dishonored and from new people was great, of course. But everybody's been saying, when are you going to show us gameplay? When are you going to show us gameplay? Is there a new engine? What's going on? What about Corvo? You know, we have all these questions all the time, right? And so we're just like waiting and waiting and waiting. And so from my dear friend Rafael Colantonio and me and our art director Sebastian Mitton, who helped with a lot of the footage for that, it's all in-game. It's all missions you play in the game. Just like huge outpouring of thanks for everybody's response, because we have just been inundated by the positivity from people who have now seen the game and they're excited again. So it's great.
Yeah, and it showed off a lot of really cool abilities. That time one in particular I thought was really clever.
Oh, thank you, yeah. You know, other people have touched upon similar mechanics before, but we really wanted, our level design team led by level design director Christophe Carrier and lead level designer Joachim David. We worked very closely with them, and one of their big ideas was pushing that mission. And we debated all kinds of things. Should you have your powers like Blink or Devouring Swarm, or should you have none of that and just have the Outsider's timepiece? And for those who missed what he's talking about, you don't have your supernatural powers in this manner, but you can move back and forth in two different time periods. You can watch people through the other time period. Time passes in both of them continuously, regardless of where you're at. It's kind of mind-bending, and it's this concept we had this time. Let's do Dishonored bigger and better, new protagonists, all new powers, new city. And we can talk about any of those things if you want, but let's build the missions around big, interesting themes. And so we've shown the Clockwork Mansion where the walls, floor, and ceiling move. We've shown the Dust District, which is hit by these periodic random storms that change stealth and visibility. And another one of them is the A Crack in the Slab mission, where you can travel back and forth in two time periods within the same house.
Let's talk a little bit about, so if you played the first game as Corvo, obviously by the end of the game you have a load of abilities. How do you kind of deal with like the reset problem? You know, when you're coming into Dishonored 2, is Corvo still fully stacked with abilities, or do you have to dial it back a bit for new players?
Well, you know, you can play Emily if you want to have the new experience, right? All of her powers are new, and she starts out just as the Empress and builds up from there. The Outsider offers her his mark. But Corvo is a different situation. If you want the nostalgic Dishonored experience, you play Corvo. And how we handle the fact that he had all the powers you chose before and is maybe a bit of a spoiler, but all I can say is that we handle it, and you get to see the Outsider again. And his interaction with Corvo is a little different than his interaction with Emily. And, you know, we talked a little bit about that. You're the first person who's actually asked that question. And you see pretty quickly in the game how we resolve that, how we handle that. But one thing that's brand new that we just started talking about yesterday morning, I don't think most people have heard about it, is that there's another way to play the game this time. When you meet the Outsider early on in the game and he offers you his mark, which is how you get supernatural powers, you can say no.
So this is your secret third path.
Yeah, you can literally tell him, I've had enough of your gifts. I don't want anything more from you. And so you can play the entire game without Blink, without possession, without any supernatural powers whatsoever. We call it kind of flesh and steel mode. There was an achievement we did last time called Flesh and Steel, or only Flesh and Steel. But I can tell you it dramatically changes the game. It's a lot harder. Personally, I like playing with the powers, but once in a while I do a playthrough with no powers, and it's leaning, sneaking, hiding, crouching under things, climbing up on top of buildings. The game is much more vertical this time. Karnaca is a place with giant windmills and wind-powered security devices, so you can get on the rooftops much more. But doing all of that is possible without supernatural powers. It's just a little harder. And so it really, you get this game, you can play as Emily with all her new powers, you can play as Corvo, you can slaughter a bunch of people, or you can literally not engage in violence as you play. You can play the entire game without killing anyone. And you also could experiment with no powers mode, which really makes it a different experience.
And it's really cool that you have Emily, who's a strong female character. Was there any pushback from anybody higher up saying, maybe this isn't a good, we want a strong male protagonist because that's what sells?
No, I mean, people were pretty excited about Emily. Like, I think early on when I pitched it, maybe someone at the company thought that I meant the 10-year-old girl, and they were like, wait a second, you know. But as soon as I explained, like, no, we're talking about grown-up Empress Emily, who has her pillars are Dunwall, Empress, and Assassin, right? So she's stylish, and she's not just a female Corvo, you know. She has her own personality, and I think we avoided all the traps that people fall into often when they have a female protagonist. Our narrative designer is Sashka Duval. I worked very closely with her in Lyon, France, and you know, she was a huge fan of the first game, who came in to help us make the second game. And it was early on, it was our special project to like make sure we handle Emily exactly right. We worked very closely with the art directors and the art team to get her costume right, to get her body right, to get her moves right. You know, it's subtle details, right? There was a scene early in the game where someone attacks her before she's a supernatural badass, right? And she fights back. And early on, there was a scene where somebody animated her to slap the guy, and then he punches her, and we were just like, no. Emily punches this guy, and he feels it. It's a good punch, and then he hits her back. You know, so it's details like that, right? If this is a character you want to be, she has to be a badass. She has to be aspirational. You know, so.
She has to be that from the very beginning. She can't just have the magical thing happen to her and then become.
Right. There's got to be a kernel of strength there to begin with, you know. So.
I think when I played Dishonored, the setting of Dunwall, I live in London, so obviously, and I've spent time in Edinburgh, all of these themes coming together to make a truly unforgettable city. But we're moving out of Dunwall in Dishonored 2, right?
Yeah, the game starts and ends in Dunwall, but we spend most of it down in Karnaca, which is like the southern edge of our empire. So we call it the Jewel of the South, but now it's kind of a rotting place. And the vegetation's different, the light in the sky is different, the industry is different there, the songs, the culture, you know, it's a different place. But because we include Dunwall and Karnaca in the same game, you get the contrast between the two of them.
So it's like the darkness and the light, but both are still pretty dark.
You know, Dunwall is, like you said, it's London and Edinburgh. It's gray, it's pointed roofs, it's brick, and Karnaca is much more like Spain, Italy, a little bit of Greece. It's just that currently it's crushed under the boot of a guy called the Duke of Serkonos, Duke Luca Abel, and it's a place that's going through a troubled time, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah, and thinking about the abilities that you have, that Emily does have kind of a new set. It's a different way to play the game. Where did you come up with the ideas for that?
Well, you know,
or were they things you wanted to include in the first game, and maybe now you get a chance to try them out?
No, those are all new concepts, and our game design team, we work very closely with them to pitch a bunch of ideas, prototype a bunch of stuff, cut the ones that didn't work, and then even toward the end when we had the set of powers, Johan, our technical artist, came to us one day and he was like, hey, I have an idea for a power, and he pitched it, and it ended up being, after the game design team massaged it a bit, it ended up being Domino, you know. So we polled the team, we talked to people, we all talk about playing Dishonored and what we would have liked to have been able to do, and then we put it through some filters, right? Does this feel like appropriate to the game? It's a game about courtly intrigue and then running through grimy alleys, and it's not a game about like taking pleasure in killing or whatever. It's a game about political assassination and fighting for your life. And so there are some powers that really fit well in that environment. And our big philosophies are about exploration, which means you can play at your pace. You're not just following someone else's scripted linear path. You're exploring, you're finding your own way in many different ways, geographically, but also in terms of your approach, your style. But it's not just exploration, it's improvisation, right? And so the way we do powers, you can actually combine them in ways that we didn't plan before. So there's a scene where a group of religious fanatics is about to, they have a firing squad, they're about to put down some heretics. And our lead designer, Dinga Bakaba, was playing, and he wanted to do something different for the guy that he was demonstrating the game to. And so instead of doing what he normally does, which is like use far reach to yank the guy with the pistol out of the scene, he had this flash of inspiration, and he dominoed the guy with the pistol and the victim together. And so when the guy with the pistol pulled the trigger, it killed both of them, because when you use Emily's domino power, you link people and they share the same fate. And so it was just like this flash of inspiration and a cool move and poetic justice in a way.
So you said the Dishonored 1 and 2 are being bridged by a novel and a series of comics. Are they, key? Do you need to be able to read those to enjoy Dishonored 2? Is there going to be a way? I remember, I believe Mass Effect, when Mass Effect went onto PS3, you could there was an interactive comic that they put in the game. Are you planning anything like that?
Well, I would say that bridging Dishonored 1 and Dishonored 2, 15 years pass. Our alt-Victorian world roughly takes place 1837 in Dishonored 1. That's the year that Spring Hill Jack was sighted. This guy with a kind of a demon mask and boots jumping from building to building. And so imagining Corvo as the guy who sprung or who inspired that legend, that's kind of what we were thinking.
I never anticipated a Spring Hill Jack reference.
There you go. I very rarely talk to journalists who recognize that reference. So
I have some podcast recommendations for you. If
great.
You like
okay. Awesome.
Stuff like that.
But 1837, the first game. So the next game is like 15 years after that, and the DLC with Dowd bridges some of the gap because some of the plot elements from 1 feed into the eventual, the Dishonored 2. And that's where we experimented with a voiced protagonist, which Emily has a voice, Corvo has a voice in the new game. But then also the comics take place just before, I think, the new game, and the novel takes place like 3 years before the new game, I think. So I would say the game Dishonored 1, Dishonored 2, anyone can approach it, right? It works just if you walk into it. It's an exotic fantasy world with stealth and first-person combat and supernatural powers. But if you know all of that stuff, like you've read the comics and you've read the novels and you've played the DLC, I would say you have a very rich experience in that circumstance.
And you said that, I remember in the presentation, you said that every alley, everything has to tell a story.
That's our goal.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
How do you, a lot of players these days, maybe they don't appreciate things like that as deeply. Have you done ways to sort of signpost, like you should be looking at this stuff?
We find that our approach to making games is to pack way more into the game than you can see in one playthrough. So you'll only see like 15, or you'll only see like less than 50% in one pass. But we think everybody will see something.
Awesome. Harvey, thank you so much for joining us. For more on E3 2016, make sure you keep your eyes peeled to GameSpot.com.
Thank you.
Hello, joining me today, our esteemed panel of GameSpot editors to talk about the new games announced at E3. We've got Justin Haywald.
Howdy, howdy.
We've got Peter Brown.
Hello.
And we have Alexa Ray Correa.
What up?
Thank you for joining me, guys. We're going to be talking a little bit about the new games announced because we talked a little bit about the games that are missing, but E3 is all about the new games. So we have a whole big list to work through, give our first impressions. Let's start off with Faye.
Fia.
Someone told me it was Fia. Yeah.
Fia?
So
Fia.
when I first was introduced to it, I was told it was Fia, but then the guy on stage seemed to be just saying Fie.
So I'm from the north of England, and Fia is how you would say fear, because we don't pronounce consonants properly. Or vowels.
So, I mean, but overall, this seemed like a replacement for Yarny. This was another super cute, emotional, fun indie game. And I really appreciated that. Like, the little guy was super cute, like little dog guy.
Well, and he's communicating with other animals, and that seems to play a big part in the game, which is adorable. Everyone loves that. I'm curious how that will all play out and, like, really what the objective is in the end. But what I found most interesting is this was tied to the initiative to, support creatives, give them a chance they wouldn't get otherwise, and also let the profits go back to them.
Yes,
which I think is great.
So it's like the Square Enix collective kind of thing.
Yeah, but
yeah. it seems like they're working the model a little bit differently. When I first saw Fie, they showed off concept art first, and I thought this looks a lot like Limbo. I mean, this looks exactly like Limbo meets Ori. But looking at the actual game in motion, it looks kind of like Tearaway, I felt.
Huh. And it uses sound in a very, what seems like a unique way. We didn't get to play it hands-on, but anything that uses music and sound to create these kind of emotional scapes, like I always think that's really exciting. It's very unique.
I mean, you can look at it now. It has a really kind of it's
like a fox.
Yeah, it's like a little fennec fox thing, kind of Pokemon. This is the bit where I thought it looked a lot like Tearaway, just in the way that the character moved. It's a very angular kind of world. But I'm definitely excited to see more. I'm also excited to see. Now that EA are putting more money behind these smaller studios, giving chances to games that maybe wouldn't get picked up by anywhere else. So I'm excited to see that. But in terms of AAAs, I mean, we got like the AAA Quake champions. The Big Daddy is back. Did anyone see that coming?
We
kind of.
I felt like I heard people at least like pretending like they knew it was coming.
Oh yeah, I knew about it.
Oh yeah, Tony knew about it.
Have you heard of QuakeCon? Yeah.
Well, there was like all those resumes like earlier this year. I guess there was like a mass hire at it, or they posted something that sort of inferred that they were working on Quake. I mean, it's been a long time coming. I think after Doom, this was like the perfect time for them to sort of re-announce that they're rebooting some stuff. And I think
after the success of Wolfenstein as well, and the New Order and the Old Blood.
Yep.
Kind of it made sense to go back to those old id properties.
And they're certainly chasing the hero shooter genre without really calling it as such, which is maybe a smart move. I don't know that that's what Quake fans want, but maybe that won't matter in the long run if it just plays the same way. So.
Yeah, I hope it's going to be that. They said there'll be an unlocked frame rate on PC, I think they said.
Yeah, up to 120 hertz, which is blindingly fast.
Damn.
So. Wow.
But, I mean, obviously, no gameplay, just the old CGI trailer, but we're going to hear more about it at QuakeCon. Another Bethesda reveal then. Prey. It's not Prey 2. It's Prey.
Prey again.
It's Arcane's reimagining. What did we think of the reveal?
That was such a cool trailer. Like, it was very moody, and like I love playing with time and kind of what your expectations are, because even within that trailer, I'm like, I'm not sure what's going on, and you're learning a little bit more about this story in this world, and it made me want to learn and know more.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why they had decided to call it Prey. I don't know that brand really draws a lot of attention.
I think it is a cool name, though.
I think. Sure, I'll give it that. But it does have this attachment.
Yeah.
But aside from that, the trailer was really interesting. It showed some stuff that the character himself seems to be the focal point. It's not mechanics. It's not something else. It's a guy who's really struggling through something, and he's not really sure what's going on. And so that kind of makes me interested because, well, I'm curious now. I want to know what's going on. So it'd be great to go on that journey with him.
But rather than just taking a name for a game that doesn't necessarily fit exactly, I think they could have taken another beloved franchise. They could have called it Battletoads. Also would have been really exciting.
I don't know that they could have called it Battletoads.
I'm interested to see how it plays out, because I mean, basically, it's Alien Isolation. You wake up on a craft. You're by yourself.
There seems to be some sort of manipulation happening with this character, where he is both being manipulated, but also sort of he's out of sorts. So you don't know if he's actually being manipulated or it's just in his head or if he's doing it to himself. He greets himself in the mirror here.
Yeah, that was one of those Twilight Zone type twists.
It's very Black Mirror, I think.
Yeah,
It sort of reminded me of that surreal kind of weirdness.
Yeah, but Microsoft Stage, we had, this was probably no surprise. They needed a Forza this year. Forza Horizon 3, go to Australia.
Who saw that coming?
Not me.
Forza.
Cars.
Get out of town.
I am kind of disappointed that there wasn't like a giant supercar on stage, as they usually do. But, Forza Horizon, I think, is a fun game. I certainly prefer it to regular Forza, because I'm not a racing sim person, but the more arcadey feel, the music, I really like.
What is it about this that draws you in, considering that you like the last one?
To be honest, when I was playing the last one, because the last one, was it the music festival, the one before? When it's just the way that the music blends in really well. I mean, obviously the story bits are a bit with the little videos of people playing, but it's more fun, it's arcade, and the way that the drive-atar, as awful as that word is, works. It's really fun to be able to see your friends playing alongside you and beating them, and it's like the classic. It's the ghosts that you like playing with. It's easy to play with friends.
So it's like The Crew.
R.I.P.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, I don't think the crew's around anymore. But
no, it's not.
No, I mean, it's just also the way that the cars handle is very satisfying. And I'm not by any means a big racing fan at all, but Forza Horizon I always think is a game that I can play and I'm not intimidated by, which I am by regular Forza.
I'm really waiting for the DLC. Since it's in Australia, either I get to have a kangaroo as my driver, or I get to ride a kangaroo, because I would totally do that.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
That's an amazing idea, actually.
Just riding the kangaroo.
But we also saw Gwent.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you think CD Projekt Red realized how popular that card game would be? Like,
not when they first made it, no. But after looking at Hearthstone and the ridiculous success of something like that, I think it was a foregone conclusion that was going to come.
They weren't inspired by Triple Triad?
Ooh.
Deep cut.
Where's that card game? I want that card game.
But no, I mean, it has a story mode and stuff. Do you think that's going to work well?
I don't know. Witcher fans are going to play it. I don't know that anyone who's not into The Witcher will go for it, since it's such a niche thing.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite part of Hearthstone, it was the single-player story missions, and that could be really interesting in Gwent, both getting you used to playing it and understanding the mechanics, while not forcing you to play against other people.
So does the idea of 2 lanes? Oh no, that's a different game. Sorry, I'm confusing it.
Lanes are MOBAs.
I was thinking of the Elder Scrolls Legends game.
Yes.
It's got 2 lanes.
Yes. That has 2 lanes.
Anyway.
I tried playing Gwent, but because you can not play it in the game, when I was playing Witcher 3, I did kind of forego it, and I always had people on Twitter going like, oh my god, this Gwent, I'm
Do you
a Gwent
even
master. Yeah, exactly. Like, get good at Gwent. But no. Xbox also revealed State of Decay 2. Were we expecting that?
Well, I mean, we knew that Undead Labs, the developer, was working on a successor. They were working on some kind of MMO type thing that was codenamed, I think it was Class 4. They've been talking about that since State of Decay blew up Xbox Live and became like the best-selling downloadable game of all time on Xbox Live. So we knew something else was coming from them. I'm a little surprised I am surprised and also not surprised that they called it State of Decay 2. Obviously, State of Decay sold well, so maybe labeling it as such will allow people to find it better and give it a little bit more press. But I really liked State of Decay, and it worked really well, and I'm totally excited to play this one.
Did any of you guys play Grow Home?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't, but I like the cutesy platformer style, so when Grow Up was announced, well, it leaked. I mean, in the great leakening, it was one of the revealed games. What do you think?
Well, so Grow Home had sort of a very awkward control scheme, which was part of the charm of it. I guess I'm really curious how that game is going to evolve, because Grow Home on its own, I think, stands fairly well. I don't think it needs a sequel. So if Grow Up has something different, then I'll be really excited. If it's just more of the same, I don't know that that's enough to make me want to go back in. It's a game that's fun, but it's not a game that's got a whole lot of depth to it.
I was going to say it was like a relatively short game, but I think this one's going to be a full-priced game, judging by the Amazon.
Wow.
Yeah, so they must have
I was
beefed it up
hoping
a
more
bit.
for a new mechanic, because Grow Home did that so well, and I loved playing it. I loved enjoying that experience, and it was the right length because it also could get very tiring.
Yeah.
I would have wanted to see something different when they're calling it a different name. I would have imagined we're going to burrow into the ground or something different. But
Yeah. In our Ubisoft
down the sequel.
in our Ubisoft pre-show, we were saying it's been a while since we've seen Trials, and then bam, out they came with that reveal. Dean Evans from Far Cry Blood Dragon.
Tracksuits.
Oh wow!
So amazing. Those outfits were A+.
I like to think that they went shopping for those together.
You know they did.
Oh yeah.
Or Dean bought both of them.
Yes. So Trials of the Blood Dragon, is it enough to bring us back to Trials?
Yeah, I love Trials anyway. So new courses and a new aesthetic, I'm totally sold.
Yep.
But it
I'm
seems
just a
like
sucker.
it's not just bikes anymore. It's kind of these buggy tank things. You can also get out, so you can go by foot, and you have to shoot things.
Oh, it looks so good. It's like someone threw up the 80s onto Trials. It's so good.
Sweet pre-order bonus.
Yeah, right.
To be honest, I would love if they actually did create those. That would be incredible.
Dragon action figures, yep.
And Ubisoft's other big unannounced project was, I did not see this coming, Steep.
I don't think anybody saw it coming because it's like an MMO extreme sports game? Like,
yeah.
But it's cool. Like, I think it's a weird idea. When somebody said it to me, I was like, oh, that's dumb. But then you watch people play it, and it's kind of funny, and it seems like it would be easy to jump into. And I'm actually more excited hearing, especially our other editors who got to try it out.
Yeah, they made it sound like a whole lot of fun. They sort of, talked about emergent co-op stuff similar to, what was the example Mike used? I don't know, but yeah, it does sound really fun. Yeah, that. I think you compared it to GTA Online.
Oh yeah, just kind of like the crazy, all out people.
Yeah.
And watching people bite it and die because they would not survive this.
Also in some kind of like photo mode to sort of manipulate the bodies as they're crumbling to the ground.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks really. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big extreme sports fan, but I do like messing around in multiplayer with my friends. So.
I mean, this looks like the sort of thing where it's going to be the physics and the sort of other, the unrealistic things that occur.
Yeah.
So I don't think you really need to be a sports fan because I don't really follow extreme sports, but this looks really fun.
Yeah.
I do this every weekend.
Yeah? I wonted what you got up to in your time off.
It's not all cool like you.
That's why all of my I don't stand up. My legs are broken.
And that's why you don't take your shoes off either.
Yeah. They're grafted in.
A little brief chat about the VR that Sony revealed. Batman VR. Alfred, bring the VR around is the best joke that I ever made. Would you prefer just another Arkham game, or is this a nice twist on the games, the franchise?
I'd be into it if it was like it was Batman VR, but you weren't playing as Batman, like you were playing as Alfred or someone else.
Or just having to watch Bruce Wayne go out and just go, oh, he's going to be late for dinner again.
Right. I feel like making you Batman is the obvious choice, and I feel like there are now like going to be so many VR experiences where you're action hero flipping around doing whatever. Like we're getting Doom and Fallout, and like
we're not getting Doom. That was just an experience. It was
we're getting a Doom experience and Fallout. So I would totally play like an Alfred simulator in VR.
Resident Evil 7 is the only VR thing that was shown at the show that matters at all.
Ooh. Yeah, that's true. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Of course, if you want more news, impressions, developer interviews from this year's E3, make sure you keep your eyes peeled to GameSpot.
Hot on the heels of Oculus Rift, HTC and Valve have just upped the ante with Vive. It's more expensive at $800 compared to Rift's $600, but for good reason. Vive comes with a pair of custom-designed Steam VR controllers and 2 hefty base stations that allow software to track your movement over a maximum area of 15 square feet. Vive's strongest selling point is how it marries freedom of movement and intuitive controls with a capable headset. But these premium features come with considerable requirements. To experience what it's like to walk around in VR with Vive, you need a minimum unobstructed area of 6.5 by 5 feet, and a way to provide power to both of Vive's base stations. While Vive's controllers are valuable and a factor in the higher cost of Vive, the ability to partake in room-scale experiences is an equally important selling factor, and one that will prove difficult to implement for some users. No matter how you choose to use Vive, the headset is the most critical part of the experience. Its bundle of 4 cables seem noticeably obtrusive when you're stationary, but even more so when moving around a room. Though I did get better at blindly managing them the more I used Vive, I still stumbled on them over occasion. Vive can't match Rift when it comes to comfort, and when you consider that Rift has built-in, easily adjustable headphones, it's hands down the most user-friendly of the two. From a technical standpoint, the displays in Rift and Vive are practically identical. They both have an OLED screen with a refresh rate of 90 Hz and offer a resolution of 1080 by 1200 for each eye. As with Rift, I found Vive's display to be adequate, though not impressive. The low latency and high refresh rate of the displays allow you to experience VR without the threat of simulation sickness due to hardware deficiencies, but you will notice the display's pixels every time you put Vive on. Its base stations and controllers make the physical setup process a bit complicated, but the tutorial in Steam VR guides you through the procedure step by step and confirms that everything is working as intended. And once you have everything up and running, Steam VR walks you through a demo that teaches you the ins and outs of the controller and introduces you to the chaperone, Steam VR's term for the virtual walls that projects into VR when you get close to the real-world boundary of your VR playspace. The chaperone feature makes sure that you don't inadvertently run or walk into walls, a task it accomplishes effectively. But if you're working with the minimum amount of space, which is 6.5 by 5 feet, prepare to see wireframe boundaries appear frequently as you move about. You navigate Steam VR using the controllers as you would a laser pointer, more or less. Aim the laser from your virtual controller at an item on screen and pull the trigger to select it. Your UI in VR is for more than picking what games to play. You can also swap your view to interact with Steam proper, or to navigate your PC's desktop. Of course, if you're considering Vive in the first place, it's because you want to play games in VR, first and foremost. There are a lot of games available for Vive at launch, almost too many considering how many of them are small, canned experiences. But some games straddle the line, such as Job Simulator 2050.
This spot just needs a little fluid, no problem.
I was thinking mostly stuff on the outside of the car, but hey, you're the expert.
Here, you work in a comically depressing office space run by robots, among a handful of other work-related scenarios, where you're ordered to perform menial tasks. It sounds dreadful, but it's actually quite enjoyable, thanks to good writing and a large variety of objects to interact with. It's not the sort of game you'd be desperate to play outside of VR, but Vive embeds you in the experience in a way that reshapes your connection to the virtual world. That statement applies across the board when referring to Vive's room-scale supported games. While the quality of the games vary greatly, they all inherently deliver an impressive experience by allowing you to walk around, and by treating your controllers as extension of your hands to interact with objects. For the moment, Vive offers the most feature-rich VR experience there is. If you list the features it has compared to Rift, there will only be a few differences, but Vive's few advantages make a big difference in practice. To go with Rift is to wade in the waters of VR. Choosing Vive is like jumping into the deep end. It's not the easiest suite of hardware to set up, nor is it as refined as Rift, but Vive delivers the most advanced VR experience to date. For people who cannot wait, who are willing to go the extra mile, Vive is the only way to experience today's most advanced VR technology from the comfort of home.
Conversation.
Hello, welcome to GameSpot's coverage of E3 2016. Here to talk about Steep, Ubisoft's brand new IP. We have Rebecca, studio head from Ubisoft Annecy. Hello, Rebecca. Thank you for joining us. And of course, Justin Haywards.
I'm a skateboarder extraordinaire.
He is. I've seen him do it. Rebecca, what is it like to be able to speak and show the world Steep?
We've been waiting for this moment for such a long time, and that's why I was laughing so much on stage. You know, I haven't even been able to talk about it with my kids at home. So everybody, we've been longing for this date for a long time, and we're just overwhelmed. It was so much joy in the audience yesterday. So yeah, and the feedback has been great so far, so we're very happy.
It's like being in the CIA. Do your kids try to like sneak into your computer to find things and like, oh, I know what mom's working on?
No, because they knew that we, that as a studio, we were working on The Division and Ghost Recon Wildlands, so we've had a lot of discussions about that at home. But this is our passion, and I really wanted to share it. So I spoke to them this morning, and they went, "Oh, that game is really, really great, Mama."
So where are the inspirations? Where did the idea come from for Steep?
Okay, so we are surrounded by mountains, and the passion in the studio is really the mountains, whether it's paragliding or whether it's skiing or snowboarding. Of course, it's not wingsuit because that's such a risky sport. So we've been waiting to make this game for a long time. And then we saw the technology for Ghost Recon Wildlands that is set in Bolivia, where a lot of mountains, and we thought, this is really interesting. So we started to take a look at that technology. And then we had an old prototype in one of our drawers with a jet ski on water. And the physics of that prototype was very good. So we actually took the Ghost Recon technology, put that together with the proto we had on a jet ski in the water, and the marriage was great. So we got a proto functioning very quickly.
And of course, you guys have a lot of experience working with multiplayer games and creating those kind of experiences.
Yeah, it's really our DNA of the studio. We started off with a multiplayer on Splinter Cell. And then we moved on to the multiplayer on Assassin's Creed, where we did 4 iterations up to Black Flag. We learned a lot, so yeah, it was a very good experience.
So this is the first game your studio's taken point on, then?
This is our first game as a lead studio.
Wow.
Yes, and we are very proud.
Is that hard, making that transition from being kind of a support to taking center stage?
Yes and no, because there are so many. Ubisoft is a big machine, and there were a lot of things that we were not familiar with because that had been managed by the other lead studio on Division or AC. So yes, we're learning, but we're very well surrounded by our colleagues, so it's fine.
So you had the prototype, the jet ski, and the Wildlands mountains mashed together. It worked. How did the approval process kind of work? Like, was it immediate, or did they say, gonna make some changes here, or was it just always your baby?
It was always our baby, and we've had a lot of support.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's talk a little bit about what you'll actually be doing in the game. It's very multiplayer focused. You're not just going to be playing by yourself.
You can, if you want to, and there are a system of quests. You go from one drop zone to the other, and there will be a very tiny narrative story mode where we will explain the different mythics of the mountains. So you can play alone, but of course you will have so much more fun playing together and sharing that experience.
Are these based on real places, or are you just inspired by the world around?
Oh, it's real places. We have had to change them because you cannot ski on all faces of Mont Blanc, and we want the player to be able to play everywhere in the mountain, so we've had to do some adjustment. But if you know the Alps, you will recognize the tops of the mountains immediately.
So I guess with that, did you guys get to do a lot of on-site scouting, and did you get to do a lot of traveling for research?
Well, actually, we don't need to because we live in the mountains and we spend all our time in the mountains.
Just out the window.
Yeah, and the team goes skiing every Tuesday night, and we go skiing together on the weekends and everything. So, of course, we've done some research, but it's in our blood, and yeah.
So you had experience with skiing. What about paragliding and wingsuiting? Where did that kind of come from?
Well, so we realized we've had this dream. We realized there were not a lot of games out there for a long time. We also looked at what's happening on YouTube with all the sharing, and we thought, wow, this is people are sharing their real-time experience. Why shouldn't we be able to do that in a video game? So we started off, of course, with the snowboarding and the skiing, and then we saw, wow, people love paragliding and people love wingsuits. So that's why we decided to go for those sports as well.
What was the GoPro culture kind of an inspiration for that at all as well?
Of course, and we have a lot of GoPro people in the studio that make their own videos and that share them as well. And we also think that the young generation coming up, having played with Minecraft, this is what they do. You know, they have their YouTube channels and everything. So we think that will be a great tool for them as well to share their experience. I don't know if you saw yesterday the sharing that we have, where you can zoom out and zoom in and replay, take your screenshots, and just press the share button.
So it's as you go through a run, are you able to just stop and go back and look at where you were at there? And
yeah.
That's really cool.
That's really cool. Yeah. Speaking of the sharing, is it just through the PlayStation share button, or are you guys going to have some kind of inbuilt social network to kind of join all these players together?
Well, we have a natural social network in the game because the players will play together, but we will have more information on that in the future.
So let's talk a little bit about, the camera. So you can see here we've got it really zoomed out. We've got the GoPro camera. Are there any plans? It kind of seems like that in VR would be kind of cool.
That's a very interesting question. Of course, the steep experience in VR would be perfect. So this is something that we are looking into, but I cannot comment on that today.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, in creating a multiplayer experience like that, when you have so many people coming together, does it also tie into the Ubisoft Play, or is this kind of something where you wanted to build your own system? I know Ubisoft kind of has its built-in networks as well.
Yeah. No, of course we will work with Uplay and the Ubisoft Club, and it's more and more games from Ubisoft are of course multiplayer and communities. So it's natural for us.
Have you found out that you're already getting people like getting really excited, building that community already? Even though you only announced yesterday, there must be people sat at home going, "This is what I do in real life. I'm gonna play this game."
We already had fan clubs last night sharing the screenshots with like 450 members in just a couple of hours. So yeah.
How big?
Sorry to interrupt you. We have people have really been waiting for a game like this. So yeah.
How big is the team working on it?
Am I allowed to talk about that? We are in Annecy about 80 people.
So you're still going to have people working on Wildlands and The Division?
Yeah, we're a multi-project studio, and we will work on different brands. It's a decision that we've taken for the studio, and I think it's important because working on the same brand for many years in a row, it's a fatigue, and people need inspiration to be creative and to be innovative. So I want the team members to have the possibility to change from one brand to the other when they need to. So we will continue to be a multi-brand studio.
And does that breed a sense of collaboration where people who are working on one project might share ideas and say like, this would be really cool if you could integrate it somehow into Sleet or another game you're working on?
Of course. And so everybody in the studio are very proud of Steep, even though they're not working directly on Steep, because they feel that they are contributing as well by the learnings we got on The Division and by the learnings that we're getting on Ghost Recon Wildlands. So everybody in the studio are very proud.
So when do you guys have an estimated release date yet?
We announced it yesterday. It's for this December.
Perfect.
Yeah, and looking at a game like this, of course, I think you said that people are going to be highly anticipating it. But was there any sense of apprehension or a little bit of fear once it goes out? Like, oh, what if people don't like something like this? Or was there any kind of that apprehension?
Of course, and we have a saying in Swedish where we say, "Never say hello before you jump the river," and so of course we went. It's a new brand, it's a new game, and it's our baby, and we've been working on it so hard. And sometimes you lose the distance. We're looking at all the assets and everything. So, of course, you don't want to take out the victory beforehand.
How long has it been in development?
For 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Slowly. How difficult was it? I mean, a lot of games, this E3 especially, have leaked ahead of time. How did you manage to keep this under wraps? Make sure people adhere to their NDAs.
I don't know. I mean, we were very... so the team was very small from the beginning, and we gradually ramped up when we needed to. And I think it... I don't know why it didn't leak. I mean, there are so many reasons for leaks, but yeah, we kept it secret.
It wasn't that you ruled with an iron fist and huge NDAs that would just destroy people down.
You ask my team if I'm the Iron Lady.
How did you get involved in Ubisoft Annecy?
So I've been in the video game industry since... I shouldn't even say that because I started in localization testing back in '95, and I started at Infogrames Atari back in '98. So I've been in the video game industry for quite a while, and I joined Ubisoft 5 years ago. And I had some conversations with them, and they called me and asked if I would take on this opportunity, and I went like, "Wow, of course!" It's a ANSI studio, multiplayer and AC and everything. So
yeah, you kind of have a unique role. It's not the kind of person that we tend to talk to. We tend to talk to creators and developers. What do you do at the studio?
Every day?
Yeah.
I drink tea. No, I work closely with the teams to make sure that, as I said earlier on. What do? I'm in meetings the whole time. We take decisions, we anticipate the risks, we assure that we have the right people at the right spot. We assure, because we're working with a lot of new technologies, you have to train the people on the different technologies, so I assure that we have that. I look into the budget, I calculate how much money we spend.
It seems like there is a big sharing culture at Ubisoft, obviously with so many studios around the world. Has there been that kind of support network as well?
Oh yeah, of course. So we're working on the same technology as Ghost Recon Wildlands, so of course we do. We share with the studios working on that technology, but the same with The Division. We work on the Snowdrop technology with a couple of other studios like Red Storm, of course Massive, and as well as Reflection. So we share technology there as well, of course.
Wonderful. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me here.
Yeah, very excited to see more of Steep. And it's coming out this December.
Thank you.
Thank you. For more coverage from this year's E3, make sure, of course, you stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Welcome back to the GameSpot stage here at E3 2016. Joining myself and Justin Hayward is Alex Grondal from DICE, here to talk some Battlefield 1. Alex, how is your show going?
It's going great. It's fun to finally get to see the game in the players' hands. You know, this is what it's all about. And trying to get some time into reading what they're writing about it and seeing what we can do. But what I'm walking through and looking at them playing, it looks like they're having fun. So that makes me excited.
We got to see a lot of people play it. Did you get to meet Snoop Dogg?
No, I didn't actually. I sat behind the stage trying to make that broadcast work. So I was actually helping out, trying to find the good gameplay moments so we could cut between. So I actually did. So that kind of describes what I do. My days are never the same. I go sometimes talk to you guys. Sometimes I act like I'm some sort of TV producer. Other days I'm So that's what a producer does, I guess, and just goes around and do random stuff.
helps keep everyone in line. So you guys announced the game a few weeks ago now. Had a fantastic reception. You're showing off more at E3. What do you think is, the key bit that you really wanted to shout about?
So this is we're bringing multiplayer to the show floor. That's what we're kind of showing. We're bringing a couple of new things to multiplayer that we haven't showed before. So first of all, we are showing the dynamic weather. Mm-hmm. So what that means is that as you are playing, the weather conditions are changing on you. And that forces you a little bit to adapt to the new conditions. If you're in clear daylight and sun is shining, clearly you can see people coming from miles. But if the rain comes in, or even it changes to a fog, you really need to kind of move a lot closer to see people, and that kind of changes the way that you play the game. It's a part of what we call the dynamic sandbox. It's like an element that we add on top of the additional Battlefield elements. And it's quite cool to see people react to it, and you see the silhouettes in the fog, you're kind of like, ooh, has he seen me? Can I sneak around him? And stuff like that.
What's been incredibly interesting about the Battlefield 1 reveal is that you guys are going back in time. So at present, it's popular to be like a modern, even futuristic first-person shooter. Why did you guys decide to go back in time?
We didn't. That wasn't actually the decision. We started out with an idea that we wanted to do a little bit different. We wanted to make a new game that challenged ourselves and our players a little bit. So that was kind of the core of the idea. And there was a couple of people in the studio that have been wanting to make a Battlefield World War I game for quite some time. So they pitched this to us, and it just clicked. It just clicked because that matched exactly what I thought we needed to do. New gameplay experiences, challenge ourselves a little bit. So we didn't, decide to go back in time. It was just like there was the right idea that happened to be at the right time when these two needs kind of met each other.
So, while thinking of new gameplay experiences, were pitch meetings like, well, what if we did a Battlefield kart racer? What if we did Battlefield fighting game?
Yeah, no, I don't think we go that crazy with our pitches. We know always that we want to make a Battlefield game in its core. So we most pitches. There might actually have been a couple of those. But,
racing would work really well in Battlefield.
Yeah, actually, when you talk about it, there was actually talks about some sort of pinball game, Battlefield pinball game back in the days. I seem to have some vague memories of that now that you mention it. I have to figure out what happened with that because that sounds kind of
Find
awesome.
those notes. Find those
notes.
Yes,
at least like a mobile game, like Battlefield Pinball Mobile.
Yeah.
But no, what I find interesting is that everyone kind of assumed that like the weaponry wouldn't be as advanced as we're used to now. But that's a big misconception because back in World War I, we had all these incredible. You had tanks, you had rifles, you had automatic rifles, semi-automatic, all this kind of stuff. What was it like, sort of going back and using those kind of weapons compared to the really modern ones?
So what I find the most interesting about these weapons is that they are more unique in the way that they look and the way that they play. So we can pull weapons apart a little bit. So in many in modern games, it's like weapons are kind of feel and play very similarly. When an assault rifle feels like a carbine and it feels like an SMG. I mean, the overlap is quite big. So what I think is cool here is that you can really pull them apart and really create, this weapon works exactly like that. So it's quite short, fast fire. You have another one that is slightly different. So I think that's actually adds more variety to the game in total. And what I actually think is really cool is that you have probably never played with these weapons before. This is the first game that you're playing, so it's not another M16 that you probably shot a billion times. You actually have completely new weapons to play around with, and hopefully people feel that.
Was there a lot of pushback at the beginning when you guys were like, let's do World War I? And they're like, no, World War II. You have to do World War II or before. But what was the moment when they were like, this might work, this might be a good idea?
I think it was a kind of gradual change, but it was a couple of watershed moments that we've had. So we made multiplayer demo quite early, so we kind of proved that we could do multiplayer, and people were like, yeah, good, this is good. That's also kind of what we are good at, producing multiplayer. And then we actually made a demo for our campaign, and we showed it to the company not a very long time ago, and that had a profound impact, I think, on the people who watched this, and that basically felt like everyone was on board with that idea. They really kind of changed it. But I think all having something in a PowerPoint or whatever the type presentation doesn't really have an impact. It's always when you make a game and you actually show live software, that's when it's actually being felt. So yeah.
Do you guys go for more authenticity with those feelings, or is it trying to create something that feels unique and different?
So we want to make a game that is fun first, obviously. That's always the case when we do this. But the cool thing is that all the stuff that you see here and in the trailer and that you'll be playing with in the game are inspired by the real world counterparts and events that have taken place. So it's authentic in that sense, but we do have to take some creative liberties every now and then to cater for the more and create it a little bit more fun experience.
I was going to say, I mean, back in World War I, there were always the stories of, the Battle of the Somme. They were saying that 1 in every 3 shells would explode. Are you going to factor in those kind of, like tanks breaking down in the middle of the battlefield? Are you going to have that kind of authenticity, or?
So yes, in certain elements of the game, there will be things that are representative of what you just described. But in multiplayer in general, we don't really want to create that randomness. I don't think people like too much randomness when it comes down to firing things.
Don't like equipment failure.
Yeah, exactly.
In the middle of a match.
That hasn't really been. We actually tested it in the past. It doesn't feel right. I mean,
that would suck.
Yeah. And I also think that what I would want the players to feel like. So when these weapons were actually created back in World War I, these were the kind of top of the line stuff. Those were the most well engineered stuff they had access to, and so when people actually started using that is modern to them, to the people who were using them. I think we're trying to capture a little bit of that as well in the game. So they should never feel rattly. They shouldn't feel like clunky and breaking down all the time. They should feel like they're modern in a sense.
Did you ever manage to be able to go out and shoot some of these guns themselves? I mean, how did you record the sound effects for the guns as well?
Yeah, so we have been looking all around the world to try to find these weapons, and they're not super common. People don't have them laying around, but we found some people in the US and even in Sweden where we do our work. And we sent our audio guys out and recorded a lot of it. And for those we couldn't record, many of these weapons, they are basically early versions of weapons used in World War II, which is much more common to find. So basically the gun nut guy, he'd basically go, they only changed the bolt a little bit, so it should sound exactly the same. Oh, actually they only changed the frame over here, so it should be a good analogy to that. So I think that we found pretty much all the source material we needed and went out and recorded it. And it's actually, every time they go out, they put together these awesome videos for us in the team and show when they shoot all these weapons. And it's pretty crazy. It looks pretty wild.
And the blimps are just such a crazy addition to the game. Well, of course, that was part of the world back then, but was there any trepidation when you're like, blimp is a bad idea?
No, that was it must have an airship. That was kind of like, yep, that is going on. That is going directly in. So we knew quite early we wanted to have these behemoths in the game because we felt like we can bring some really cool opportunities in there. So the airship is one, and it's fully player controlled. You can kind of pilot it all around the map and drop bombs and shoot various types of cannons and fight against the biplanes that are trying to take you down.
When it crashes, so like I've seen it crash in the trailers, and it always seems to crash on the city or the town. Can it crash someplace else?
Yes, absolutely. So I think that most people, reason that you're seeing it crash over the city is because that
That's the coolest.
That's where most of the people were.
Yeah.
So if you're dropping bombs, you want to drop it on top of the people that was right there. But no, it can crash pretty much anywhere, depending on where you are, obviously. So it's completely dynamic and player-driven from that point of view, where it actually collapses.
In terms of the single-player campaign, there's different viewpoints that you can take. Which nations are going to be represented in those?
So in the campaign, you'll be playing along multiple different factions. The crew that you saw in the trailer that you saw, that is one of them. This is a British crew. I'm gonna reveal that to you because they are in a Mark V, which was
did recognize those accents.
Yeah, and you did recognize those accents. Yes, so you'll be fighting alongside and experiencing alongside multiple different factions in this in our campaign, because we have several different stories. So those guys are one story. We have another one that you might have seen in the previous trailer, which is the woman riding the horse. She's another character that you also be playing as, which is a completely separate story. So again, there's multiple different characters you'll be playing, and there's multiple different stories in multiple different locations. And then it provides, again, I'm going to say multiple one more time. It provides more perspective from several different places around the world, which I think is quite interesting.
Is it going to follow the war in its entirety, or just from a certain point to the end? Or?
So basically, these are stories that take place during the war in various different phases of the war, but it's not going to follow the war in a kind of sequential battle, because it's about the stories that these characters have with each other, not necessarily about save the world story. These are stories about you and I in a tank trying to figure out where to go next, and that's the personal stories, which I think is a little bit more interesting to experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell the story of World War I. It was such a complicated war to get like historical.
Absolutely.
Did you guys research that a lot?
Yes, we did, and we don't want to even go close to trying to explain, because I still think historians today argue over exactly what happened in, and if I don't want to jump into that debate, that's for historians to do and not for us as game makers. But we will be using the events that took place as a backdrop, obviously, and the actual events that took place. So I'm going to leave it at that, I think.
Yeah. So what's kind of like been the thing you've been most excited to work on in this project? What's kind of really piqued your interest?
So first of all, I'm excited to work with the team that I'm working with. I always that's the thing that keeps me motivated every day to come into work, to see these amazing people that pull off some pretty amazing stuff, and that we together can work and basically create what you see here today, and the reactions to that we see from it. That is hugely motivating. I have a fantastic team behind me working on this. But if I talk about the game just for a second, what I'm mostly excited about there is there was a moment here the other day where I am playing the game, and I'm as a producer, I only see the problems with the game. But for a minute there, I got completely absorbed by playing the multiplayer. I was in it. That doesn't happen too often for me, and I got this some sort of old 1942 vibes going in there as well, and that was quite the fantastic moment.
Wonderful. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. When can we be playing Battlefield 1?
So we will be having an open beta later this summer. So if you go to battlefield.com and become an insider, you get to know first when that thing is available. Battlefield 1 will be launching worldwide on October 21st.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, for more coverage of all the biggest and best games from E3 2016, head on over to GameSpot.com. Hello, joining myself and Justin Haywald here at the GameSpot Stage at E3 2016 is Chuck from the Coalition, here to talk some Gears of War 4. Chuck, how are you doing today?
Great.
You excited to show off more Gears?
I'm super excited to show off more Gears. Thanks for having me.
So how has the show been so far? How was the reception to what we saw at the press conference?
Oh, really good. I mean, people were very excited about all the stuff that they saw yesterday. They're excited about the crossplay and about XPA as well. So, yeah, we're just showing a little bit of a different campaign look inside of our booth here at the show.
And especially coming off of Gears of War Remastered and now going into Gears of War 4, did that help energize you guys going into this?
Yeah, I mean, we really used Ultimate Edition as an opportunity for the team to sort of figure out how Gears works. I mean, taking over for Epic was a big job, obviously. I mean, Gears of War is an iconic franchise. So for us, we really had to learn how to do it right before we did it different. So that's what Ultimate Edition was for us, and we were super excited about the reception for that. And then, obviously, after the stuff we showed last year, there's big expectations. So, yeah, it was kind of nice to be able to start unveiling that stuff and giving the fans a chance to see what's really going on.
And, of course, the Xbox Play Anywhere and the crossplay, how much work is going on under the hood to be able to make that work?
A lot. I mean, it's an initiative for all of Microsoft, and we're really proud to be a part of that. So for us, XPA is super exciting. I mean, as a gamer, I'm really excited about that, right? It's, you play your game, and now it goes with you everywhere. So, your save game, your progress, your achievements all travel with you on whatever platform you're on. So that's really fun.
In the press conference, we saw a little bit of kind of like this incredible dust storm.
Yeah.
Are they dynamic? Are they planned? If I play the same level again, is it going to be the same dust storm in the same spot, or is it going to change a little bit?
No, we had to practice a lot for that demo because it is a system. It's not a scripted experience. Am I okay? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not a demo. It's a scripted experience. So, it changes every single time you play it. So it's really unpredictable. But that's what's cool about it is that as you play through, the experience that you're going to have might be completely different than the experience that I'm going to have, and I think that creates a lot of discussion and a lot of fun between the players.
How random can it get? Surely there must be some kind of boundaries on how far it can go.
Yeah, there's things that you can interact with, and that's part of the discovery of each of the encounters, which is a lot of fun as well. You can play through and not get any of the interactive stuff that you saw yesterday, like the car or the pipes or any of that stuff happening, but there are other things, obviously, that you can do inside there. And the wind affects everything, so it affects the projectiles as well. So in the demo yesterday, you saw the saw blades from the Buzzkill flying off in different directions, and the same thing with the drop shot. You really have to then sort of determine how much the wind is going to affect it.
And can the wind be used in multiplayer, or is it just a single player?
No, it's only single player. And, unfortunately, multiplayer fans are really finicky about the things that impact their experience. So it's, we might have one or two multiplayer levels for social play that will use wind as one of the things that you can experience inside of there, but certainly not for competitive play.
Because Gears is a franchise that is very well beloved, that it has really hardcore fans, and you guys are coming into it as a new studio. Are there things that are kind of sacred that you felt like this has to be the same, this has to be really authentic to Gears? And were there any things that you were like, we want to change this, we want to make this better?
Yeah, I think with every game, I mean, whenever you're going to do a sequel for a product, you have to try and move the needle a little bit and make your fan base a little bit uncomfortable. But for us, it was really important to make sure, again, that we did it right before we did it different. So because we were on a new engine, which is the Unreal 4 engine, we actually had to rebuild most things from the ground up. So we were able to create technology that allowed us to do a mirror, pixel-for-pixel comparison between Gears 3 and what we were building in Gears 4. So it's a very authentic experience to Gears, and then we started to tweak it and say, okay, what are the things that we can make different, like the close-cover combat or the wind effects or things like that. So it's a little bit here, a little bit there, but you try and stay true to what the fans really love, and trust me, Gears fans are incredibly passionate and they give us tons of feedback. So we have a lot of that stuff taken into account, and then we sort of move on from there.
What was it like creating a new story? I mean, obviously the big reveal from the Microsoft press conference is that we saw Marcus Phoenix is back, Daddy's home. What was it like kind of coming up with a new story for these characters as well as forging your own with new characters?
Yeah, it's really exciting because the first trilogy really finished. It finished with the conclusion. I mean, all the emotion's gone, all the locusts are gone. So it was really interesting to sit and think about where do you take the story from there. A couple of things that we talked about was where you could go with it, and knowing that now that Microsoft owns the IP and we know that we're going to be doing more of these, and it's an IP we're going to invest in. It gave us a lot of leeway to be able to go in a lot of different directions. So we planned not just for this game, but for further down the road. So we're really able to do a lot more with the story than we would have otherwise if you don't know if you're going to be doing a sequel later on. So
that must be
for us, it's really exciting. It's reassuring, it's exciting, it's a little bit scary because, again, these are new characters, right? People love Marcus and they love Baird and they love Cole, and now we got to get them to love JD and Kate and Del and everybody else that we introduced. So that's challenging, but it's fun.
How's the reception been to the new characters?
So far, really good. I mean, and I expected people just to love JD, but through the playthroughs we've shown and the demos we've done today, I've had people say, oh, I love Del and I love Kate and she's my favorite character. So that's really fun. And to be able to create a diverse group of characters is, it's just great for gaming and it's great for the franchise. And that's really what Gears has always been about. It's always been a really diverse, interesting group of players.
Yeah, was there any apprehension about introducing, especially a girl, into something which is very traditionally male-centric and
Really, a girl? You said that, not me. No, I mean, Gears has always had really strong female characters, right? There's been Anya, there's been Sophia, Alex, Bernie. I mean, it's really not something new for Gears at all. So we're really proud to keep that tradition going. And I think what we're really excited about is this is as much Kate's story as it is JD's story, and I think that's what's really going to be fun for fans to discover as they go through and play the game. I mean, she's really a big part of this, and now I know what's going to happen, so I'm super excited and anticipating what the reaction is going to be from all the fan base. But
you can spoil it for you.
I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. No, there's been too many spoilers for E3 already, so I'm going to keep this one to myself.
What was it like putting your own stamp on Sarah? Because the planet is completely different.
Yeah. It's tricky, right? Again, you think about what's going on with the planet after all of the natural resources. I mean, think about what would happen to Earth if suddenly all the gas was gone.
Chaos.
I mean, obviously we wouldn't be able to get home from E3, but beyond that, I mean, there could have a lot of different impacts, and that's where we came up with the wind flares and stuff like that. So, the makeup of the world has changed. It's obviously reclaiming itself from 14 years of war and then the 25 years that are in between. So it's a familiar environment, but it's also different. And the way that you learn about the outsiders and the way that they live their lives, as well as the COG rebuilding, all that plays a huge part in the story.
What was it like trying to build a story with all that tension between these two factions and then bringing in, of course, the Swarm, these new enemies that you guys have created?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, the original Gears was a very distinct story, and they had the Stranded, and the difference between the Outsiders and the Stranded is the Stranded were left by the COG, right? They set off the light mass bombs, and they were just out there, which is why they're called the Stranded, obviously. Outsiders chose not to be a part of the COG, so when the world started rebuilding after the war, most of the population was wiped out, and those that were left in the COG had to rebuild, so they became very protective, and it's, we don't want you to do these things, we don't want to do this, everybody needs to be safe, and we need to rebuild the population. Well, it's just like it is in our lives, right? We don't want the government telling us what to do all the time. So there's a certain faction that wants to live outside that, and that's where the Outsiders came from. So that tension between those two play a big part in the story, and I think that's sort of the catalyst for what lights the spark for the story.
Let's talk a little bit about multiplayer. Rod announced at the press conference, Horde 3.0.
It's back. What's
different? What can you tell us?
I can tell you a little bit about it. It's going to be, there are going to be some classes in it. There's going to be, it's built off the back of Horde 2.0, so it's a bit odd that people go, well, there's been 5 Gears of War, but it's only Horde 2. Not every Gears had Horde in it. So for us, we're really excited about it because it's a familiar but different take on it, and we think it really moves the ball down the field a lot in terms of what the experience is going to be. And again, like every part of Gears, there are passionate campaign players, there are passionate competitive players, but the Horde players, I got to tell you, emails and the Twitter messages I get is always about Horde, Horde, Horde. So it was super exciting to be able to tell fans that it's back. And of course, over the next few months, as we get closer to launch, we'll be able to start revealing a bit more about what's going to happen inside of Horde.
I mean, that literally defined that type of gameplay. When we talk about swarms of enemies, we call it Horde mode.
Yeah, I mean, for Gears, there's really 2 things that I think define Gears, and that's co-op play and Horde mode. So we're really excited to have both of those in and have them be a significant part of the experience.
Is co-op mode the best way to play the single player?
I think so, but that's because I'm not a very good player. So what's really interesting about that, though, is that you've seen, well, if you come by the booth, you'll see the Pouncer, for example, in action. And that's one of the characters that we created, one of the enemy classes that we created to be specifically a co-op enemy. So we built some of the mechanics inside of the game, we built some of the enemies inside of the game to be co-op specific to really take advantage of that. So for us, we always say that co-op isn't the icing, it's the cake. So it's really a core to what the experience is. So when we build everything, we think about co-op first, and then we build out from there.
So if you're playing in single player and you come up against the Pouncer, are you really going to struggle, or is it kind of, or is it adapted a little bit if you're playing by yourself?
It's adapted. The AI understands the situation, then it'll help you out, especially if you get pounced, because the pouncing is interactive and you get stuck on the ground. In the different modes, you can get out of it when you get into hardcore and insane.
Yeah.
You get pounced, you're not getting out. So
you guys are aiming for 30 FPS single player, 60 FPS multiplayer.
That's correct.
What does 60 bring to the multiplayer of Gears?
Well, it brings a fluidity that I think is expected in competitive multiplayer games, and for us, that's been great. I mean, what we do, again, passionate fan base. We weren't so arrogant that we're going to go off and do this without consulting the fan base. So what we've done along the way is we've actually brought in pro players multiple times to give us feedback, both on how it feels, on the new weapons, on the new levels, on the new game modes. So we announced things like Escalation as the new competitive esports mode, and the feedback from the competitive players and the professional players has been really great, and they've helped really shape the direction of where multiplayer is going.
So speaking of esports, professional players, obviously Microsoft announced the new arena for Xbox Live.
Yeah.
Is Gears going to be taking part in that?
Yeah, we'll take part of all the first-party initiatives.
Yes.
So for us, we're really excited about anytime we can get the platform to take something off our plate. That's really exciting. And when platform does it means it's going to be something that's going to be able to be used by everybody, which is even better, right? When you have to roll your own solution, it tends to be specific to what your game is. So having platform really be dedicated to that, and having Microsoft, take esports seriously as trying to make Xbox One the premier platform for esports is really exciting for us.
Was it difficult to were esports always in mind? And I remember with Gears Remastered, you guys had like some kind of spectator mode or some kind of definite esports built-in initiatives for esports, basically.
Yeah, and it's funny because Gears it was actually one of the original esports games, and it just didn't really get the support that it needed to grow at the same rate as everything else. So we sort of looked at that, and again, small but very passionate fan base said, please take esports seriously. So again, we really spent a lot of time talking to our fans and getting feedback from them, and so you did see it in Ultimate Edition where you had a spectator mode. We've got 2 now inside of sorry, I call it Sparta, which is the code name, but it's inside of Gears 4. And that's really going to be great for esports because you'll be able to set up cameras, you'll be able to switch a lot faster. And one of the things that I think is they'll make Gears a really watchable esport event. And when you think about sports, to me, being a huge sports fan, that ability to be able to see the strategy and the gameplay play out in front of you as opposed to always just seeing it from the character's perspective, helps you understand more what the strategy and the tactics that are taking place over the course of the event is. So yeah, we take that stuff really seriously, and we'll continue to iterate and improve on that and release more features as we go.
I hate to go off topic, but I love it when people mention the code names for things.
Yeah.
Like Sparta is such it's a normal term, I think, for something like this, but where did you guys come up with that name? Why Sparta?
It's just part of what Microsoft is about. We use code names for everything. I mean, Windows 95 was called Chicago. Every single project that I've worked on since that. In fact, it's very difficult to be an employee at Microsoft, to be honest with you, because you'll be in a meeting and they'll mention all these different code names, and if you're not in the know, it's really hard to understand what's going on. So as you saw this week, leaks happen, and I think when you leak a code name, people don't really know because it's not necessarily associated with whatever the project is. So for that, it's a way to keep it safe, I think, more than anything.
So when you're moving between demo stations, do your handlers have a code name for you? It's like Big Bird is on the move?
No, not me. Definitely. Ogre. It would be Ogre if it was anything. So.
What was the thing that you were most excited about showing to fans and players?
Oh gosh, that's a hard one. There's so much more to show. I think every time we get a chance to show something, it's exciting because the team works so hard on it and they put so much love and effort into it. And they're really up in Vancouver working hard on this, even while I'm down here repping the product for them. Yesterday was great because it was the first time to really get the fans got a chance to see what the wind flares are going to be like and all that. Dynamic interaction in the world is all about. We showed that off earlier in some of the private press stuff, but it's the first time the fans have seen it. So. It's fun because that's one of the things that's a little bit different about the game that's maybe not traditionally Gears. So getting the reaction and seeing how fans are feeding back on that is really fun and exciting. So.
I mean, you mentioned the fans a lot. I mean, what kind of feedback do you get? I mean, is it like a bunch of tweets? Is it detailed rundowns of things they'd like to see?
Have you seen Gears fans?
Yeah.
We are the only fan base that I know of where people get tattoos of the Crimson Omen on them, or Marcus, or any of the other iconography from Gears of War. It's phenomenal. I mean, they send us pictures of them using a Lancer to cut their wedding cake. I mean, it's insane. These are the most passionate fans I've ever seen, and it's so exciting because what's great about it is they're so passionate about they want you to make the game better. And it's not necessarily they want you to do their ideas, they just want you to be as passionate about it as they are. And that's what's great about the Coalition, is you have a group of people up there that feel the same way about it, who take their responsibility of being the stewards of Gears of War very, very seriously. So all that comes into play. And for us, we think that by having that relationship with your fan base, it winds up giving you a much better product in the end.
I actually have a Battletoads tattoo. Like, I'm just a really big fan.
No, you do not.
I can't show it, though, because it's...
Wait, what?
Not safe for work.
Oh my god. So what? I can't even do that right now. Chuck, thank you so much for joining us. When can fans get their hands on Gears of War 4?
Well, it ships on October 11th, and if you happen to go online at gearsofwar.com and buy the Ultimate Edition, you actually get your hands on it 4 days early on October 7th.
Are you going to have any more betas planned?
No more betas, no.
No.
Yes, it's all.
Hang on,
sorry,
I am English.
Sorry.
I am English. I
know, I work with
cannot
a lot
say
of English
beta.
people, I understand. So, no, from now on, it's spit and polish all the way to the end. So it's heads down for the team up there, and we're looking forward to all the fans getting their hands on an opportunity to play all aspects of the game. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be back again tomorrow for day 2 of E3. Seriously, you will not want to miss it. I've got the run sheet right here. Honestly, some of the games we've got on the stage tomorrow are incredible. But in the meantime, head over to GameSpot.com. We have written previews, video previews, impressions of all the games here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.